Chapter 1895. The 3 layers of supplementary formations are done. The first group of Gu immortals stopped. They sat cross-legged in the immortal Gu house and closed their eyes to rest. The second group took over and started to place rank 8 immortal Gu, suppress on top of the 3 layers of supplementary formations. The second group had 8 Gu immortals, rank 7 and rank 6. They worked together and cooperated well. After some effort, they finally placed suppress immortal Gu. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path immortal Gu suppress, it was not easy to place it down. But rank 8 immortal Gu suppress was one of the core immortal Gu of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was the first rank 8 immortal Gu to be placed down. Only by placing it down could there be subsequent constructions. At this time, the second group of Gu immortals started to rest, while the first group of Gu immortals started to work again. They did not continue with the construction. Instead, they started to dismantle the 3 layers of supplementary Gu formations that they had set up earlier. These Gu formations were used to support the immortal Gu suppress and help it to be placed down. Now that the goal was achieved, they had to get rid of these 3 layers of supplementary formations to free up space to continue setting up the immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the seedling fire formation. The third group of Gu immortals quickly took over. The first group of Gu immortals were extremely tired, they needed to rest. The seedling fire formation is done, next is the paper cage formation. Let's go. The second group of Gu immortals took over. If the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was broken down, it had 138 subformations. The seedling fire formation and the paper cage formation were 2 of them. Be careful, there is a change in the river of time, a huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone warned. At this time, the first group of Gu immortals were still resting, they were trying to recover their strength. The second and third group of Gu immortals were busy setting up the formation. Only the fourth group of Gu immortals was in charge of the emergency. Celestial Court divided the Gu immortals into 4 groups to set up the formation. Among them, the first group had the strongest ability to set up formations. They were in charge of the core and most important part of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The second and third group were all supplementary, their abilities were about the same. The fourth group had the least amount of Gu immortals, they had some ability to set up formations, they were the emergency backup team. The fourth group of Gu immortals set out, destroying the huge wave. The second and third group of Gu immortals who were setting up the formation. While checking to see if the formation was affected, he began to make preparations for the next step. Gu Liuru and Feng Jioge were in charge of moment stage and present and past pavilion respectively. Feng Jioge's eyes were empty as he continued to comprehend fate. Gu Liuru's eyes were deep and he was on high alert. We've discovered the Stone Lotus Island. The commotion caused by the formation will definitely be noticed by Feng Yuan. He will definitely come and destroy us. Before the river subduing lotus ceiling grand formation is completed, we will be at our weakest. It is also the best time for Feng Yuan to attack. This time, it is a matter of great importance. I want to wash away my humiliation. I can't let Feng Yuan succeed. Just as he was thinking, a silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Liuru's heart instantly jumped. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower and Shark Flow Lever, which were patrolling the perimeter, immediately turned around and intercepted them. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Liuru, your celestial court actually wants to take away Red Lotus True Inheritance right under my nose. Hehe, you are dreaming. Myriad Year Flying Warship rapidly approached. Feng Yuan's voice could be heard from within. Gu Liuru snorted coldly, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Feng Yuan, you are just a loser. Wasn't the lesson last time painful enough? He was a time path great expert, he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If it were a rank 8 Gu immortal of any other path, they would have to expend a lot of effort to transmit their voice throughout the battlefield. Haha, with me here, don't even think of setting up the formation. Before Feng Yuan finished his words, Myriad Year Flying Warship's surroundings were already shining with bright light. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords that whizzed through the air, heading straight for the incomplete river suppression lotus ceiling grand formation. Gu Liuru's expression immediately turned dark, he felt a headache. Celestial Court was most wary of this formation. Feng Yuan attacked the enemy's most vulnerable point, he was very vicious. Celestial Court could only defend themselves, they naturally fell into a passive state. Last time, when Feng Yuan attacked the river subduing lotus ceiling grand formation, Celestial Court could take the initiative to dismantle it. But this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, even if Celestial Court had to pay the price of blood, They had to ensure that the formation was set up properly. Boom boom boom. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower was the first to arrive. It started to fight with myriad year-flying warship. The aftershocks created huge waves in the river of time. Next, Shark Flow Lever also arrived. While the 3 immortal goo houses were fighting intensely in the river of time, above Eastern Sea's Chi Sea, the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. After Hua Kai Yun, the goo immortals of Eastern Sea's super forces, Song Clan, Su Clan and Kai Clan also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Qiyuan. He brought Song Yishur to the banquet. This is Junior's granddaughter, Song Yishur. She has heard of Senior's magnificence and yearns to meet you. She begged me to come and see Senior's magnificence. Song Qiyuan smiled as he took the initiative to introduce Song Yishur. Song Yishur lost her father at a young age. As her grandfather, Song Qiyuan doted on her a lot. He specially brought Song Yishur to this Eastern Sea banquet to give her a chance to show her face. Junior greets Chi Sea ancestor. Song Yishur respectfully bowed. Her skin was white as snow, she had bright eyes and white teeth, she wore a blue-white dress, she had a pure aura, she was indeed one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's goo immortals. Like Hua Kai Yun, Song Qiyuan also brought a gift. It was a Chi Path inheritance in Song Clan's inventory. It came from a Chi Path rank 8 great expert in history. Fang Yuan took a look at the contents. It was quite unique and valuable. Fang Yuan looked at Song Yishur below the stage and smiled, showing the concern of a senior. Song Clan has a successor. She is a good seedling. This is the first time I am meeting you. I cannot go without a gift. Saying so, he took out a rank 8 water path immortal material. It slowly floated in front of Song Yishur. Song Yishur was from a great clan after all. She quickly received this gift and thanked him respectfully. Take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the chi flow condensed, forming a mountain in an instant, right below his left hand. Song Qiyuan saw this seat and showed a joyful expression. He brought Song Yishur to their seats. Song Yishur kept the rank 8 water path immortal material in her immortal aperture. She was very humble. She had the demeanor of a lady from a great clan. Hua Kai Yun laughed and greeted, Song Qiyuan, this is the first time ancestor is giving a gift. If I had known, I would have brought my grandson here. She was the earliest to arrive. She had already conversed with Fang Yuan for a while, thus her tone was much warmer. Song Qiyuan laughed. He was secretly pleased. He felt that bringing Song Yishur here was a wise decision. Song Yishur was seeing Chi Si ancestor for the first time, but she was already impressed by his aura. She thought, this senior is indeed the #1 goo immortal in Eastern Sea. He can even fight with Celestial Court's Duke Long. He is truly an expert. He is so magnanimous and magnanimous. If she knew that the person in front of her was Fang Yuan, that Fang Yuan had once acted as Xing Xiangzi and peeped at her bathing, seeing her naked, she would not have such thoughts. Qing Yuan greets Chi Si ancestor. Qing Yuan was the 3rd Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal to arrive. Junior Qing Yu Zhiqing greets Chi Si ancestor. A young man followed behind Qing Yuan. He wore a green robe, he had a tall nose and wide face, his eyes were bright like stars. He was a genius of Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Good. Fang Yuan praised as he assessed Qing Yu Zhiqing. Another good seedling. Ancestor has a gift for you. He gave Qing Yu Zhiqing a rank 8 immortal material. Qing Yu Zhiqing quickly thanked him. Hua Kai Yun gradually realized this and thought to herself, this Chi Si ancestor seems to like helping juniors. Just this alone shows his breadth of mind. Right at this time, Nangong Clan's goo immortals arrived at the banquet. Hua Kai Yun's expression sank. At this moment, the first supreme elder of Nangong Clan came here with Huan Huan was a Hua Clan goo immortal, but he betrayed Hua Clan and joined Nangong Clan. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He was one of the 3 wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. There was a poem, Jia Dan in Bipolar, Huan in Nangong and Dragon Head Tortoise, Surviving Adversity C. Even though Hua Kai Yun was unhappy, she did not flare up. This was Chi Si ancestor's banquet. She wanted to get close to the #1 expert of Eastern Sea. She had to endure. Eastern Sea's righteous path members arrived one after another. The last to arrive was the first supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. Fang Yuan consoled her before arranging for her to sit at the end of the banquet. After the Merman Grand Elder sat down, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking, even though this was the first time she was meeting Chi Si ancestor, this great expert's attitude towards Merman was quite good. Of course it was good. Merman had to work closely with the Dragon Men. They were Fang Yuan's natural allies. Fang Yuan would not make things difficult for her. Seeing the scene of Fang Yuan treating the Merman Grand Elder, Eastern Sea's righteous path. Gu immortals fell into deep thought. River of Time. Myriad Year flying warship had already reached the inner area. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. The sword group moved like pythons, piercing through the battlefield and attacking 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform shone with a gem-like orange light, weakening the silver flying swords layer by layer. On the other side, Shark Flow Lever shot out 3 cold currents, freezing the water of the River of Time below Myriad Year flying warship. Fang Yuan snorted coldly from inside Myriad Year flying warship. The silver flying sword shot back into the river below the warship. Immortal killer move, Torrent Advance. Myriad Year flying warship flew like a meteor, crashing into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that was still being set up. Boom. With a loud sound, Moment Stage blocked Myriad Year flying warship. The 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses clashed head-on. Moment Stage was slightly disadvantaged. While Myriad Year flying warship's momentum was broken, it was blocked by Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Celestial Court had a deep foundation. They had already prepared several methods to deal with Myriad Year flying warship. After several battles, Myriad Year flying warship had already exposed all of its methods. They were not very effective. Right at this time, 2 more Time Path Immortal Gu houses arrived to reinforce it. The Eternal Boat carried Xing Yuang while the 9 Spiritual Fairies sat in the Sun Moon Monastery. Celestial Court's reinforcements had arrived. 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals, 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. Celestial Court's morale was greatly boosted. Eastern Sea above Qi Sea. Qi currents surged, forming a huge cloud. At Qi Sea ancestors' will, countless delicacies and wines slowly rose from the Qi currents. It was time. Qi Sea ancestor was about to raise his cup and announce the start of the banquet, when a voice came from the horizon. Black Soul Sea Lord invites Qi Sea ancestor to teach him. Following that, a rank 8 aura filled with Yin energy enveloped the entire place. Eastern Sea's immortals were stunned, their eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1896. Moment Stage, Present and Past Pavilion, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, Sun and Moon Observatory. Gulu Ru, Feng Jioga, Xing Yuang, 9 Spiritual Fairy. Celestial Court had invested a huge amount of manpower into the River of Time. They were determined to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side only had Myriad Year flying warship. Even though it was rank 8, it was too weak in front of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's 6 Immortal Gu houses and 4 rank 8 Gu immortals surrounded Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship was in trouble, but Fang Yuan's voice was unhurried. He even had the mood to talk. Hee, you want to occupy the Stone Lotus Island? Since I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. Immortal killer move, Myriad Year hunting. A strange fragrance came from Myriad Year flying warship. It spread rapidly and caused countless beast roars in the surroundings. A wave of Year beast tide was brewing. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan worked together to snatch Red Lotus True Inheritance from Celestial Court, but Feng Jioga destroyed their plan and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This time, Fang Yuan made the same choice. He used Myriad Year hunting to activate a beast tide to attack the Stone Lotus Island. This method could be said to be Myriad Year flying warship's strongest method, but its weakness was also very obvious. The Year beast tide could not differentiate between friend and foe. It was actually targeting Myriad Year flying warship. Last time, Celestial Court's Gu immortals fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. They thought that Fang Yuan could control the beast tide. They slaughtered a large number of Year beasts and blocked many attacks for Myriad Year flying warship. After suffering a huge loss, Celestial Court's Gu immortals finally found out that Fang Yuan could not control this beast tide. Celestial Court's Gu immortals had already grasped the weakness of Myriad Year hunting. But this time, Fang Yuan used it on Celestial Court's weakness. Celestial Court was setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. They could not dodge it, they could only face it head-on. Gulu Ru snorted coldly. This scoundrel is truly vicious. Sure enough, he's using this move again. His expression was calm as he immediately dispatched his men. The Eternal Ship and the Shark Flow Lever quickly left the battlefield. At the same time, 9 Spiritual Fairy also jumped out of the Immortal Gu house, turning into an immemorial desolate beast and leaving the battlefield. The Celestial Court had the upper hand and Fang Yuan's Myriad Year flying warship was already surrounded, so the evacuation of these people could not be stopped. After leaving the battlefield, Eternal Yacht and Shark Flow Lever suddenly shined with a bright light. The aura of 2 years flow like water Immortal Gu spread everywhere. The beast tide that had just formed was attracted by these two immortal goo houses. 80% of them charged towards these two immortal goo houses. The remaining 20% was intercepted by 9 spiritual fairies, immemorial desolate beast, and used for her own purposes. It really is her. 9 spiritual fairy. Central Continent's history, an enslavement path and transformation path, dual cultivator, rank 8 great expert. The goo immortals inside myriad year flying warship had already recognized 9 spiritual fairy. At this moment, Fang Yuan's main body was still in Eastern Sea, only a lump of his will was inside the warship. The will thought about it and compared it with the previous life's memories. 9 spiritual fairy did not wake up in the previous life, but she woke up in this life, and in fact she woke up in advance. This was a completely different change. When she turned into an immemorial year beast, the river of time was no longer an obstacle to her. Even though the celestial court did not directly break myriad year hunting, they thought of a way to deal with it. They analyzed the principle of myriad year hunting, and from this aspect, they ingeniously resolved the year beast tide that had yet to fully form. Next, even if year beasts rushed over, they would only be a few, they would not pose a threat. This was the foundation of the celestial court. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had been enduring and hiding his methods. Once his methods were exposed, the celestial court would react quickly and make deductions to deal with him in the next battle. Daybreak sword was like this, torrential charge was like this, and myriad year hunting was also like this. The killer move myriad year hunting, which could change the situation, was broken by the celestial court before it could even take effect. The remaining 4 immortal goo houses surrounded myriad year flying warship and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan, use whatever methods you have. Gulu Ru sneered. Inside myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan's will was silent and did not reply. The battle continued. Myriad year flying warship was at a disadvantage, it could not turn the situation around. Even though it tried to break out of the encirclement, it did not succeed. The 4 immortal goo houses on the celestial court side were led by Moment Stage. It was also a rank 8 immortal goo house, and with the time path great expert Gu Lu Ru personally guarding it, Moment Stage was not inferior to myriad year flying warship. At the same time, the other 3 immortal goo houses assisted it. Their coordination with Moment Stage was not as simple as it seemed, it was very exquisite. Evidently, the goo immortals inside these immortal goo houses had not been slacking during this period, they had been training intensely, their battle strength had risen greatly. Fang Yuan is already a cornered beast, he is no longer a threat. We need to be careful, we cannot be careless when fighting this demon. Our river suppression lotus ceiling formation is almost complete, what else can Fang Yuan do to stop us? The morale of the goo immortals on the celestial court's side soared. Many of them could already see the scene of Fang Yuan's death. But right at this time, a majestic aura rose from the stone lotus island. Golden light blossomed as a gray stone giant slowly stood up. This giant was extremely tall, it had bulging muscles and thick fur, its eyes were shining with a fierce beast light. What monster is this? It has the aura of time path. We have not explored the stone lotus island yet, but we have already triggered the stone lotus island's guards. Oh no, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation is not complete yet. The expressions of the goo immortals on the celestial court's side changed. The giant roared fiercely, it emitted the roar of a dragon and tiger, the sound waves spread in all directions, creating huge waves around the island. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook intensely, the goo immortals who said it coughed out blood. Quick, stabilize the formation. The paper cage formation was broken, quickly repair it. Fourth class goo immortals, quickly reinforce us. The goo immortals who set up the formation were flustered. The gray stone giant roared as its arms shook, the muscles on its upper arms and forearms expanded to 3 times their original size like inflated balloons. A pitch-black bull horn grew out of his forehead. He lowered his head slightly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He opened his palms and faced each other. Countless streams of air whizzed and converged at the center of his palms, forming a surging vortex. Gu Lu Ru saw this and a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He could tell, these chi currents were only the surface, they were actually time path Dao marks. More and more time path Dao marks were extracted by the giant, gathering into a huge silver ball of light. The ball of light became larger, the giant roared as it exerted strength, its arms shook as it threw the silver ball out. The silver ball shot out like a meteor, creating huge winds and waves along the way. The central continent righteous path Gu immortals' pupils shrunk, they were shocked by the power of this silver ball. Quick, let us block it. Gu Lu Ru gritted his teeth. He braced himself as he controlled Moment Stage to block the silver ball. Boom. At the next moment, with a loud sound, the silver ball smashed onto Moment Stage. A terrifying force erupted. Moment Stage seemed to have fallen into a tornado. It resisted with all its might but was still sent flying backwards. We blocked it. Moment Stage finally stopped. Gu Lu Ru let out a breath of air. The front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed. It was filled with cracks. A large number of mortal Gu were dead. Even immortal Gu were damaged. The Gu immortals inside Moment Stage were already in a mess. They were no longer as relaxed as when they trapped Fang Yuan. They were trying to repair this immortal Gu house. The aftermath of the silver ball's explosion created intense winds and waves that crashed into the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. A large number of Gu worms died. The Gu immortals who set up the formation were extremely busy. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was futile. It started to condense the silver ball again. Gu Lu Ru saw this and gritted his teeth. He controlled Moment Stage to charge down. But when Moment Stage got close to the Stone Lotus Island, the Stone Lotus Island shined with a bright light. A formless force blocked Moment Stage. Using this time, the gray stone giant condensed another silver ball of light in its palms. The light ball shot out. Gu Lu Ru had no choice but to grit his teeth and use Moment Stage to block it again. Boom. With another loud sound from the intense explosion, the front of Moment Stage was completely destroyed. A large number of bricks and tiles flew out, turning into Gu worm corpses in the air. The gray stone giant saw that its attack was blocked again. It roared furiously and started to condense the silver ball of light again. Gu Lu Ru frowned deeply. This giant clearly has a time path method. It seems familiar. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had such a trump card. However, even if I know where it is, I can only block its attack and sacrifice the Moment platform to protect the river suppression lotus ceiling array in a short period of time. Thankfully we have Moment Stage. Gu Lu Ru felt some joy internally. The instant platform's signature technique was its position shift. It was capable of moving from one location to another in an instant. This was not a space path method, it was time path. It was not teleportation in essence, but it compressed the time that Moment Stage took to teleport to a single instant. If the distance was further, it would only take a few moments. Gu Lu Ru wanted to protect the formation. His goal was clear. As long as the formation was activated, it could isolate the inside from the outside. By then, the Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's arrangements on the island would be weakened and suppressed. Internally, it was like a strong layer of protection for the outside world. By then, even if Fang Yuan wanted to come in with this formation and several immortal Gu houses to defend him, it would be very difficult. Fang Yuan understood this too. Myriad Year Flying Warship charged left and right. The remaining immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. It was difficult to trap it. It was like a simple fishing net trying to trap a shark. Celestial Court's situation was deteriorating. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly. He left Moment Stage and joined in the encirclement of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was a time path great expert. He was like a fish in water in the river of time. With his help, Celestial Court stabilized its situation again. Persevere, we will win if we persevere. As long as we last this period, when the formation is set up, it will be Fang Yuan's death. Gu Lu Ru controlled the situation. He fought Myriad Year Flying Warship while raising the morale of his people. Finally, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was set up. The huge force formed a circular barrier that not only enveloped the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad Year Flying Warship. The formation activated. The gray stone giant grunted. It was greatly suppressed. Myriad Year hunting was also restricted. The fragrance could not spread out. It could not form a beast tide. Let's get rid of Fang Yuan first before exploring the Stone Lotus Island. Gu Lu Ru shouted. Without the threat of Myriad Year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 Spiritual Fairy returned and joined in the encirclement of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, this will be your burial ground. Gu Lu Ru's eyes shined with bright light. He had a cold expression. A generation's heavenly demon is going to die here? Feng Jioga narrowed his eyes. Inspiration regarding destiny song appeared in his mind. To prevent any problems from arising, let's kill him. Xing Yi Wang controlled Shark Flow Lever. His killing intent surged as he charged forward. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent. Her movements were not slow at all. She went behind Myriad Year Flying Warship and unleashed her aura, preparing a killer move. But at this time, Fang Yuan's cold laughter could be heard from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. Members of Celestial Court, you are all trapped. Do you still not know it? Before he finished speaking, the Stone Lotus Island shot out intense light. Dozens of huge water pillars rose from the river beside the island. The intense light and water pillars forcefully connected to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The expressions of the central continent Gu immortals inside the formation cores changed. Someone shouted in shock, "What's going on? We have lost control of the formation." Such a shocking change was not a small matter. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court had expressions of disbelief, but they had to believe it. This was all a trap set up by Feng Yuan. "I did not sacrifice a stone lotus island to trap him in vain, members of Celestial Court. This is not my place to die, it is yours." Feng Yuan had just finished speaking when the gray stone giant on the stone lotus island grew chicken wings on its back, feathers grew on its head, its mouth turned into a bird's beak and its hands turned into tiger claws. It flew out and charged into the encirclement to receive myriad-year flying worship. Gu Lu had a flash of inspiration. He finally recognized the gray stone giant. He was shocked and furious. This is the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. To think that it was Feng Yuan's method. This is all Feng Yuan's scheme. He has already obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. He can control the Stone Lotus Island. This 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation is likely the content of the True Inheritance. His Time Path Foundation has risen sharply. He can actually restrain our formation. We cannot stay here for long. Retreat. The 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court quickly discussed. They decided to retreat. But the awkward thing was, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation that they had spent all their effort to set up was now an obstacle that obstructed them. "You want to leave now? Too late." Feng Yuan's laughter could be heard from within myriad-year flying warship. Daybreak swords shot out and covered 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever. The gray stone giant roared as it pounced towards present and past pavilion. Waves surged around present and past pavilion, but the gray stone giant ignored them. It continued to charge forward and punch with its fist. The gray stone giant was too tall. Its fist was even larger than present and past pavilion. Before the fist even landed, tiger and dragon roars resounded in the battlefield. The fist force was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Feng Jioga squinted. The other Gu immortals were horrified. Facing this fist, they felt like the world was collapsing. Any attempt to dodge would be futile. They could not dodge. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire present and past pavilion was destroyed by the gray stone giant's fist. The Gu immortals inside suffered heavy casualties. Feng Jioga escaped in a sorry state. Moment stage. At the crucial moment, Moment stage teleported and caught Feng Jioga. Facing the approaching Moment stage, the gray stone giant did not even look at it. It turned around and ran towards Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple was a time path immortal Gu house of spirit affinity house. It was slightly weaker. As the gray stone giant approached, Sun and Moon Temple could not move in time. The giant was too fast. In the river of time with the power of the Stone Lotus Island, its battle strength was simply unheard of. Boom. With a second explosion, Sun and Moon Temple exploded. Most of the Gu immortals were dead. No. Gu Lu gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. His body was shaking with hatred. Celestial Court's Gu immortals lost their momentum. They tried to retreat. The gray stone giant's battle strength made them feel despair. Eastern Sea above Qi Sea. The Gu immortals' eyes shined brightly as they looked at Qi Sea ancestor and Black Soul Sea area's Jianghu. Jianghu was a lone cultivator, but he was rank 8. Everyone in Eastern Sea knew about him. The immortals did not expect him to challenge Qi Sea ancestor. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Back then, when Long fought with Qi Sea ancestor, only Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songxing had witnessed it, and they were both righteous path Gu immortals. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Sea ancestor smiled lightly. "Gu immortal Jianghu, you have guts, but can you take one move from me?" Jianghu smiled proudly. "Ancestor, you are looking down on me, let alone one move, ugh." He stopped abruptly. The other Gu immortals' expressions changed. At that instant, they felt the entire world buzzing. Qi currents came from all directions in response. The surrounding 10,000 li felt the pressure rise sharply. The immortals' pupils shrunk. They broke out in cold sweat. They felt the endless pressure. They were like insects in amber. They were extremely weak. What killer move is this? This is Qi Sea ancestor's method? We are only affected. How much pressure is Zhang Yin, who is at the center of it, facing? The immortals looked over. They saw that Zhang Yin's face was red. He was motionless in the air. His eyes were wide open. He struggled, but he could only tremble. He could not break free. The immortals' hearts shook intensely. A rumbling sound could be heard from above them. The Eastern Sea immortals quickly looked up, their expressions turning pale. They saw a giant hand completely made of chi currents. It was pale and transparent. It stretched for 1,000 li, covering the sky. The giant hand pressed down. The Eastern Sea immortals felt suffocated. It was like a mountain was crashing down on their heads. What kind of power is this? If I did not see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. This is probably comparable to a rank 9, right? Chi Si ancestor. At the banquet, many Gu immortals stood up unconsciously. Their bodies were shaking as they panicked. Zhang Yin screamed with all his might. His body shined with dark light. There was also a weak lightning reaction. But he could not break free. He was firmly fixed in the air. This scene made Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel their hearts pounding. It seems that Zhang Yin has already used all his strength, but he cannot break free? Is Zhang Yin going to die here? Chi Si ancestor's battle strength is so terrifying. Is he trying to use Zhang Yin's life to establish his might in Eastern Sea? It was hard to imagine that a rank 8 Gu immortal could not even retaliate against Chi Si ancestor. But the truth was right in front of them. Song Qiyuan and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals had to believe it. The giant chi current hand got close to Zhang Yin and suddenly collapsed. It passed through Zhang Yin and stuck to Chi Si. There was no earth-shattering explosion. After the giant chi current hand touched Chi Si, it quickly disintegrated and merged into Chi Si. Zhang Yin regained his freedom. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He had a look of lingering fear. His eyes were wide open as he breathed roughly. Look at Chi Si. Song Yishur called out. The immortals looked over. They saw that the vast and dangerous Chi Si with countless whirlpools had been flattened. It was like a mirror. The Eastern Sea immortals were shaken. Many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestor's divine might Jr. is in awe. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air. He bowed dejectedly. Thank you for showing mercy, ancestor. Chi Si ancestor was still sitting at the main seat. His eyelids seemed to be closing. He waved his sleeves lightly. Take a seat. Thank you, ancestor. Zhang Yin sat down amidst the deathly silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing. Those who were sitting were not much better. They were like statues. Chi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. They were completely shaken. Ancestor's divine might. After a while, Song Qiyuan reacted. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Ancestor's divine might. Shin Songxing also stood up and bowed. Ancestor's divine might. Ancestor's divine might. Countless Eastern Sea Gu immortals bowed. They were all in awe. Fang Yuan smiled. He said plainly, "Please take a seat. The banquet will begin." Chapter 1897. The Stone Lotus Island ambush planned by Fang Yuan had ended. Bright light still filled Celestial Court, but in Central Great Hall, the atmosphere was heavy. At the crucial moment, Gu Lu risked his life to block myriad-year flying warship. We barely survived. 9 spiritual fairy said as she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with tears. Gu Lu risked his life to defend them appeared in front of her again. 9 spiritual fairy had a beautiful appearance. She liked to wear large robes. She usually had long sleeves and had a majestic aura. But now she was bathed in blood. She was covered in injuries. Her large robe was tattered and hanging down. 9 spiritual fairies' thin and weak body was wrapped in the robe, showing a never-before-seen weakness. In this battle in the River of Time, Celestial Court had the absolute advantage at the start, but they lost in the end. All 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed. Only 9 spiritual fairy and Feng Jioge managed to escape. Feng Jioge was also in the hall now. He did not have his usual elegance. His eyes were dim. They were no longer bright. They showed a perplexed expression. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She told the two to recuperate. She already knew about the entire battle situation. She called 9 spiritual fairy over to ask for more details and clues. To think that the Stone Lotus Island is in Fang Yuan's hands, how did he do it? We did not sense anything at all. Fairy Myrtle deduced silently but could not find any clues. Precisely because of this mistake, Celestial Court lost in this battle. Everything was within Fang Yuan's calculations. They lost too miserably. Duke Long smiled bitterly. The truth is, we had guessed that Fang Yuan had a Red Lotus true inheritance before. But in the previous battle, myriad-year flying warship was forced to run around by us. Even using the dangers of the River of Time was useless. Now it seemed that Fang Yuan had purposely arranged that battle. Firstly, it was to attract our attention so that he could fight for the Dragon Palace. Secondly, it was to pave the way for this battle and show weakness to the enemy. What a cunning and sinister devil. Then, when did Fang Yuan obtain the true teachings of the Red Lotus? If he had obtained it recently, then so be it. If he had set foot on the Stone Lotus Islands a long time ago, that would be even more terrifying, Fairy Myrtle thought as she felt a chill run down her spine. Now the Celestial Court was facing a very difficult situation. However, no matter how difficult the predicament was, the Celestial Court had to face it directly. There was no room for evasion. Duke Long said solemnly, "Even if Fang Yuan obtains a copy of Red Lotus True Legacy and grasps the 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation, we still have to continue investing our strength in the River of Time." Of course. Red Lotus had more than one true inheritance. If Fang Yuan obtained a second or third one, he would be even more terrifying. For the Celestial Court, the River of Time was a place they had to defend. Red Lotus True Inheritance was something they had to fight for. This problem might only be alleviated and improved after Fate Gu was successfully repaired. But now the Celestial Court had to start anew. 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed, they had to build another 6 or even 10. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a solemn expression. In this aspect she had the same opinion as Duke Long, but Fairy Myrtle had a troubled expression. There was a difficulty in this. To continue investing Time Path resources in the River of Time, the most direct way was to send Time Path Gu Immortals. But because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the accumulation of Time Path Gu Immortals in Celestial Court was very weak. Without Time Path Great Experts they could only use Time Path Immortal Gu houses to supplement them. The Celestial Court suddenly lost 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. The losses were too severe, they needed a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to rebuild them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jiogo were alive, they did not bring back many Immortal Gu. The Celestial Court needed to refine a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to build Immortal Gu houses. Among them, Gu refinement immortal materials were not a problem. The Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea, it had been accumulated for millions of years, it was not just for show. The Celestial Court had 3 treasure vaults of 1 million, they were named Front, Middle and Back. The 3 vaults corresponded to the time span of 1 million years. The accumulation of the Celestial Court in the past 1 million years was all used in the corresponding vaults. Any one of these vaults was much more than the total vaults of the 10 great ancient sections. Old Ancestor Shui, who had spent all of his fortune to refine a rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to attempt to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Ordinary super forces would suffer huge losses when refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. But for the Celestial Court, not to mention one rank 8 Immortal Gu, even if they refined 10, their foundation would not be damaged. The Celestial Court did not lack immortal materials, what it lacked were refinement path great experts. Yuan Qiongdu was a refinement path expert, he had been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If he had to refine the lost time path Immortal Gu house, it would be too difficult for him. He was only one person, his energy was limited. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts walked out of the immortal graveyard, that would be great. Fairy Myrtle thought to herself. Regretfully, the immortal graveyard could not be manipulated by outsiders, she could not awaken any Gu immortal she wanted. Duke Long also realized this problem, he thought about it and said, "Then gather the refinement path Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, and even other sects, manage them and recruit them into the Celestial Court, let them work together to refine time path Immortal Gu." Fairy Myrtle nodded, Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of repairing Fate Gu, if there was no movement from the immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court could only do this to resolve their current problem. Fairy Myrtle sighed in her heart. If we had invaded Langya sect back then and taken in the entire sect, that would have been great. The problem now was not a problem, but Langya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The Celestial Court lost the initiative at the first step, they were restrained step by step. In contrast, Fang Yuan repeatedly used his advantage in refinement path to give the Celestial Court a hard time. Yuan Qiongdu was the one who felt this the most. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had heavy hearts. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a huge blow to the Celestial Court. But the River of Time was only one aspect, the Celestial Court's situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. In Western Desert, Fang Dichang refined Divine Bean Palace and led Fang Clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere, it had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si Ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. Zhang Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si Ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared and a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended primordial origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, he told the Eastern Sea immortals honestly. His battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained primordial origin's Qi path true inheritance from the celestial court. Duke Long continued, since Qi Si ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the celestial court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi Si ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long, but he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the celestial court that had the complete primordial origin true inheritance was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi Si ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi Si ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu immortal great experts. Qi Si ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using lifespan Gu. He was already so old he might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi Si ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, since Qi Si ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi Si ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi Si ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us. Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi Si ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the outer realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The celestial court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea above Qi Si. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu immortals did was to pay respects to Qi Si ancestor, to pay their respects to the number one immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhang Yin was defeated, Qi Si ancestor became the publicly recognized number one person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Fang Yuan. Together with the activation of the immortal formation under Qi Si ancestor's attack was so shocking. Nobody knew that Zhang Yin was controlled. Even Duke Long did not know about Dream Token. In the previous life, after he seized Dragon Palace, he learned about the secret of the 4 dragon generals. Nobody could guess that Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan were the same person. After all, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, while Qi Si ancestor was a genuine rank 8. Fang Yuan had been trying to hide the sovereign immortal aperture's secret. He gave up on some small benefits and obtained several times the benefits here. Xia Baoshu came. His face was handsome and gentle like jade. He had a graceful bearing and the appearance of a noble young master. He was a renowned independent cultivator in the Eastern Sea. He had a unique method to nurture vicissitude trees. He was once a major producer of Yeargu, but this business was ruined by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had even worked with Yu Xianzi to snatch Central Continent's moonlight mushrooms. Zui Xianwen came. He was a rare food path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. He was also the owner of Eastern Sea's Wine Sea. He had a huge collection of wine. He held a grand banquet every year. This time he brought 1,000 jars of top-quality wine. They were specially given to Qi Si ancestor. 7 Seas Snake Lady came. This venomous woman was beautiful on the outside but ruthless on the inside. Even though she was a lone immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. This showed her strength. At the same time, she was publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. Her reputation was on par with Song Yishe. Great Treasury Immortal also came. This person cultivated information path. He was dressed like a scholar. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a graceful demeanor. In the previous life, he attacked Central Continent and stole Milan Guang's rank 7 immortal material electrolytic iron starflower. The Qi Si banquet caused a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. All sorts of people showed up. Among them there were more lone immortals than the righteous path. Eastern Sea had more lone immortals than the other 4 regions. After all, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. At the same time, the righteous path had many territories. Gu immortals were needed to defend them. Lone immortals had much more freedom. Central Continent Gu immortal Jun Xinguang pays respects to Qi Si ancestor with a gift. I came uninvited, please forgive me. Celestial Court Rank 8 Jun Xinguang appeared. The banquet went silent, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan chuckled, he was still nonchalant. An esteemed guest has come, what crime is there to offend? The sea is tolerant of all rivers, tolerance is great. My Eastern Sea is tolerant of all things, how can we not have such magnanimity? Please take a seat. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, another seat appeared. Even though it was a seat of honor, it was below the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu immortal. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals' expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the region that could accept outside Gu immortals the most among the 5 regions, but it was still xenophobic. The Central Continent Gu immortals' arrival was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he had been waiting for the Celestial Court's envoy to appear. Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He spoke, "Everyone, please listen to me." The banquet became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan to speak. Jun Xinguang saw this and was inwardly shocked. Qi Si ancestor had only appeared for a short period of time. His reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this level. Nobody dared to ignore Qi Si ancestor's words, not even a single word or word. Fang Yuan did not speak much, but he clearly expressed his political opinion. Peaceful coexistence, mutual exchange. Upholding justice and resolving disputes. In the end he said, this banquet isn't just a gathering of everyone. It's also a trade fair, an auction, and an arena. If you have any disputes, I can host it. Everyone in Eastern Sea will be the witnesses. We can gamble and resolve the conflict. If you have any resource needs or want to sell, you can come forward and state your request. From now on, I will hold a Qi Si banquet at this time every year. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is selfless and righteous. We are in deep admiration. The Eastern Sea immortals praised. Jun Xinguang's heart shook. Qi Si ancestor's actions would greatly increase his influence in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Strong strength would make people revere him, while huge benefits would make people scramble for them. Moreover, Qi Si banquets would be held every year. Chapter 1898. Qi Si Banquet. The transaction was ongoing. A Gu immortal walked up to the stage. He wore a black robe and had messy hair. He raised his head and showed his true appearance. It was Eastern Sea lone immortal Wu Maiyang. Wu Maiyang had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He seemed to be injured. He coughed as he took out a shell that floated in the air. The Eastern Sea immortals looked at it. Many recognized it and showed disappointed expressions. This was just a small music clam. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Music clams were ordinary shells that contained sound path Dao marks. If it grew to desolate beast level, the size of the shell would increase. It would become a giant music clam. When it reached ancient desolate beast level, the music clam would shrink again. It would become a small music clam. The small music clam that Wu Maiyang took out had a dead aura. It was clearly lifeless. It was just a rank 7 sound path immortal material. But Wu Maiyang laughed coldly. Everyone calm down. How can I embarrass myself in Ancestor's banquet? I am not selling this small music clam. I am selling the sound stored inside. Saying so, Wu Maiyang bowed towards Fang Yuan. Ancestor, please forgive me for being rude. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Qi Si ancestor, nodded lightly. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan and Wu Maiyang had met before. Back then in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had sold Bone Spike Immortal Gu to Wu Maiyang. After getting Fang Yuan's permission, Wu Maiyang turned around and used his method to open a crack in the small music clam. Immediately, all the Gu immortals present heard a crying sound. This sound was very weak. It was soft and gentle. It had a unique beauty to it, but if one tried to investigate it, they would be bound by this sound and sink into it, unable to free themselves. Mortals had no way of escaping. Even Gu immortals would suffer light injuries or even death at worst. However, after Wu Maiyang released the sound, the small music clam did not emit any more sounds. Many of the Gu immortals sighed as they became alert. They knew that they had fallen for a trick. This is the rank 7 immortal material ghostly wailing sound. Fang Yuan said plainly. Ancestor, you have great insight. I am willing to use this ghostly wailing sound to exchange for a rank 7 dark path immortal material. It would be best if you have black hole wood or dark line seaweed. Wu Meiyang said. The immortals below the stage were silent for a moment before a Gu immortal said, I have dark line seaweed. Wu Meiyang nodded with a joyful expression. Just as he was about to reply, another person spoke, I have the black hole wood, I'll trade it for your ghostly whale. After some negotiation, Wu Meiyang walked down the stage in satisfaction. In recent years, earth trenches had appeared frequently in the 5 regions. Although East Sea had the fewest earth trenches, it still brought a wave of rich cultivation resources. The ghost wailing sound that Wu Meiyang collected might have come from there. Even though Eastern Sea's Gu immortals often interacted with each other and held many auctions, the scale was very small, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's auction. The Qi Sea banquet was going to involve the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Jewel Yellow Skies' transactions were also increasing due to the earth trenches. But transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies required a fee. Jewel Yellow Skies' fee varied according to the intensity of the treasure light, thus the more precious and valuable the item, the higher the fee. Rank 7 immortal materials were quite expensive. Wu Meiyang naturally tried to save as much as possible. After Wu Meiyang got off the stage, the next Gu immortal went up and took out a lump of fire to sell. This lump of fire had a yellow core and an orange-red exterior, it was filled with a deathly aura. Once it was taken out, the surrounding air became dry like a desert, the temperature rose rapidly. This is Drought Zombie Flame. The Gu immortal who sold this fire smiled. He came from an Eastern Sea superforce, Su clan. His name was Su Luan, he belonged to the Righteous Path. The order Fang Yuan arranged was 1 Righteous Path member and 1 lone cultivator, alternating between the 2 sides. This rule was clearly considerate of Eastern Sea's lone immortals, it was very popular among them. Even better, there were no demonic path Gu immortals, this showed Qi Sea ancestors' political attitude. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path did not feel any disgust towards this, after all, Qi Sea ancestor was an Eastern Sea lone immortal. The Drought Zombie Flame caused a huge commotion, it was a rank 8 flame, Fang Yuan had to wave his hand to restrain the flame into a lump. Only then did the temperature and humidity of the Qi Sea banquet return to normal. I'm sure many of you recognize this flame. But today I am not just selling this flame, I am also selling the Drought Immortal Zombie Lifespan Extension method. This method can allow Gu immortals who are nearing the end of their lifespan to use this flame to cultivate into a Drought Immortal Zombie. Everyone has heard of the Drought Immortal Zombie, it has battle strength that rivals rank 8 Gu immortals. Su Luan continued. But the Gu immortals present lacked interest. Right now, everyone knew about the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu. Once Fate Gu was repaired, immortal zombies would likely cease to exist. Once Fate is repaired, the world would not allow the living dead to exist, those who deserve to die would die. Thus, the prospects of cultivating a Drought Immortal Zombie were not bright. After a long while, a Gu immortal asked, can rank 7 Gu immortals also cultivate to become a Drought Immortal Zombie? Su Luan nodded, of course. But the Drought Immortal Zombie body that is cultivated will not be complete, it can only be considered a small drought demon, its battle strength will also be limited to rank 7. He was not boasting, in this situation there were experts everywhere, he might be exposed. By then he would be publicly lying to Qi Sea ancestor. Offending such a rank 8 great expert was not something that Su Luan or Su clan wanted to see. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path representatives came to attend the banquet, which one of them did not offer gifts. Only a few lone and demonic path Gu immortals did so. After all, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces had huge businesses, they needed to build a good relationship with Qi Sea ancestor. As for the majority of loose immortals and fiendish cultivators, they were free and independent. Su Luan did not succeed in the end. But some Gu immortals expressed interest and were willing to negotiate. If Su Luan could lower the price, there might be a chance of success. This Drought Zombie Flame is likely from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan thought to himself, the Shadow Sect inheritance that he obtained had a list of Zombie Alliance's inventory, among them, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had several Drought Zombie Flames. Back then, when Spectral Soul defied heaven and refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance's identities were exposed. After Spectral Soul failed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's strength was diverted, it became almost an empty nest, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path worked together to exterminate it. Looking at its location, Su clan was one of the super forces closest to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Other than him, there were also Qingyu clan, Song clan and Hua clan. After the Drought Zombie Flame, another Eastern Sea Gu immortal walked up. He walked carefully, glancing at Qi Sea ancestor from time to time. But Fang Yuan did not react, his eyes were closed and he looked calm. This Eastern Sea Gu immortal relaxed slightly, he let out a breath of air and said in a hoarse voice, "I am here to exchange for an immortal Gu." Saying so, he opened his palm, revealing an immortal Gu inside. Instantly, the smell of blood permeated the air. The immortal's heart skipped a beat. This was the first immortal Gu transaction since the start of the banquet. The immortals looked over, seeing that this Gu resembled a ladybug. It was small and exquisite. The ladybug's shell was bright red, its belly and head were black like iron. If one listened carefully, they could hear a heartbeat coming from the ladybug's body. This heartbeat was very weak at first, but if one continued to listen, the heartbeat would get louder and louder. It would resonate with the Gu immortal's heartbeat, affecting the Gu immortal's heartbeat. The immortals were shocked. Some of the rank 6 Gu immortals with weaker cultivation level grunted, some had pale expressions, they were clearly hit. What immortal Gu is this? Even Gu immortals are injured, mortals cannot get close to it. It is clearly a blood path immortal Gu. This drowning elder is so daring, he is actually selling a blood path immortal Gu at the Qi banquet. Is he not afraid of Qi ancestor and Eastern Sea's righteous path attacking him? Drowning elder is a demonic immortal to begin with, who in Eastern Sea does not know that? Ancestor did not say that demonic path Gu immortals could go up, but he actually walked up openly. The immortals discussed, the righteous path Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Drowning elder had killed countless people, but he was feeling uneasy now. He cultivated water path, but he countered ordinary water path Gu immortals. He had drowned countless mortals, he had even killed many righteous path Gu immortals. He was a person with countless crimes. Even now he was still wanted by 5 Eastern Sea super forces. Normally, the righteous path Gu immortals would have attacked him already, but this was the Qi banquet, it was Qi ancestors' venue, who would dare to not give him face. As for how to deal with drowning elder, almost all the Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still calm as if he was taking a nap, he did not say a word, he was still calm and composed. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan for a while, they gradually understood what was going on. It seemed that Qi ancestor would not make a move. Drowning elder was excited, he had made the right bet. He was very daring, otherwise why would he go against Eastern Sea's righteous path? At the same time he was very meticulous, he did not take the risk blindly. Since ancestor allowed me to join, it means he does not intend to deal with me. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty, how could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, drowning elder spoke again. This is rank 7 heart blood immortal Gu, I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea, who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many Gu immortals started to bid. None of them were from the righteous path. Blood path was created by Qi ancestor and flourished for a while, but it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions righteous path. Blood Sea ancestor was very capable, he actually created a blood path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing blood path to be passed down, even the righteous path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of immortal Gu could only be done by exchanging Gu for Gu. There was no bidding, it depended on which immortal Gu drowning elder wanted. There were many Gu immortals who were willing to exchange, many of them took out water path immortal Gu to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most water path immortal Gu, the number of water path immortal Gu was also the largest in the 5 regions. This heart blood immortal Gu seemed to have extraordinary power, it might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu immortals could not cultivate multiple paths, because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many Gu immortals who cultivated blood path in Eastern Sea, most of them were main cultivators, some were rank 7, a few were rank 6 and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators, to think that a heart blood immortal Gu would cause so many blood path Gu immortals to appear. Fang Yuan however was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, blood path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of blood path Gu immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, blood path became even more popular, there was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this heart blood immortal Gu. In Song Zixing's inheritance, there is a killer move, using heart blood immortal Gu as the core is the most suitable. Fang Yuan had a thought when Zhang Yin spoke, I want this heart blood immortal Gu, I also have several rank 7 water path immortal Gu, you can choose from them. Also I will owe you a favor. Chapter 1899. Once Zhang Yin made a move with the power of a rank 8, many competitors immediately gave up. Not to mention that they could not compete with a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even if they could, they would offend this rank 8 Lone Immortal. Sometimes, Lone Immortals were scarier than Righteous Path rank 8s, because they were unrestrained and free. They did not have as many concerns as Righteous Path forces. As for why Zhang Yin was interested in Heart Blood Immortal Gu, that was his own problem. The Gu Immortals present could not ask. As the representative of Celestial Court, Jun Xinguang saw this and felt even more worried. Qi Si Ancestor was hosting this banquet. Immortal Gu and immortal materials were being traded openly. It satisfied the cultivation needs of many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals would have abundant cultivation resources. Their strength would definitely increase. This was a good thing for Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, but for Celestial Court it was not so good. Especially when Qi Si Ancestor announced earlier that such Qi Si banquets would be held every year. This frequency was too high. Jun Xinguang could not help but think. Qi Si Ancestor, do you have nothing better to do holding a banquet every year? Aren't you tired? Different from Jewel Yellow Skies and the other auctions, you do not charge any fees. What are you after? It seems that Qi Si Ancestor is not without ambition. He is nurturing his reputation. Using the Qi Si banquet, he can consolidate his reputation every year. In the future, be it joining Celestial Court or staying in Eastern Sea, it will be good. I heard that Qi Si Ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people travel in Eastern Sea with Qi Si Ancestor's name, they will definitely be welcomed by everyone. Jun Xinguang was a rank 8 of Celestial Court. He naturally had his own strategies. He gradually realized some things. Right at this time, a message came from Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle informed Jun Xinguang, asking him to cooperate with other Gu Immortals and secretly purchase Heart Blood Immortal Gu for them. Jun Xinguang frowned. He was not wondering why Celestial Court needed this Blood Path Immortal Gu. The truth was, Celestial Court had been researching Blood Path. They had great results. Jun Xinguang only felt troubled. He replied, the situation has changed again. Just earlier, Zhang Yin took action and offered a high price for Heart Blood Immortal Gu. Fairy Zi Wei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment before arranging. Then watch from the sidelines. I will arrange the others. Jun Xinguang was Heavenly Court's representative. If he competed with Zhang Yin for a Blood Path Immortal Gu, it would greatly affect Heavenly Court's reputation. In Fairy Myrtle's plan, he was only. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi Si banquet. Among the participants, there were people like Jun Xinguang who had rank 8 cultivation level on the surface. There were also hidden members with rank 6 or 7 cultivation level. Haha, what a coincidence. I am also interested in this Heart Blood Immortal Gu. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Just as Zhang Yin thought the situation was set, this Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal joined the fray. This startled the immortals. Even Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun had participated in the fight for the Dragon Palace. He had an immortal Gu house called Fragrant Horse Carriage. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found traces of Fang Yuan. Let Fang Yuan's dream of the Oriole fall through. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu House's resistance and take it. After doing this, Yang Jun immediately concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. When Fate Gu repaired itself, Yang Jun did not appear to help the Celestial Court. During the battle, the Celestial Court was in a tight spot. It was impossible for them to hold back. But Yang Jun did not appear. This proved that he was not a true member of the Celestial Court. It was likely that he had some sort of agreement with the Celestial Court. He had to help them once. Then this time, is he helping the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan had a thought. This was not easy to deduce. Even with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he lacked crucial clues. He could not make a judgment. Regardless of whether this was the case, Fang Yuan secretly ordered Zhang Yin to be forceful and try to obtain this immortal Gu. Thus, Zhang Yin smiled. Yang Jun, to speak the truth, I am very interested in this immortal Gu. If you insist, why don't we spar once? Yang Jun frowned slightly, thinking, Zhang Yin is going all out to obtain this immortal Gu? Qi Si Ancestor could defeat him in one move because he is too strong. If I fight him, it will be a draw. Sai, should I persist or help the Celestial Court? Yang Jun fell into hesitation. Back then, when he was in dire straits, he received help from the Celestial Court. He owed the Celestial Court a favor. This debt was too huge. It gradually became a sore point for Yang Jun. Yang Jun thought about it. He decided to repay the Celestial Court's favor and fulfill the alliance agreement. This is a good opportunity. If I do not make a move now during the Five Regions chaotic war, when the Celestial Court asks me to deal with the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, I cannot go back on my word, I can only do it. Thankfully, I have some understanding of Drowning Elder's situation. Thinking up to this point, Yang Jun smiled. Fellow immortal Zhang Yin, please calm down. Our spar is not important, this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu belongs to Drowning Elder. I believe that he will be interested in the Water Path Immortal Gu I take out. Saying so, Yang Jun took out an Immortal Gu. Drowning Elder saw this and was overjoyed. He shouted, I'll trade, I want this Immortal Gu. Zhang Yin was stunned. What should he do in this situation? Under everyone's gazes, he could not snatch it. Qi ancestor would definitely make a move. Even though he was in cahoots with the main body, they were putting on an act now. They had their own standpoints. They had to put on an act. Zhang Yin could not make a move, neither could the main body, Qi ancestor. Right at this time, Yang Jun took the initiative to leave. He grabbed Heart-Blood Immortal Gu and threw the Water Path Immortal Gu to the other party. The immortals showed strange expressions. Yang Jun moved very quickly. He used an immortal killer move. Wasn't he too impatient? Yang Jun let out a breath of air like he was relieved of a heavy burden. He sat down and placed Heart-Blood Immortal Gu into Jewel Yellow Skies. Buying and selling Immortal Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies was expensive, but the Celestial Court was a huge organization. They did not care about this. Fairy Myrtle obtained Heart-Blood Immortal Gu and immediately gave it to someone else. This person cultivated in Demon Judgment Board all year round. After obtaining this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu, he shouted in joy, I have succeeded. He jumped out of Demon Judgment Board. Immediately the surrounding 100 li was filled with blood light. Fragrance assaulted the senses. Immortal music resounded in the sky. 8-petal blood flowers were flying in the sky. He was tall and handsome. He had a smile on his face. There was a headband on his head. There was a blood-colored halo behind his head. There seemed to be a formless staircase in the air, allowing him to walk down step by step. Guiyue Fangjing was cultivating in front of Demon Judgment Board. Seeing this, he quickly knelt down. Fangjing pays respects to Master. Get up, my disciple. I obtained a crucial Immortal Gu. The blood path method that I have conceived in my life now has its core and foundation. I have been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years. It is time for me to come out. This rank 8 Gu immortal had a gentle tone. He stretched out his hand. A force appeared out of nowhere and helped Guiyue Fangjing up. Fangjing cupped his fists again. Disciple congratulates Master. Ever since he was captured by Shen Tsongxing in Eastern Sea, he was redeemed by the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling observed his luck and suggested to Fairy Myrtle to let him become the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long discussed and agreed. Fangjing came to Demon Judgment Board to cultivate, becoming the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It had a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, the Celestial Court felt danger. A predecessor of the Celestial Court found the wild blood relation Immortal Gu according to the revelation of Fate Gu. Blood relation Immortal Gu was rank 8. After being captured by the Celestial Court, it was added to Demon Judgment Board. This caused any blood path cultivator in the world, as long as they had not reached rank 9, to be sensed by Demon Judgment Board. The Celestial Court relied on the accurate information on Demon Judgment Board and used cruel methods to eliminate Central Continent's blood path while it was still growing. Moreover, they selectively informed the other 4 regions about Demon Judgment Board's information, causing the other regions' righteous path to be more effective in suppressing blood path. Blood path had never truly prospered. It was firmly suppressed. Demon Judgment Board could be said to be the greatest contributor. After blood path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor, the Celestial Court had been researching it. Their results were higher than any other superforce in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, cultivated blood path. He had been in close cultivation in Demon Judgment Board, studying it painstakingly. His research was extremely fruitful, allowing the Celestial Court to be at the forefront of blood path in the 5 regions. With a flash of light, 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared in front of Red Heart Traveler. Dao friend Red Heart, I have come to meet up with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fang clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly. Before leaving, he reminded Guiyue Fangjing. Demon Judgment Board cannot be without a lord for a single day. Fangjing is my disciple. After I leave, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord. My inheritance is left in the board. Not only that, the previous Demon Judgment Board Lords have more or less their cultivation experiences. From now on, you will cultivate in Demon Judgment Board. It will be greatly beneficial to you. I hope you will persevere. Do not slack off and waste this fortuitous opportunity. Yes, Master, disciple will follow Master's teachings. I will not forget it for even a moment. Guyue Fangjing promptly answered. Red Heart Traveler nodded and left. His relationship with Guyue Fangjing was very shallow. If not for Fairy Myrtle's order, he would not have taken Guyue Fangjing as his disciple. This master-disciple relationship was of great help to him. Luck path is truly mystical. Earlier, when Senior Qin Dingling found me, she advised me. If I take Fangjing as my disciple, I will be able to use his luck to enhance my own cultivation. I did not expect there to be such great results so quickly. Before I leave, I want to pay a visit to Senior Qin Dingling, Red Heart Traveler said with deep emotions. 9 Spiritual Fairy nodded. She did not lack this bit of time. Qin Dingling returned to Celestial Court. She had an Immortal Gu Palace as her residence. The two paid their respects to Qin Dingling. The latter observed their luck and saw that 9 Spiritual Fairies' luck had 9 bright lights. They were clear and moving like green leaves after a storm. Disaster was averted and fortune came. It had a flourishing aura. Red Heart Traveler's luck was like a sun in the sky. It was also like a blood pill, full and smooth without any flaws. It was rising from the clouds. It was grand and majestic. It had a grand aura. This was a reflection of Red Heart Traveler's many years of closed cultivation. Once he came out and roamed the world, he would shine brightly and his name would spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Dingling smiled and told the two. This business would be smooth as long as they followed the prescribed order. There would be no twists and turns. The two bid farewell to Qin Dingling and flew in the sky towards Central Heaven Gate. On the way they passed by Embroidered Tower and saw a Gu Immortal standing in front of the tower in a daze, not moving at all. 9 Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and sighed. This is Feng Jioga. After his defeat in the River of Time, he became dispirited. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, his expression solemn. He is comprehending the Tao. When I was in closed cultivation in the board, I would occasionally fall into this state. I cannot disturb him. 9 Spiritual Fairy revealed an expression of surprise. Oh? No wonder Fairy Myrtle left him alone. I am ashamed. I have inherited the 9 Spirit Transformation inheritance. I have always cultivated it according to the prescribed order. I have never modified it, so I do not know the truth. Red Heart Traveler consoled with a smile. Fairy's 9 Spirit Transformation is the top transformation path inheritance of our celestial court. After being modified by generations of predecessors, I am afraid it has already reached a stage where it cannot be modified anymore. Although he cultivated blood path, his temperament was extremely good. He treated people warmly like a spring breeze. 9 Spiritual Fairy smiled. Back then, when Master taught me the true inheritance, he said that my aptitude was lacking. I can only be envious of geniuses like you. Chapter 1900. Eastern Sea. Swish swish swish. Waves surged, hitting the reefs on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Evil winds howled. The weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Gu Immortals hiding here. The 4 Gu Immortals were all injured. One was lying on the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing their injuries. A moment later, one of them coughed intensely, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing. They gathered around him with concern. The one who coughed out blood was Miao Mingshen. This Gu Immortal cultivated space path. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was very famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. He had a wide network and influence. He was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang and Gui Qiyi, followed Miao Mingshen's lead. The 4 formed a tight group. But now, among them, Gui Qiyi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in a dangerous situation. Miao Mingshen wiped the blood from his mouth. He had a pale expression as he spoke with difficulty. My injuries, cough cough, are not important. The important thing is old Gui's condition. That's right, Gui Qiyi was hit by the ice poison starfish's thorns. We cannot cure this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice-poison starfish's thorns are tricky, I heard that Su Qin and Fairy Jiu can save him. Miao Mingxin shook his head, sighing. Fairy Jiu and Ren Xiaoping have a secret relationship, I know about it already. Su Qin is attending the Qi banquet now, we cannot expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves for old Gui's injuries. I intend to use the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. With this water, we can get rid of the ice thorn starfish's poison. Lord. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were moved. Miao Mingxin laughed heartily. A mere rank 8 immortal material can save my life, it is worth it. Speaking of which, we have to thank this demon Fang Yuan. If not for him defeating the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would not be buying time path immortal materials so crazily in jewel yellow skies. Immortal Hua Dai nodded and sighed. Yeah, this demon Fang Yuan actually obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and can control the Stone Lotus Islands. The Celestial Court has suffered a huge setback this time. The losses are too great. Feng Jiang said worriedly, Fang Yuan is too cunning, the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Now that Fang Yuan had obtained the true legacy of the Red Lotus, he was truly powerful. If we don't stop him, Fang Yuan will become even more terrifying and pose a threat to the entire world. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Ah Feng, you are worrying too much. A person like Fang Yuan can come and go as he pleases, how can we compare to him? The world is so big, can we even meet him? Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. The Celestial Court will not let him off, we just need to watch the show. This time, Fang Yuan used the Stone Lotus Islands to trap the Celestial Court. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. He displayed the image of the Celestial Court's defeat in jewel yellow skies for all the Gu immortals in the world to see. This way, Fang Yuan's fame and reputation rose again. The Celestial Court's reputation was dealt a heavy blow again. It was reasonable for Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to know about this. But they did not know that in the past, when Fang Yuan pretended to be Chuing, he had interacted with them and saved their lives. Fang Yuan was right beside them. Miao Mingxin sighed faintly. He was an ambitious person, he was not willing to live a peaceful life. If not for this, he would not have given in to others and made friends with so many Gu immortals, uniting Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi. As an ambitious Gu immortal, he had complex emotions towards Fang Yuan's rise. Fang Yuan rose too quickly, in less than 100 years he went from Immortal Gu Master to a rank 7 Gu immortal. But how long did Miao Mingxin take? Hundreds of years. In less than 100 years, Miao Mingxin watched as Fang Yuan rose, it was like he was watching a show. But the main character was not him. Even though he thought that he was rank 7 like Fang Yuan could already control a rank 8 immortal Gu house. He controlled the Stone Lotus Island and attacked the Celestial Court. What about himself? Miao Mingxin looked at himself, he was in dire straits. Not only was he heavily injured, Gui Qiyi was on the verge of death, Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were also injured. And the cause of all of this was his enemy, Ren Xiaoping, who was searching for them. He was truly trapped both internally and externally. At this moment, Miao Mingxin even suspected. Was it wrong for him to work hard all these years, to lower himself to make connections, to win over the 3 immortals around him? If he did not make a mistake, why did he end up like this? He immediately thought of Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor held Qi banquets, he invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea, he was too famous, Miao Mingxin had heard of it long ago, he even wanted to attend it. But now that he was plotted against by Ren Xiaoping, he could only hide, he missed this opportunity. Miao Mingxin admired and envied Qi Ancestor greatly. If I learn from Qi Ancestor and cultivate in seclusion, would I improve more, I would not be plotted against by people like Ren Xiaoping? Miao Mingxin gritted his teeth, he dispelled this thought that shook his morale. He let out a breath of air, he said to Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, Fang Yuan is lucky, he has the backing of several venerables, he does not lack cultivation resources, he is also an otherworldly demon with spring-autumn cicada. After pausing for a while, he said, he is too far away from us, we need to wake old Gui up first before leaving this place. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai nodded in agreement. Miao Mingxin communicated with jewel yellow skies with his divine sense, he used the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. The entire transaction was very smooth, there were no unexpected incidents. In the previous life, Celestial Court not only occupied the River of Time and restricted Fang Yuan's search for the Stone Lotus Island, it also worked with Southern Border's righteous path to ostracize Fang Yuan in jewel yellow skies, obstructing his businesses and buying time path immortal materials. But in this life, Celestial Court's situation was much worse. Even though they still worked with Southern Border's righteous path to restrict Fang Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies, they lost the River of Time and suffered a huge loss. They needed to refine many time path immortal goo, and most importantly, they had to prevent Fang Yuan from refining them. Thus, in this life, even though Celestial Court did not lack time path immortal materials in their inventory, they bought more time path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. Miao Ming-shen obtained more underworld yellow water from the transactions than in the previous life. Of course he did not know about this. Next, Miao Ming-shen used the underworld yellow water to cleanse Gui Qiye's body. He had to control himself well. After all, this underworld yellow water would corrode an unguarded Gu immortal's body. The poison in Gui Qiye's body was cleansed. He slowly woke up and thanked Miao Ming-shen. Miao Ming-shen's words made Gui Qiye's eyes turn red. The four finally had time to breathe. They started to think of a way to deal with that damned Ren Xiaoping outside. Just the four of them alone could not do it. That Ren Xiaoping was an enslavement path expert. He could fight many people alone. This time he had other Gu immortals helping him. Thus, Ren Xiaoping's side had more people than Miao Ming-shen. Gui Qiyi thought about it. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping plotted against us because Lord has the method to enter the Blue Dragon Whale. It is related to a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Right now, we can only use this secret to invite our comrades to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance before Ren Xiaoping. If we are late and Ren Xiaoping leaks this secret, not only will we lose the initiative, we will also become the target of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Miao Ming-shen nodded in agreement. Even though he was unwilling, this was the only way now. Regarding the secret of the Blue Dragon Whale, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. It was a pity that Ren Xiaoping's side was plotting against Miao Ming-shen. It would be leaked soon. According to Gui Qiye's method, Miao Ming-shen's side could not only gather a group of Gu immortals, their strength would increase, they could resist Ren Xiaoping and protect their lives, they could also explore the Blue Dragon Whale. It would be a good thing if they could gain any benefits. In this situation they could only share some of the benefits they could gain in the future, to share this secret with more people. Like in the previous life, after Miao Ming-shen and the other immortals discussed, they decided on the people. Chewing was one of them. When Fang Yuan received the invitation, he was still in the Qi Si banquet. During this period, some famous Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to participate in the banquet. For example, Adversity Sea's Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal. All sorts of people appeared. Fang Yuan gained a new understanding of Eastern Sea's situation. Jun Xinguang was also collecting information. In fact, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Southern Border also had eyes and ears hidden among them. This went without saying. Fang Yuan's Qi Si banquet, even though it was only the first time, it had already affected the transcendence. All the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were paying attention to it. Eastern Sea's cultivation resources were too abundant. During this period, many Gu immortals publicly traded immortal Gu. Each successful transaction meant that Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world's strength rose slightly. Jun Xinguang and the rest felt heavier. If Fang Yuan wanted these immortal Gu and immortal materials, he could get Zhang Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi Si banquet ends here. Fang Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Fang Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was, he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Fang Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number 1 person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1901. Several days later, on a nameless island in Eastern Sea, 8 Gu immortals had finally gathered. Miao Ming-shen was the leader, Gui Qiyi, Immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang were beside him. Other than them there was Zheng Luozi, Tu Tua, Tong Hua and Fang Yuan. Even though I have revived, it does not seem to have affected Miao Ming-shen. Fang Yuan was disguised as Chuang, he observed calmly. Similar to the previous life, Miao Ming-shen's choices did not change. But Fang Yuan was completely different from the previous life. His current situation was much better than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life he could not annex Qi Grotto Heaven, he only annexed the resources of Qi Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven, digesting some of them. And rank 9 Immortal Killer Move Heaven form was still resisting Fang Yuan's refinement, it did not succeed. The most regretful thing was that in the previous life his plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had failed, his soul path cultivation was severely obstructed, he could not make any progress. At the same time the production of Guts Gu could not be raised. In this life, Fang Yuan had already annexed Qi Grotto Heaven, he had rank 8 cultivation level and even turned into Qi Ancestor, obtaining huge political benefits. He had already refined heaven form, it was just that he had not found more Grotto Heavens. Green Ghost Desert had been developing, his soul path cultivation was advancing rapidly. Not to mention the production of Guts Gu, it surpassed the previous record by many times. In the previous life, Celestial Court occupied the River of Time, Fang Yuan fought hard to escape. But in this life, Fang Yuan occupied the River of Time, Celestial Court suffered huge losses, their reputation suffered a huge blow. But Celestial Court had no choice but to continue building Immortal Gu houses and send more troops to the River of Time. They did not dare to watch Fang Yuan occupy the River of Time and obtain a second Red Lotus true inheritance. It was not just the River of Time that had switched its offensive and defensive positions. Fang Yuan had made arrangements in the Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and he had made great progress. After Fang Yuan was reborn he racked his brains, using the 5 regions and 2 heavens as a chessboard. He spread his pieces in all directions, bringing huge benefits not only in the immediate future but also in the future. A similar situation was that Fang Yuan's business in Jewel Yellow Skies was jointly boycotted and suppressed by Zhongzhou State and the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan didn't have a good solution for the time being. Firstly, his influence on the Southern Alliance was indeed declining. After all, his extortion chips were decreasing. Only second aperture Immortal Gu was extremely attractive to Southern Borders Gu Immortals. Secondly, be it Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance, they had huge businesses and deep foundations. Fang Yuan could not compete with them in Jewel Yellow Skies in terms of price and foundation. Fang Yuan's foundation was mostly focused on Immortal Gu houses, and secluded domains of heaven and earth. His cultivation resources were all turned into his own strength. For example, Guts Gu. If Fang Yuan put Guts Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies, this monopoly would definitely be very popular, no matter how the Celestial Court or the Southern Alliance tried to suppress it, it would have no effect. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He chose to use most of the Guts Gu on his soul path cultivation. He was still trying all ways to raise his battle strength. This choice put him in an even more disadvantageous position in the confrontation in Jewel Yellow Skies. In terms of immortal materials, my current life is even worse than my previous life. After all, I lost too many Immortal Gu in the previous life. In this life I also have more subordinates. In the previous life Lady White Rabbit, Sixth Hare, and Fairy Meow Een died long ago. In this life not only are they still alive, I have also annexed the 4 variant human races. I have also set up an even bigger business in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, starting to raise snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, and others on a large scale trying to encroach on human path. Fang Yuan's immortal materials were much more than in the previous life. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that he annexed Langya Blessed Land was a huge profit. But in this life his expenses were also much higher. A large amount of Luck Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path Immortal Gu were refined, the nurturing of variant humans, the collection of 12 immemorial year beasts to nurture his clones, as well as several intense battles. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence and lost countless Gu worms. All in all, be it externally or internally, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than in the previous life. The only weakness was that he did not have a lot of immortal materials in stock. Some types of immortal materials were almost depleted. In this situation, Fang Yuan did not intend to fight to the death with Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. Celestial Court was purchasing Time Path immortal materials, they were clearly trying to stop Fang Yuan, they were even crazier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan chose to retreat. In this aspect he could not compete with Celestial Court, not to mention that Celestial Court had the Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan's next plan was to obtain Regret Gu and advance his own Immortal Gu on a large scale. This was the same as in the previous life. He had a large number of rank 6 Immortal Gu on hand now. Once he raised these rank 6 Immortal Gu to rank 7, his battle strength would soar to a whole new level. Just cooking Luck Pot alone was worth looking forward to. In the previous life, I lacked time and did not obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. so I was in a hurry in the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture. I did not focus on attacking it. This time, not only am I going to obtain regret goo, I am also going to try my best to see if I can take that merit obelisk, and even the entire Paradise Earth true inheritance and the blue dragon whale. Fang Yuan had calculated the time very clearly. It was not far from Central Continent's refinement path convention to fully repair Fate goo. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan arranged for Zhan Budu to stay in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This clone did not let him down, his progress was stable and fast. When Fang Yuan comes out, Zhan Budu will be able to coordinate with him and annex Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. This would save Fang Yuan a huge amount of precious time. He could invest it into the blue dragon whale. This was an early investment, but it was already snowballing into a positive development. In the near future, Fang Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingxin looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingxin, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days they had been thinking about what was inside the blue dragon whale. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent, with Miao Mingxin leading the way. He changed his path from time to time. Fang Yuan mixed in with the immortals. He followed Miao Mingxin closely. In the previous life he had already set up the location of the blue dragon whale, but the blue dragon whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingxin closely, he might not be able to find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingxin also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingxin was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly, he slowed down slightly. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingxin, but he could not see what method Miao Mingxin used to find the blue dragon whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Fang Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the blue dragon whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life he had fallen for it, but this time he had experienced it, and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Fang Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die, step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several Gu immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method. It is amazing. The leader of the Gu immortals smiled as he said that a burst of power appeared. Not only did he break Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move, he even moved towards Miao Mingxin and the rest. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly stunned. Why is Shen Tsongxing following us? This was very different from the situation in his previous life. This person who broke Zheng Luozi's investigative killer move with just one sentence was naturally Shen clan's first supreme elder, Shen Tsongxing. This was one of the current Righteous Path rank 8 Gu immortals. Miao Mingxin and the rest only had rank 7 cultivation level. They could not fight him. However, not only did Shen Tsongxing come, There were also several Gu immortals with him, not just experts from Shin clan, there were also lone cultivator experts like Ren Xiaoping. Fang Yuan had a shocked expression, but this was obviously an act. His main body was here, not just Shin Songxing. Even if the 4 Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s came, Fang Yuan would not fear them. Miao Ming-shen and the rest were truly shocked. The other party was too strong, they had no chance of winning. Chapter 1902. Why are they here? Immortal Hua Dai gasped, feeling cold all over. If not for the dangerous environment, I would not have sensed them, I would not have found them. Let's go. Zheng Luozi urged with a panicked expression. There is a traitor among us. Split up. Miao Ming-shen's expression was dark, he understood now. His gaze swept past Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Zheng Luozi, pausing on Fang Yuan for a moment. Evidently, he was most suspicious of this Chuing, because he had not investigated his background with his true inheritances. Haha, I wanted to follow you to find the blue dragon whale. Since you have been exposed, none of you can escape. Shen Songxing spoke as he flicked his fingers. Sound waves spread rapidly and caught up to Miao Ming-shen and the rest. Miao Ming-shen and the rest were enveloped by the sound waves, their speed fell sharply. Shen Songxing blew a long whistle at the bottom of the sea. Immortal Hua Dai cried out in shock. Countless sound waves bound her body as Shen Songxing pulled her over. Xiao Dai. Feng Jiang saw this and his eyes turned bloodshot. He rushed back to help, but because he was too weak he was captured by Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing had rank 8 cultivation level, his sound path methods were very outstanding. In the previous life he could even capture the rank 8 Gu immortal old man Beifeng in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was easy for him to capture small fries like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. Go! Feng Jiang shouted angrily. But Shen Songxing grabbed his neck and fainted on the spot. He snorted coldly, attack. The Shen clan Gu immortals and Ren Xiaoping had already found their targets, they attacked separately. They had been tailing them for a long time, they had already discussed and assigned their targets. Thus, this time not only were their attacks orderly, they even coordinated with each other. The one attacking Fang Yuan was Shin clan's Gu immortal Shin Tan, a normal water path Gu immortal. He shot out a water ring the size of a water jar and was about to cover Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was unwilling to make a move. Suddenly he transformed into a small seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. With a whoosh he leaped out like lightning. Shin Tan missed his target. After a moment of surprise, he continued to attack and drew out 3 water rings, each of which appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned into a swimming fish again, twisting left and turning right with extreme agility, dodging these 3 water rings. Shin Tan's expression immediately turned ugly, and he called out to Ren Xiaoping who was next to him, "Please help me, fellow immortal Ren." Ren Xiaoping aimed his attack at Tong Hua. He was controlling the 2 vicious sharks. Hearing Shin Tan's words he immediately nodded. Sure. One of the vicious sharks that was pestering Tong Hua immediately turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings at lightning speed. He realized that if he passed this obstacle he would be the one at the very front. Thus he slowed down and pretended to be intercepted by the vicious sharks. With this delay Shin Tan laughed loudly, controlling 4 water rings to block Fang Yuan. Let's see where you can run to now. He did not know who he was intercepting. If he knew that it was Chu Ying's true identity, he would have shivered already. Fang Yuan pretended to be a trapped beast, patiently sizing up his companions. Tu Tua was already intercepted. As an earth path cultivator, his speed was not high, he was at a disadvantage in the sea. Tong Hua was being held back by Ren Xiaoping's 2 vicious sharks. Zheng Luozi was like a white specter at the bottom of the sea, moving left and right, competing with Shin clan's Shin Qi for speed. Gui Qi Lao and Miao Ming-shen moved together, they chased after the 2 Shin clan Gu immortals, suddenly shouting, "Lord, leave quickly, I will block them." He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The 2 Shin clan Gu immortals were too fast, they plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Ming-shen knew that the situation was dire, he flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Songxing completely suppressed Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, he snickered at this. "Where are you going?" Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Ming-shen. Miao Ming-shen's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze flashed like lightning, he shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second he vanished again. When he appeared again he was 100 steps away from Fang Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Mingxin successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Songxing gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8, Miao Mingxin actually managed to escape. It was truly amazing. Miao Mingxin was the most crucial person. Shen Songxing did not care about keeping Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture. He threw them to the others and chased after Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin charged out of the sea. He was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally. But in front of Shen Songxing I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu Immortal? Suddenly with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Songxing shot out. Miao Mingxin's body shook. His speed fell as he was hit by Shen Songxing's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingxin struggled with all his might. He felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew towards Shen Songxing. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He did not dare to be careless. He could only let go of Miao Mingxin for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Songxing into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingxin used this chance to escape again. His body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling, the dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder, fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. The situation was extremely dangerous. Where did I end up? Miao Mingxin took in a deep breath of cold air. Chase after them. Right at this time, Shin Tan's anxious voice could be heard from behind. Earlier, when Shin Tan caught the two captives that Shen Songxing threw to him, Fang Yuan took the chance to attack. Not only did he destroy the 4 water rings, he even helped them. Tong Hua, Zheng Luozi and Fang Yuan left the sea and flew into the sky. Don't think of escaping. Shin Tan, Shin Qi and Rin Xiaoping chased after them. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky, enveloping the immortals. The immortals quickly defended against it. Another group of eagles swooped down, scattering the immortals. The situation was chaotic. Scram. At the next moment, a sound wave came from the depths of the sea. Shen Songxing flew out from the sound wave, instantly flying into the sky from the sea. He waved his hands, 2 translucent sound waves shot out like 2 sharp blades, surrounding the battlefield from both sides. Immortal killer move, long space sound blade. Wherever the sound blades passed, be it the eagles or the lightning, they were all cut into 2. Even the immemorial thunder phoenixes were injured and retreated. The sound blades went around Tong Hua and pierced through Zheng Luozi's neck. Zheng Luozi's eyes were wide open, his head fell to the ground. The sound blades caught up to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly changed his direction and burst out with speed, flying towards the nearest immemorial thunder phoenix. At the next moment his body turned into charcoal. He died on the spot. Shen Songxing did not even look at Fang Yuan's corpse. He charged towards Miao Mingxin again. Blue Dragon Whale Paradise. Guidance Island. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and quickly woke up. I came here after all. He stood up and looked around. The blue sea and white waves, the golden beach, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was quiet and peaceful. Fang Yuan saw Zheng Luozi. He was clearly killed by Shen Songxing's sound path killer move. His head had fallen to the ground. But now he was lying on the beach not far away. His breathing was stable. He was in a deep sleep. His head was still on his neck. As expected. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The illusion realm has already started. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. Fang Yuan was electrocuted to death by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix. He was brought here. Zheng Luozi was killed by Shen Songxing. He was also brought here. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables Reincarnation Battlefield in Central Continent was similar. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent occupied that place and sent their Gu immortals to fight inside. No matter who kills you, you will not truly die. At most, you will suffer some injuries from dying too many times. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. Even if he killed Shin Songxing, he would not die. Instead, he would be sent here in advance, exposing his identity for no reason. Fang Yuan waved his hand, a qi blade slashed at Zheng Luozi. Zheng Luozi was caught off guard. He was about to be killed by the qi blade, but the qi blade vanished the moment it hit him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and left. When Shin Songxing opened his eyes with difficulty, his vision was still blurry, but he heard a surprised voice. "First Supreme Elder, you are finally awake." Next, his vision cleared up. He saw Shin Tan, Shin Qi, Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, Tong Hua, and the rest. They were facing each other nervously. What is going on? Didn't I die? Shin Songxing was shocked. He was dazed. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was naturally the one who lasted the longest in the illusion realm. He was the last to be brought here. First Supreme Elder, this is probably Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's doing. It is like Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield. Shin Tan said. Shin Songxing forced himself to calm down. He nodded. This is indeed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style. At the next moment, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at Miao Mingshen and the rest. He asked directly, "How long have you been awake?" "We just woke up not long ago," Shin Qi replied. Shin Songxing nodded. He looked at Miao Mingshen, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Zheng Luozi. Chapter 1903. What is this place? Tell me everything you know. Shin Songxing said as he attacked Miao Mingshen again. But even though the killer move was activated, it vanished mysteriously. Shin Songxing grunted as blood flowed out of his nose. He suffered from the backlash of the killer move. Supreme First Elder, please wait a moment. This place seems to prohibit fighting between each other. If you want to kill, be it killer moves or goo worms, they will fail. But healing yourself is not obstructed. Shin Tan said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shin Songxing stared with wide eyes. Shin Tan felt wrong, thinking, wasn't it because you attacked too quickly? Of course he could not say that. Shin Tan could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Miao Mingshen and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing themselves. When they woke up, they saw the Shin Clan Gu immortals around them. They attacked without thinking. They suffered a lot of backlash as well. Shin Tan and the rest were not much better off. However, at that time, Shin Songxing had not woken up yet. Nobody knew if rank 8 Gu immortals would still be restricted. It seems that even rank 8 Gu immortals cannot defy Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Miao Mingshen let out a breath of air. Seeing that Shin Songxing failed, he was completely at ease. At least they were safe for now. Shin Songxing heard the hidden meaning as his eyes shined with bright light. It seems that this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen did not confirm or deny it. Gui Seventh, who was beside him, stared at Tong Hua as he shouted, Tong Hua, you betrayed us. Tong Hua lowered her head and didn't say anything. She looked ashamed. She was standing with Ren Xiaoping now. She was the mole in Miao Mingshen's group. Earlier, when Shin Songxing activated his killer move and avoided her, many people saw it. At that moment, her identity was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, my lord trusted you so much, he even helped you rebuild your immortal aperture after your tribulation. I've helped you a lot, right? This time, I even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale together, but you actually did something like this, biting the hand that fed you. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to say something but stopped. She looked away and did not look at Miao Mingshen and the rest. Instead, Miao Mingshen sighed and stopped Immortal Hua Dai from making things difficult. I'm afraid Fairy Tong Hua has her own difficulties. Never mind, everyone has their own ambitions. Tong Hua's gaze flickered fiercely. My lord, you are too kind. How can we tolerate such a person? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her foot. Ren Xiaoping laughed coldly. Inciting Tong Hua to defect was his masterpiece. Miao Mingshen, you better understand the current situation, who is stronger and who is weaker. Tong Hua is a fine bird that chooses a good tree to nest in. If you surrender and hand over all the information, we might be able to spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. This was supposed to be their fortuitous encounter, but it was robbed and threatened by these people. She immediately rolled her eyes and screamed, I'm so scared, quickly attack me, I'm trembling from fear. Shin Songxing had a cold expression. Ren Xiaoping squinted, his laughter became even colder. Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you forever? Once we leave this place and return to Eastern Sea, which one of you will be Lord Shin Songxing's match? Even here, Are Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements truly flawless and flawless? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Ming-shen and the rest also had grim expressions, especially Zheng Luozi. He looked at Shen Songxing with a trace of fear. After all, he was killed by Shen Songxing in one move. It is not certain who will win or lose yet. Let's go. Miao Ming-shen did not want to argue. He turned around and left the beach. This person can uncover the profundity of the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Let's follow him. Shen Songxing quickly ordered. Since they could not make a move now, they would follow Miao Ming-shen and the rest. That would not be wrong. The two groups of people walked forward in silence, one in front of the other. Soon they walked out of the beach and arrived at a dense forest. The trees here are strange. There is a heart-shaped empty space in the middle of each leaf. Immortal Hua Dai said in confusion. This tree is just an ordinary tree. After Feng Jiang checked it, he stretched out his hand and touched the tree trunk. With a muffled bang, the entire tree that he was caressing collapsed and broke into piles of wood powder. What happened? The immortals sensed the commotion and quickly gathered. This is not an ordinary tree, it is a rank 7 immortal plant cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing looked and said solemnly. They also came over. Seeing this rank 8 Gu immortal standing beside them, Miao Ming-shen and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they slowly relaxed. Gui Qi smiled coldly, saying proudly, "Old Shen, are you bullying us because we do not know? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path down marks. It grows 10 inches every 100 years, 10 inches is one step. How can this be a cloud ladder tree? Such a tall tree, if it is a cloud ladder tree, it has to have at least 100 steps. That means it is at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old cloud ladder tree? But Shen Songxing had a calm expression. This is a cloud ladder tree. You only know one thing, you do not know the other. Cloud ladder trees are rank 7 immortal materials, but 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees will grow rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts. Once the cloud ladder leaf hearts are all taken, the cloud ladder tree will turn into wood dregs and become an ordinary Gu material. Gui Qi was stunned for a moment, then he sneered again and pointed to the front. Then according to what you said, this vast forest is filled with cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old? What a joke. Shen Songxing nodded. The cloud ladder tree is indeed rare, but this forest is not full of such rare trees. But at the very least, this one should be a cloud ladder tree. Shen Songxing was very certain, but Gui Qi insisted on his opinion. He pointed at a nearby tree that was still intact. Then according to Master Shen Songxing, this tree, oh, and that tree are all cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old. Ah, look, there are heart-shaped blanks on their leaves. So many cloud ladder trees, how many rank 8 immortal materials do they represent, cloud ladder leaf hearts? Wasn't this so-called rank 8 immortal material a little too much? What is the difference between them and the cabbages in a farmer's field? The immortals' gazes gathered on Shen Songxing's face. Shen Songxing's expression had a subtle change. On this island, all sorts of investigative methods were not useful, but he was gradually able to sense the surroundings. He walked a few steps and patted the tree trunks. The cloud ladder trees that were touched by him crumbled into pieces. Shen Songxing sucked in a breath of cold air, saying to his subordinates, "These are all cloud ladder trees, but all the cloud ladder leaf hearts on their leaves have been taken away. These are rank 8 immortal materials, they are very valuable, quickly go and see if there are any left." Shen Clan's Gu immortals naturally trusted Shen Songxing. Even if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were skeptical, they could only obey and disperse in order to save face. In the end, the cloud ladder trees were all destroyed. The immortals could not find a single cloud ladder leaf heart no matter how hard they tried. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, but there were no living trees left. Even when Shen Songxing walked out of this dead forest, he could not help but be suspicious. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, aren't there too many of them? The immortals walked out of the forest and saw a yellow land. Dust rose as the wind blew. Desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. There seems to be the aura of clear wind grass stems in the air. Shen Songxing sniffed as he squatted on the ground and swept away the dust. Small holes were revealed in the dust. Shen Songxing's expression changed slightly. This time, Zheng Luozi also recognized the peculiarity. He gasped. This place was probably filled with clear wind grass stems in the past. I have smelled the fragrance of clear wind grass stems. This is the smell. The holes here are as big as fists. The walls are smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear wind grass stems. Miao Ming-shen was shocked. Clear wind grass stems are rank 7 immortal materials according to what you said. This place is filled with holes. There used to be a patch of clear wind grass stems in the past? Even though it is unimaginable, don't forget we are inside the blue dragon whale. This is the location of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai's words were like a huge rock that smashed into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Songxing frowned deeply. He suddenly looked at Miao Mingshen and asked, "Why is there someone missing in your group?" Miao Mingshen was shocked. No wonder he felt something amiss earlier. Now that he was reminded, he realized, that's right, someone was missing. Chu Ying is not here. Feng Jiang said solemnly. Where did he go? Speaking of which, he died quite quickly. He should have been brought here long ago. Could it be that he woke up ahead of time and even gathered all the immortal materials here? The immortals were astute people. Because of the tense atmosphere earlier and the exploration of the island, they did not think about it. Once they started discussing, everyone became anxious. Shen Songxing did not care about following Miao Mingshen anymore. He started to move forward. Miao Mingshen hesitated for a moment before following. The immortals soon arrived at a huge pit. This pit was more than 10 li in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. There were some debris in the pit. Tua picked up the debris and looked at it, shouting loudly, "Heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard dug it away and only left behind these debris?" Tua stared with wide eyes as he shouted loudly. Rooster iron is definitely an open iron mine. The rooster sings and the world turns white. With such a large amount of rooster iron, when the wind blows, it will vibrate and eventually produce the rank 8 immortal material world white snow iron. Shen Songxing's voice was cold. We need to find that Chu Ying quickly. The immortals became anxious. The immortal materials in front of them were likely dug away by Chu Ying. They had to find him. Chapter 1904. The receiving island was not big. The immortals could not explore it and gain nothing. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. At the center of the island they made a shocking discovery. There was a towering stele, its entire body seemingly made of gold, emitting a soft, crystalline glow. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Merit Obelisk. Words appeared on the surface of the Merit Obelisk, introducing this receiving island as well as the details of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. To obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the obelisk and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this condition, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave or go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful. He would not let these people come for nothing. The immortal materials on the island were specially prepared for them. They could split them among themselves. 300 days later, everyone would be transported out. The immortals gasped. There are really immortal materials on the island. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear wind grass stalks, rooster iron and others are not fake. They were all taken away. Damn it, they really plundered everything thoroughly. They did not leave anything for us. I'm afraid it is that Chu Ying. Where's Chu Ying? Why is he nowhere to be seen? I found Chu Ying. Immortal Hua Dai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly went to her side and went to the other side of the Merit Obelisk. Following the direction of Immortal Hua Dai's finger, they saw words appearing on the obelisk. Merit Board, Chu Ying 82 merit points. Other than Chu Ying there was no one else. This lad. Ren Xiaoping gritted his teeth. Right at this time, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again from 82 to 93. Next, the Merit Obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took a few steps back. The light figure quickly dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan. Chu Ying. Feng Jiang shouted. You're finally willing to appear. Tuo's eyes were completely red. He thought back to the enormous rooster iron pit. Oh, you're awake. Fang Yuan nodded at them, his expression calm. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Shintan was furious. Fang Yuan's indifferent attitude made the immortals furious. Shen Songxing took a step forward with a cold expression and an oppressive imposing aura. Speak, did you take away all the immortal materials on the island? Who else could it be other than me? Fang Yuan asked back. He was indifferent to Shen Songxing's imposing manner. He then walked to the other side of the merit stele and browsed through the various missions on the stele. The immortals widened their eyes in anger. This kid eating alone and still being so arrogant. Ren Xiaoping said eerily, we have seen the words on the obelisk. The immortal materials on this island were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He left them for everyone. Chuing, isn't it too much for you to take everything by yourself? You need to give us an explanation. Fang Yuan did not even look at him. He placed his palm on the obelisk and accepted another mission. Swoosh. White light flashed as he vanished. The immortals were stunned. Shen Qi shouted in anger, "This kid! Where did this kid come from? He does not care about us or Lord Shin Songxing at all." Ren Xiaoping said with an ashen expression and a cold voice. "After we go out, investigate his identity." Shin Songxing was a rank 8 after all, the leader of Shin clan. He calmed down and imitated Fang Yuan, approaching the merit stele. "The reason why Chuing is so fearless is because he is relying on the fact that I can't do anything to him in this paradise." Shin Songxing thought to himself, "Chuing is just a rank 7, he is a lone immortal, I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit stele." Fang Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin's group came to the stele and were hesitant. They split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Fang Yuan had woken up in advance. He had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit stele appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit stele. Help the mermen in South Sea City collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Roundfish Island was dry, they needed to build wells. 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog, they needed to be guided out. Suxia Mountain Spirit Spring had a problem, it needed to be dealt with. The Gu immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names, they did not have detailed descriptions. The Gu immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 Patterns tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs, what kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit stele. The immortals were completely at a loss. "Does that Chuing know something?" someone muttered. The immortals were silent, their hatred and suspicions towards Fang Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shin Songxing was forbidden from killing, the Gu immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit stele. A large number of immortal materials and immortal Gu could be exchanged with merit points. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles or some mortal Gu. Shin Songxing saw a rank 5 mortal Gu, it was called Kindness Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a Gu worm. To exchange for 1 Kindness Gu, 50 merit points were needed, it was the most expensive mortal Gu. But the merit stele did not describe the specific use of this Gu worm, Shin Songxing did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while, it seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. With Shin Songxing taking the lead, everyone walked up to the stele and accepted their missions. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin's group of 8 came to the merit stele, only 10 missions appeared at once. But in this life, it seemed that because there were more people coming, the number of quests had increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were all accepted. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting over the missions. The mission that Shin Songxing accepted was, "Roundfish Island has a drought, we need to build wells." Light flashed, at the next moment he was transported to a desert. Shin Songxing's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with dense Dao marks, he could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was teleported here, he couldn't stop it at all. A vast and ingenious power instantly brought him here. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Shin Songxing sighed inwardly, he looked around and used his investigative killer move to cover the surroundings. Shin Songxing immediately sensed something different. "Oh, my investigative killer move can be used normally here, it is not like the receiving island earlier." Tens of li away from him, there was a small village in the desert. Shin Songxing stood on the spot, his ears moved as he heard the conversations of the villagers. A moment later he confirmed that he was on Roundfish Island. This island was huge, there were many villages, but the vegetation had dwindled decades ago, it was getting sparser now, the desert had already engulfed the few villages. Mortals and Gu masters lived in the villages, their lives were getting harder. This means I need to build wells near these villages? After finding out the situation, Shin Songxing let out a breath of air. He relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. Because they were all mortal level, there were no Gu immortals involved. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path grade expert. He should be able to deal with most situations. Shin Songxing thought of Fang Yuan. He muttered to himself. That Chuing only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. Using this, he should be able to complete those missions easily. After understanding the situation, Shin Songxing was not in a hurry to make a move. There were many things he needed to test. For example, if he ignored this mission, could he fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods did he have left to use? Shin Songxing did not interact with those mortals. He used sound path methods to dig wells around these villages. The desertification here was very severe. Shin Songxing had to dig for a long time before he found some shallow underground water. He surrounded this underground water and created deep wells. After thinking about it, he used his method to reinforce the walls of the wells. In the end, they even covered the wells with thatched pavilions. To think that I would have to do such manual labor one day. Shin Songxing smiled. He built over 30 wells in total. The mission was not difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal like him. During the process, Shin Songxing tried many things. He found out a lot of information about this paradise. For example, he could not leave the mission area. He could only move around this desolate round fish island. Another example was the communication restriction, not to mention jewel yellow skies. He could not even send messages to his companions like Shin Tan and Shin Qi. Another example was that he could not kill ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail and he would suffer backlash. But his immortal aperture could be opened. Shin Songxing could take things out of his immortal aperture, but he could not casually take the things on Round Fish Island into his immortal aperture. Shin Songxing also gathered information from these mortals. Some of them had entered and left Round Fish Island. They had gone out to sea. In the past, there had been fights in a few villages and lives had been lost. All in all, the natives of Dragon Whale Paradise had a lot of freedom, but the Gu immortals who came to take missions were strictly restricted. Chapter 1905. After completing the mission, Shin Songxing chanted return, as he teleported back to the starting island. The merit obelisk was right beside him. He looked at the obelisk on the merit ranking board. He saw his name, Shin Songxing, 9 merit points. Shin Songxing frowned slightly. Completing a mission only gave him 9 merit points? This was too little. It was out of Shin Songxing's expectations. At this rate, doesn't that mean that Chuing had already taken 10 or so missions before I came? Thinking of this, Shin Songxing frowned even more. He looked at the rewards and his heart turned cold. Those immortal Gu and immortal materials that he wanted, any one of them was worth more than 10,000 merit points. Also, immortal Gu are unique. If others exchange for them before me, I will not have a chance anymore. Right now, Chuing is so far ahead, I need to quicken my pace and catch up to him. As a rank 8, Shin Songxing felt a sense of urgency. The others were even more so. First Elder. Shin Tan walked over and welcomed Shin Songxing. Even though he had completed his mission earlier, he was not in a hurry to complete the second one. He chose to wait under the obelisk. In fact, before the first teleportation, the immortals had agreed to communicate with each other after completing the mission. Shin Songxing, Shin Tan, Shin Qi, Shin Xiao, Shin Naihe, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were one group, while Miaoming Shin, Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai Gui Qiyi, Tu Tu Tua, and Zheng Luozi were the second group. The two sides were clearly separated. It was obvious that Shin Songxing's group was much more powerful. But in a special environment like Paradise Earth, they could not attack Miaoming Shin's group. They could only watch as they united. There is always a way out. Everyone, this is a peerless opportunity. As long as we grab hold of it, we will have a higher chance of facing Shin Songxing in the future. We need to work hard together. Only by being united can we have hope. Otherwise, if we fight alone, we will not survive. Miaoming Shen encouraged the surrounding Gu immortals. Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tua and the others nodded in agreement. The pressure on them was far greater than that of Shin Songxing, so they were even more anxious to complete the mission and improve their strength. Even if they were safe in the Dragon Whale Paradise, when they teleported out 300 days later, they would have to face Shin Songxing. Tell me, what did you discover? Miaoming Shin said. Everyone spoke of their results in full detail. They did not hide anything and even had their own guesses. Everyone's discovery was similar to Shin Songxing's. Miao Mingxin concluded, Paradise Earth's restriction on us can be seen as a kind of protection for us. At least for the time being, Shin Songxing cannot harm us. After all of us complete the mission, the maximum amount of merit points we'll get is 9, no more than 10. It seems like the reward for each mission is between 1 to 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo even more changes in the future. Zheng Luozi and 222 all looked at each other. Zheng Luozi hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Miao, since you can sense the location of the blue dragon whale and bring us back, are you completely unfamiliar with this place? Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly. Brother Zheng, Brother Tu, if I say that I can sense the location of the blue dragon whale for some reason, will you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear in my mind inexplicably, but at first, the information was very vague and fragmented. It was only recently that I pieced it together, allowing me to understand that the blue dragon whale was calling me. If I really knew about these arrangements and had a shortcut, would I not use them? Would I wait to be threatened by Shin Songxing? When I was being chased outside, if I knew it was an illusion, I would have killed myself already. Both of you, this is the truth, I'm not lying. Zheng Luozi and 222 all looked at Miao Mingxin's sincere expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qi suddenly said, Speaking of which, I thought of something. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chuing saw that he was about to be attacked by the sound blades, but he suddenly increased his speed and crashed into an immemorial thunder phoenix, then was struck to death by lightning. That's right, I saw it too. Feng Jiang agreed. Seeking death, it is really strange, it seems that Chuing really knows some inside information. 222's eyes flashed. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying in Shin Songxing's hands would also lead him here. To be safe, he chose to die the way he did in his previous life. This way there was a flaw. Just like how Shin Songxing's sound blades avoided Tong Hua. Miao Mingxin's group discovered Chu Ying's flaw, Shin Songxing's group did the same. Miao Mingxin. At this time, Shin Tan walked at the front and approached Miao Mingxin's group. Behind Shin Tan were Shin Songxing's group and Ren Xiaoping's group. Everyone, don't be nervous. Shin Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you, we are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was chasing us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were indignant. Miao Mingxin stopped them and looked at Shin Songxing. Shin Songxing nodded slightly and said indifferently, That is exactly what I mean. Just now, it was indeed me who attacked and wanted to kill all of you. However, if all of you put yourselves in my shoes, would you have let me go if you were me? It is not that I do not want to kill you, but with the current situation I can only cooperate with you. I guarantee with the Shin family's reputation that even if we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not harm you and will let you go. And everyone, you need to tell me everything you know in full detail. Shin family's reputation. Miao Mingxin pondered. The Gu immortals around him also had slightly moved expressions. Shin Songxing was Shin family's first supreme elder. He was a righteous path person. His words carried enormous weight. Right now he was using the entire Shin family's reputation as a guarantee. He was very trustworthy. Of course, the safest method was to sign an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shin Nai were both rank 7 information path Gu immortals, but they could not use their alliance agreement method. It was restricted by this paradise. Think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise. Shin Tan smiled and threatened. Miao Mingxin and the rest were silent. The Merit Obelisk had already said that they would only stay here for 300 days, once the time was up they would be transported out. By then they might have to face Shin Songxing. Shin Songxing's guarantee was not safe, he could go back on it. But this concerned their lives. Miao Mingxin and the rest would not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Mingxin suddenly smiled, nodding, I accept. I will cooperate with you, I will tell you everything I know. Shin Songxing also smiled, good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, speak. Miao Mingxin smiled bitterly, actually, there is nothing much to say. He repeated what he had said to Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. Shin Tan was furious. You say you don't know anything? Or are you trying to fool? Or do you think our Shin family is easy to fool? Shin Songxing, however, showed a pondering expression. He felt that Miao Mingxin's words were likely to be true. Lies could be made, but actions could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Mingxin's actions were deeply imprinted in Shin Songxing's mind. Looking at him, he did not seem to have any understanding of Dragon Whale Paradise. Gui Chiyi interrupted, "We analyzed it earlier. We feel that Chu Ying is very suspicious. He might really know some inside information." The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Xiaoping smiled coldly, "Is there a need to say that? That lad sought death earlier. He came here and woke up first, taking away all the immortal materials on the island. Look at the merit obelisk. His merit points are already close to 100. Ren Xiaoping's voice froze. Right at this time, white light flashed. Fang Yuan was transported back again. His mission was completed. The merit points on the obelisk truly broke through 100, rising to 102. The immortals gathered together, looking at Fang Yuan, who was below the obelisk. "We were just talking about you and you appeared." Fang Yuan also glanced at the immortals. Oh, the atmosphere was quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised but not surprised. Gu immortals were all geniuses that were one in a million. These Gu immortals had sharp minds. They knew that if they split up there would be harm, but if they worked together there would be benefits. As long as Shen Songxing put down his arrogance and Miao Mingshen and the rest were worried about their future, it was not strange for them to cooperate reluctantly. Shen Tan smiled. He walked over and approached Fang Yuan. "Brother Chu Ying." He took the initiative to greet him. His attitude was much warmer than towards Miao Mingshen. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was clearly much higher than Miao Mingshen's. However, before he could even open his mouth to offer his recruitment, scram. Fang Yuan took a glance at Shen Tan before turning around. Shen Tan's smile froze, his eyes started to twitch as his anger rose. He was about to shout when someone patted his shoulder. It was Shen Songxing. Shen Tan immediately quieted down. He did not dare to act up on the spot. He suppressed his anger and stared at Fang Yuan. "Little brother." Shen Songxing chuckled. "We can work together, scram." Fang Yuan said one word in a plain tone. He interrupted Shen Songxing's words. Everyone went silent. Shen Songxing's eyes opened wide. He was stunned by the scolding. How long had it been? No one had ever scolded him like this. He was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, an Eastern Sea rank 8 great expert, who dared to scold him like this. Even if there were any grudges between them and existences like Song Chi Yuan, they would still maintain their poise with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him like this. It was plain, crisp and crisp. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan's back in shock. "This is a rank 8 Gu immortal, Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later?" At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared. He took another mission and teleported out. The remaining Gu immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Shen Songxing suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. "This Chu Ying is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage." He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger. He was clearly filled with killing intent. "Miao Mingshen, who is this Chu Ying? Where is he staying?" Shen Tan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing. Gui Chiyi and the rest were unhappy. They stared at him angrily. Miao Mingshen sighed deeply, shrugging. "If I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me?" Shen Tan's lips twitched. He laughed dryly. His expression said it all. "Were you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Oh Chu Ying, I am about to die because of you." Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was not willing to give in. He pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. "The reason why I trust Chu Ying is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now?" Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook. He felt immense pressure. He had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Mingshen explained, "Actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying for a long time. I only invited him to an auction. Back then Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua were there too." Shen Songxing turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Songxing frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known. What he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. "I am here again." Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was very familiar with it. This life's Dragon Whale Paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the blue dragon whale's location change, the number of participating Gu immortals has also increased, the mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xia Lin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position. He then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew into his hands, the Venerable Method instantly activated and brought Fang Yuan back to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to bypass the Celestial Court's obstruction and successfully inherit a Red Lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed a large number of Gu immortals. Only 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jioga managed to escape. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed as well. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the Venerable Method on Regret Gu could not be used. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this Dragon Whale Paradise. Getting Regret Gu was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Fang Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to Gu masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the Gu master's body. This was often a fatal problem for Gu masters. On one hand, because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil harvesting Gu masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil harvesting Gu masters. On the other hand, Gu masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. But Fang Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Fang Yuan separated a lump of black oil but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid, Xia Lin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xia Lin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xia Lin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. The black oil contained many things such as the bones of many sea beasts, ores and so on. Her face was not similar to Xia Hanemo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Her face was not similar to Xia Hanemo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Xia Lin was saved. Her eyelids twitched. She barely opened her eyes. After receiving treatment, Xia Lin's eyelids twitched and she barely opened her eyes. When she woke up, she found that she was lying in a puddle. The sky was high and the sea was vast. It was a sunny day. The sky was high and the sea was wide. It was a sunny day. The leaves of several trees cast a thick shadow. It was like a parasol that covered her whole body. The breeze was like a lover's gentle hand. It made Xia Lin feel comfortable. Didn't I get devoured because I was collecting the black oil? Xia Lin's memory surfaced. Oh right, I seem to have been saved. I saw a blurry white figure at the bottom of the sea. Her body was still weak. Xia Lin barely got up. She looked around and did not see anyone. Who saved me? She was confused. She looked down and saw the puddle she was lying in. There was a puddle of clear water in the puddle. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Her blue-scaled fishtail shone brightly in the water. This must be Benefactor's arrangement. Xia Lin thought. A warm feeling rose in her heart. This water was not seawater. It was the most suitable for a weak merman. You're awake. At this moment, the leaves were pushed aside and Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Xia Lin stared with wide eyes, looking at the white-clothed Fang Yuan. She felt a trace of familiarity. You are lucky I found you coincidentally. Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Lin was extremely grateful. She was about to stand up and thank him, but Fang Yuan stopped her. You are still too weak now. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. A green wind flew to the top of the tree and plucked a coconut-like fruit. The green wind carried the fruit and flew to Xia Lin. The green wind was like a pair of scissors. It opened the shell and revealed the red flesh that was as tender as a pomegranate. Xia Lin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy. It rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach, giving off a warm feeling. It was extremely delicious. Xia Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She quickly took out a few more pieces and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them whole. So delicious. She could not help but exclaim. Then she saw Fang Yuan staring at her with a gentle gaze. Her face immediately blushed as she stammered, May I ask for benefactor's name? Xia Lin will definitely repay you for saving my life. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Stay away from the black oil, it is very dangerous there. You met me coincidentally this time. Xia Lin's expression dimmed. She owed a huge debt for her grandfather's funeral. She had to take the risk to collect black oil to repay the debt. But to think that she could not collect the black oil, she almost lost her life. But even if I survive, I will be corroded by the black oil, I won't be able to live for long. Sai, how can I repay my debt? How can I repay my benefactor? Xia Lin had a kind nature, she could not help but feel troubled. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh, right, you were once corroded by the black oil, but it is fine. I've treated all the injuries on your body. There aren't any sequelae. Xia Lin was shocked, she stared at Fang Yuan in a daze. This Gu master in front of her could actually heal the injuries caused by the black oil. This was truly incredible. Fang Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are still young, don't let your imagination run wild. You still have a long journey ahead of you in life. Eat some more, after you recover your strength, follow me. I'm here because I have something to do. Xia Lin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled as he turned around and left. Xia Lin watched as he passed through the forest and disappeared. She only reacted after a long while. She continued to eat the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. A cool breeze brushed past her face. She felt warmth and tranquility in her heart as she stood in a pool of pure water. This isn't a dream, right? As she ate, her tears flowed down silently. She was only an ordinary, poor mermaid girl in her past life. Reality was cold and harsh to her. The only warmth came from her grandfather who took care of her. As her only relative, her grandfather was gone. Xia Lin had no one to rely on, her heart was empty. Her only goal in life seemed to be to bury her grandfather in water. In the merman tradition, water burial was the final resting place of the merman. It would allow the dead to rest peacefully. But water burial was expensive. Xia Lin paid a huge price for it. The young girl ate as she cried silently. Fang Yuan stood outside the small forest looking at the sea. He knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. But he did not go in, he gave the young girl enough time to adjust herself. In this life he had a big plan in attacking Dragon Whale Paradise. Charlene's mission line was not the most important. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Regret Gu, he only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then he had relied on Xia Lin to enter Regret Crying Sea. But other than this clue, there were many other clues that could be used as a substitute. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only wanted to obtain Regret Gu, but Miao Ming-shen and the rest accepted the missions with all their might. They completed them and discovered many things. The atmosphere back then was much better than now. Miao Ming-shen and the rest interacted with each other. They even left information path Mortal Gu under the Merit Obelisk, sharing their insights and experiences of their explorations. The insights and valuable experiences that they found became Fang Yuan's wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the Merit Obelisk and the Blue Dragon Whale. Xia Lin's mission was actually created by Fang Yuan himself. There was luck involved, it took a long time. Actually, after some time, when mid-sized missions appeared, there would be a few that could be used to enter Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Xia Lin as his lead, along with Miao Ming-shen and the rest desire for these missions. Fang Yuan did not fight for them. But now that I have Xia Lin's mission, I can use her again. This pawn is very useful. As long as I replicate my previous life's success, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force is also a good thing. It will be of great help to my plans. Fang Yuan thought. Benefactor, sorry to keep you waiting. A moment later, Xia Lin floated out of the forest. She had recovered some stamina. She did not want to keep Fang Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body. It was 3 feet away from the ground, helping her move forward. No need to call me Benefactor. My name is Chu Ying. People call me Master Chu. Fang Yuan smiled. Master Chu, Xia Lin said. Chapter 1907. Fang Yuan brought Xia Lin to the fishing village and met the village head. The first time they met, he soul-searched them right in front of them. The entire fishing village was dazed for a moment before recovering. They did not suspect anything. Fang Yuan collected this information and compared it to the previous life. He found that the fishing village had not changed much. Like in the previous life, he interacted with these mortals with the identity of a traveling Gu master. He first challenged the Gu masters in the village and easily defeated them, before teaching them how to refine water shell Gu and the recipe. The villagers were all grateful. Fang Yuan brought them to the bottom of the sea to practice this water shell Gu. He also taught them some healing methods to alleviate the corrosion of the black oil. To completely resolve the corrosion of the black oil, they needed at least rank 4 Gu worms. The Gu masters in the fishing village could not even reach rank 4. The things that Fang Yuan taught them were within their capabilities. During this process, Fang Yuan mainly taught Xia Lin. In the previous life he only gave her water shell Gu, but in this life Fang Yuan was determined to nurture her. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to instill many methods into her mind. At the same time he pointed out her mistakes in practice. Fang Yuan did not stay in the fishing village for long. When he left, everyone in the village knelt on the ground. Xia Lin wanted to follow Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped her. He told her with deep meaning, "Our fate has not ended, we will meet again in the future." Xia Lin was helpless. She could only watch as Fang Yuan disappeared in a flash of light with tears in her eyes. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk again. His merit points rose by another 10 points. The missions that appeared in the merit obelisk's initial stage were all small-scale missions. The reward was at least 1, the highest was 10. Fang Yuan collected oil and guided the villagers of the fishing village, teaching them how to fish. He completed the mission perfectly. At this time, Shin Songxing and the rest were already teleported out. They had completed their missions. There was only one person in front of the merit obelisk. It was Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen was looking at the floating words on the 4 sides of the merit stele. He seemed to be very patient. He faintly sensed that there was an extremely hidden and extremely weak mysterious connection between him and the virtue tablet. However, he had no idea how to seize this opportunity. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes when he saw this. The waters in the dragon whale paradise were very deep. Fang Yuan did not know what method Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used to restrict Gu immortals. This kind of method left no trace. It was natural, as if it had always been like this, just like how there were men and women in men, and the sun and moon in the sky. Gu immortals could not attack each other. They could not attack the natives here. However, there were also detailed distinctions. For example, in Fang Yuan's previous mission, he searched the souls of mortals and transferred a lot of knowledge directly into Charlene's mind. Were they attacking the natives? Of course it was. However, Fang Yuan didn't have any ill intentions. He was just thinking about others. Therefore, he was not subjected to any restrictions or prohibitions. However, if he had any ill intentions, he would not be able to use these methods. He would even suffer the backlash of the killer move. For example, the black oil that Fang Yuan collected in this mission. The excess black oil was stored in the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. According to common sense, other than the immortal materials on the receiving island, the resources outside could not be taken by Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did this to complete the mission. He wanted to reduce the black oil around the island and reduce the suppression of food path Dao marks, which would increase the production of other natural resources. This was beneficial to the environment of the island, so there were no restrictions. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he even obtained a portion of the black oil as extra income. This mission of collecting black oil was obviously more profitable than the other missions. There were many missions on the merit stele, but there were differences in their strengths. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen and the rest made many discoveries about this. All of them benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly walked towards the merit stele. The footsteps disrupted Miao Mingshen's thoughts. He turned around and his pupils shrunk as he thought, "It's Chu Ying." Fang Yuan smiled. Brother Miao, your connection to the merit steel is too weak. This connection is mainly for you to find this place, it won't be of much help to you in the future. I advise you to focus on completing the mission and raise your merit points. Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Mingxin. He had personally seen how Fang Yuan shouted, "Scram," at Shintan and Shin Songxing. He was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words, his heart shook. He actually knows that there is a connection between me and the merit steel. I have never revealed this secret to anyone else. How did he know? Is he the same kind of person as me? He can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale? Or is he unable to sense the location but has other methods? Miao Mingxin looked at Fang Yuan and felt that he could not see through him. He was full of questions. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Fang Yuan was already so domineering in front of Shin Songxing, forcing him was useless. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely tell me, it will be a waste of effort if I ask him. Miao Mingxin sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan brushed past him and pointed at a line of words on the steel. He suddenly said, "You can accept this mission, it is quite suitable for you. Complete the mission and accumulate merit points. It is not just doing good deeds on the surface. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish, the effect will be better." Miao Mingxin's heart shook, his throat moved as he said two words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Mingxin some pointers was not done casually. On one hand it was to divide these people for his own convenience, on the other hand it was for East Sea. The secret of Miao Mingxin's body sensing ability was something he announced after many fruitless attempts in the previous life. As for the truth behind it, the immortals already had a reliable guess. Miao Mingxin was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. If he was forced into a corner by Shin Songxing, Qi Si ancestor could accept him, Wu Shui could also accept him. Fang Yuan did not accept the mission. He went to the other side of the merit steel and exchanged for a title. In an instant, his merit points of over 100 fell to single digits, falling from first to last place. Miao Mingxin saw the change on the merit board and his eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with questions. Chu Ying spent 100 merit points, what did he exchange for? Fang Yuan accepted the mission and vanished again. Miao Mingxin immediately went to the other side of the merit steel and checked the exchange list. But how could he check it clearly? There were too many rewards worth 100 merit points, and there were also many rewards that were worth 100 in total. Miao Mingxin felt like a cat was clawing at his heart. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had deep meaning, it was beneficial to him, otherwise he would not have lost his lead for no reason. Did Chu Ying express goodwill earlier to get me to help him conceal this matter? Miao Mingxin had another thought. But soon he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points could not be concealed. The other Gu immortals would soon discover this. White light flashed as Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The sea was extremely turbid, sand and sand were moving around, a giant salamander was stirring up waves. This giant salamander's body was smooth without a single scale, its head was huge and wide, its body was thick and flat, its limbs were short and thick, its tentacles were like tiger claws, it had sharp claws and fangs, its two cheeks had long tiger whiskers that shined brightly. This was a desolate beast Tiger King Salamander. The Tiger King Salamander rampaged, creating huge waves that affected the peace of the land. Fang Yuan's mission was to suppress it. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move, he investigated first. Soon, he frowned as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not find the reason for the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. There were no abnormalities in its body or mind, but it was rampaging and destroying the surrounding environment. Not only that, it was mutilating itself, it had clearly gone mad. Trying to attack the Tiger King Salamander, Fang Yuan found that this desolate beast's battle strength had already risen to ancient desolate beast level. This is the same situation as Miao Mingxin's group in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life he only completed Xia Lin's clue, there were few missions and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that even with his knowledge and experience, he could not see through this abnormality. The Tiger King Salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could absorb salt and purify the seawater, making the seawater clear and reducing the salinity greatly, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King Salamander was often the core of a pure sea area. This kind of pure seawater could be drunk directly. If possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King Salamander. If he could pacify it and make it calm down, Fang Yuan would gain a lot of merit points. But it was clearly not possible now. Fang Yuan could only make a move and kill it. The Tiger King Salamander's corpse was taken into his immortal aperture as extra income for the mission. Ren Xiaoping returned to the starting island again. A group of people had already gathered under the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, Shin Clan Gu Immortal Xin Xiao said to him, "Congratulations, Brother Ren, you are now at the top of the merit board." "How can this be?" Ren Xiaoping did not believe it at first, but after he saw it with his own eyes, he was pleasantly surprised. His name was really at first place, even Shin Songxing was at second place. Shin Songxing had also returned, standing in front of the obelisk with a solemn expression. Ren Xiaoping cautiously looked at Shin Songxing. He was excited and also a little worried about defeating this rank 8 Gu Immortal. Shin Songxing looked at Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Lord." Shin Songxing nodded. "Ren Xiaoping, in your opinion, what did Fang Yuan exchange for that caused his ranking to fall to last place?" Ren Xiaoping was slightly dazed, only now realizing that Fang Yuan was at the bottom. He quickly calmed down and frowned. That's right, Chuing would rather give up his lead. He expended his merit points. The thing he exchanged for was definitely of great help to him. If it could be of help to him, it would naturally be beneficial to him. But what could it be? The immortals had already discussed for a while, but there was no conclusion. White light flashed, Fang Yuan appeared in front of everyone again. At the same time, his ranking on the merit board rose sharply, rising to the top again. Chuing 98 merit points. Chapter 1908. Small-scale missions gave between 1 and 10 merit points. On the other hand, the reward for mid-sized missions was between 11 and 100. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. He could take on medium-scale missions now. Medium-scale missions were at the Gu Immortal level. The Tiger King Salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength was rank 7. The difficulty of this mission was not something mortals could handle. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. So, my merit points are 90 this time. Fang Yuan realized. The reason why it did not reach the limit of 100 is because I took the Tiger King Salamander's corpse away. If I left it there, the Dao marks on the corpse would spread and raise the standard of the environment. Fang Yuan did this on purpose. He was very curious about the reason behind the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him and prepared to conduct in-depth research. In the previous life, Miao Mingxin and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together but could not find the reason. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the board. Their expressions and moods were terrible. They worked hard to complete missions, but each mission gave them 10 merit points at most. Looking at Fang Yuan's one mission, he got 90 merit points. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-scale missions were simple, they were a waste of time. The efficiency of medium-scale missions was much higher. Looking at Fang Yuan walking towards the merit obelisk, some of the Gu immortals present were envious, some felt their hearts pounding and some felt despair. With Fang Yuan's efficiency, it was like he was walking with large strides while they were crawling like snails. How could they catch up to him? They would only be left further and further behind. Immortal Hua Dai looked at Miao Mingxin. She wanted to ask Fang Yuan, but Miao Mingxin shook his head at her. Shin Songxing glanced at Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao was helpless. He forced a smile and walked towards Fang Yuan. "Brother Chu." He cupped his fists, speaking with a sincere tone and great attitude. "Name a price. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you." Fang Yuan smiled. "You want to know how I obtained such a huge amount of merit points?" "Indeed." Xin Xiao cupped his fists again. "Brother, please enlighten me. Just tell me, with my great Shin clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you will not just obtain my friendship, you will also obtain our Shin clan's friendship." Earlier, Shin clan had pressured Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it and had an arrogant attitude. Xin Xiao changed his mind and tempted him with great benefits. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan smiled. "Sure, use your Shin clan's true inheritance to exchange for it." Shin Songxing's eyes brightened. He did not expect Fang Yuan to really agree. He could not help but ask, "What true inheritance do you want?" Shin Songxing's lips twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask, "What kind of true inheritance do you want?" Shin Songxing's lips twitched. "Immortal Gu? You really dare to dream." After thinking about it, he tossed out an information path. Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was a transformation path Gu Immortal True Inheritance among the information path Mortal Gu. Of course, the content was incomplete, there was some suspense, the truly valuable things were with Shin Songxing. Fang Yuan pouted, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shin Songxing. Change to another one. Shin Songxing received the information path Mortal Gu, erasing the content and inserting a new one. Of course, it was also incomplete. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded, tossing the information path Mortal Gu to Shin Songxing again. Change to another one. Shin Songxing received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at Fang Yuan, saying solemnly, "Chu Ying, you kept looking left and right, you sure got lucky this time." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "Don't worry, Chu Ying, always abide by my principles. I am not a petty person. People who treat others as fools are the true fools. How about this? Give me a portion of unending wave sound, I will tell you the reason for the huge increase in my merit points." "Alright, I will believe you this once." Shin Songxing did not hesitate, taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was palm-sized, it was a desolate beast. The conch contained a wave sound. This wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material, it was a specialty of Shin clan, it could resonate for years without stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious. He placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shin Songxing and smiled, "Then I will tell you this secret. But do you want me to tell you privately or do you want me to tell everyone?" This time, it was Shin Songxing's turn to have a solemn expression. But he only hesitated for a moment before smiling. "What is there to hide? Please tell me directly." As expected of someone who had been in charge of Shin clan for many years. Once he said that even the Gu immortals on Miao Mingshin's side had a good impression of Shin Songxing. Miao Mingshin snorted coldly in his heart. "We cannot set an alliance agreement here. Shin Songxing cannot restrict Chu Ying." Chu Ying was sowing discord. Since he can tell Shin Songxing, he can tell others in the future. Shin Songxing can see through this, even if he is unwilling, he can only tell everyone. "Good Lord, Shin Songxing is a man of noble character and integrity, you are truly admirable." Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the obelisk. The words related to the mission on the obelisk started to disappear before appearing again. But the new words were completely different from before. Thousand Soul Fog appeared on White Light Mountain, living beings were in dire straits, it needed to be dealt with. In Swimming Horse Sea area, coral seahorses were killing each other, many seahorse kings were rioting, they needed to be suppressed. Joyous Separation Island's formation had not been repaired for a long time, the living beings on the island were greatly disrupted, please repair the formation. Roundfish Island lacked rain, please go there and rain for 3 days and 3 nights. The Gu immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones. For example, Thousand Soul Fog was a rank 7 soul path immortal material, it was very famous. For example, every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, and the seahorse king was at least a desolate beast. Shen Zhao's eyes shined as he watched, he could not help but sigh. These are the missions that Gu immortals should accept. Those small-scale missions earlier were limited to mortals, compared to these missions they were simply too weak. Shen Zhao copied Fang Yuan and placed his palm on the obelisk, but his expression turned into one of shock. "Why can't I accept these missions?" "Of course not. In order to accept these missions, I did not hesitate to spend 100 merit points." Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals immediately pricked up their ears. In the end, Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Zhao was anxious, he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "Brother Chu, please enlighten me." Fang Yuan looked at him, his brows slightly raised as he said with slight mockery, "Why should I tell you?" Shen Zhao's expression froze. "We made a deal." "That's right. You want to ask me how I obtained such a large amount of merit points? I have already completed the transaction, I will tell you the reason, it is because I accepted these missions. As for how to accept these missions, that is another problem." Fang Yuan said. The immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songxing's expression turned grim, Shen clan's Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan angrily. Shen Xiao was stunned before laughing, but this time, his laughter was mixed with anger. "Brother Chu, you really made a good deal. Just one question and you obtained an unrivaled rank 7 immortal material in the world." Fang Yuan nodded. Shen clan's reputation is still the same, it is indeed unrivaled in the 5 regions. I made a profit from this transaction, but I did not intentionally deceive you, nor did I intentionally give you false information. A Chu Ying am not such a vile person. Fang Yuan still had a conscience and a bottom line, but this made the immortals here feel even more hatred. Shen Songxing's anger surged. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, but he was actually fooled by an unknown rank 7 lone immortal like Chuing. Where would his face go? Once we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I will definitely deal with you. Shen Songxing swore inwardly, but he laughed heartily. There was no trace of malice on his face as he clapped. Good, Chuing, you are able to discern the situation clearly and earn the reputation of Shen Clan. That is your own ability. Don't worry, how can the Grand Shen Clan pursue such a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me, what did you exchange for to accept these missions? The immortals looked at Fang Yuan with envy in their eyes. It was too easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Songxing's perspective, he had a huge business. He could exchange 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials for such precious information. This was definitely not a loss. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. I do not intend to sell this, you can all give it a try. Shen Songxing stared with wide eyes. Chuing, I hope you can consider it properly. Fang Yuan ignored him, white light flashed and he disappeared again. Shen Songxing's expression turned ashen. He could not find a way out. This Chuing, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songxing swore inwardly. This was the first time he had seen a rank 7 Gu immortal disregard him like this. Fang Yuan needed to maintain and expand his advantage on the merit board. This was beneficial to his overall plan. As for Shen Songxing's group, I don't believe they can unite. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not succeed in sowing dissension earlier because his method was superficial, but this time he dug a trap. He did not need to worry that Shen Songxing would not jump in. From a certain perspective, Fang Yuan needed helpers. It was necessary to divide this group. He could complete mid-sized missions by himself, but above mid-sized missions there were large-sized missions. These missions often required different Gu immortals to cooperate and complete them together. Even though Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal subordinates in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this Dragon Whale Paradise, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables methods restricted this. It seemed that only Gu immortals who passed the outside world's test and were brought to this island while asleep had the qualifications to enter and complete missions here. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere under the merit obelisk became heavy. Because Shen Songxing had a very strong request, he forced the surrounding Gu immortals to expend their merit points to exchange for some suspicious rewards. Shen Songxing hoped to win the rewards that Fang Yuan exchanged for. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he would try it himself. Chapter 1909. Shen Songxing stared intently at the merit obelisk's surface. Even though he did not show it on the surface, he was indeed feeling slightly anxious now. As Shen Clan's first supreme elder, he had a high status and authority. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be at the peak of Gu cultivation. But in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, his foundation was still inferior without any suspense. Fang Yuan could take on mid-sized missions. He had a huge advantage in competing for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing was forced to think of ways to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though he had a motive for coming here, Paradise Earth's true inheritance was right in front of him. He would not be satisfied if he did not try his best to obtain it. Thus, even though Shen Songxing knew that Fang Yuan was trying to sow discord, he still forced the other Gu immortals to try and exchange for the rewards. To ease the other Gu immortals' emotions, Shen Songxing even took out all sorts of immortal materials from his immortal aperture to compensate them. But it was clear which was more important between these immortal materials and Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Because of Shen Songxing's prestige, the immortals had no choice but to comply. The hatred in their hearts grew deeper. Shen Songxing lost the people's support, and even worse, the rewards that the immortals exchanged for could not be used for mid-sized missions. There are too many rewards on this list. Other than the rewards that I exchanged for earlier, there are 3 that are most likely. Shen Songxing felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After thinking about it, he used his merit points to exchange for one of the rewards. At the next moment, Shen Songxing's expression turned green. Not this. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He lost the gamble. His luck was really bad. This way they spent almost all of their accumulated merit points, but the rewards that they exchanged for were not very useful, even though they were useful. Don't tell me it's because of this good person title? Shen Songxing looked at the list and sighed deeply. There was no point in saying anything now. What he needed to do now was to make the most of his time and accumulate more merit points so that he could continue exchanging. But before that, I need to appease the Gu immortals. Shen Songxing turned around and looked at the immortals. The immortals did not look too good either. Shen Songxing was quite eloquent. After speaking for a while, he took out another batch of immortal materials and gifted them to the immortals. Although the immortals received the immortal materials, their expressions only softened slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Shen Songxing had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This was the most important foundation for Shen Songxing's declining influence. Hua hua hua, the tide rose and fell and the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, looking down at the sea market below him. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. Usually its location was fixed. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor and held the Eastern Sea banquet. From a certain perspective, it was a super large-scale sea market that included almost all of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Dragon Whale Paradise also had sea markets and there were many of them. The sea market that Fang Yuan was observing had an island as the core, with countless fishing boat-type Gu houses surrounding the island. Half of the year, this island would be submerged by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. And because of its superior location, the island sea market became an indispensable trading place. Even if it was not open for half a year, as long as it was open, the surrounding Gu masters and forces would flock here. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this island. It was a place he had entered in his previous life. In his previous life, Xia Lin was framed by a certain unscrupulous merchant on this island, and the mission that Fang Yuan received was to punish this unscrupulous merchant, so he saved Xia Lin. In this life, Fang Yuan also received a mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission. It was completely different from the previous mission. The sea market was bustling. There were people moving about, there were humans and mermen. Come take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 Gu House river wheels left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. Xia Lin appeared. She walked on the deck, observing the goods on the stalls as she moved towards the core island. Different from before, she was in high spirits, her eyes were shining brightly. After the baptism of life and death and Fang Yuan's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation both inside and out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, covering the surrounding 100 li as he continued to probe. He sensed Xia Lin's presence the moment she appeared. Fang Yuan did not approach Xia Lin, he continued to investigate the interior of the island and the depths of the sea. An immortal-grade grand array gradually appeared within his senses. Fang Yuan saw this and praised in his mind. This immortal formation structure was very exquisite. It was an earth path and water path formation. It was used to maintain the island, manage the surrounding sea currents and improve the environment of the entire sea area. But now, this immortal formation was damaged, the earth path portion was corroded while the water path portion did not change much. Originally, earth path and water path were balanced, but now that earth path was weakened, water path was stronger. The island sea market was open all year round, but because the formation was damaged, the island would be submerged in water for half a year. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to repair this formation. Fang Yuan's ability was still lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, it was at Grandmaster level. But to use natural Dao marks to set up a formation, he needed to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but his earth path attainment level was only at Master. And this formation needed to be repaired in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it is the work of a certain formation path Great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan analyzed. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did it personally, it would definitely have the style and scale of the Gu formation in Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the rest found that they were not the first batch of Gu immortals to enter Dragon Whale Paradise. There were predecessors who came here to accept missions and earn merit points. Evidently, this formation that Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. No need to be anxious, looking at the time, Wu Shuai's clone should have some gains soon. Fang Yuan continued to investigate and passed the information to the time path clone for deduction, while concealing his figure and quietly descending, following behind Xia Lin as he blended into the crowd. Xia Lin entered a gambling den. The stone gambling den had the words Golden Jade House written on it. It was a high-level gambling den for mortals. The hall of the gambling den had dozens of huge rocks on display, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all kinds of rock dissecting Gu worms. They could satisfy the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. I am here to return the money. Xiaolin took out an information path mortal goo. Several months ago her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. To bury her grandfather at sea, she had to borrow yuan stone on credit. And to repay the debt, she had to take the risk to collect black oil. She almost died in the earth trench black oil. After meeting Fang Yuan, Xiaolin profited from the disaster. Not only was she saved, her strength also rose drastically. Like in the previous life, Xiaolin obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply. She soon obtained a large amount of yuan stone from selling the oil. The one who received her was a scarred merman. After receiving this information path mortal goo, he smiled sinisterly. Little girl, you must have seen wrongly, our agreement was not this. Xiaolin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding goo masters were familiar with Golden Jade House's methods. Seeing this, they shook their heads. Sigh, another goo master who was scammed. Xiaolin negotiated with the other party for a while before reacting. You shameless scoundrel, you actually tampered with the agreement. The loan we agreed on only had 10% interest. But now you secretly increased it by 60%. Her face was flushed red. She was very angry. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xiaolin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, little girl. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about their reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Will you be able to bear the losses caused here? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, Die? So naive. Sometimes the feeling of living a life worse than death is more terrifying. Xiaolin's eyes shined with a sharp light. I will fight you to the death. She let out a delicate shout and suddenly attacked. Swoosh. With a loud sound, a torrent of water shot out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. An inexperienced girl actually attacked him, a rank 3 at the same time in Golden Jade House, his territory. The scarred merman was caught off guard. He was sent flying by the torrent of water, crashing into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing rocks, dissecting them and gambling on them came to the hall. A large number of gazes landed on Xiaolin and the scarred merman. What happened? What happened? The scarred merman fell on a pile of rubble. He looked at Xiaolin with disbelief and extreme hatred. He wanted to stand up, but he could only raise his finger with difficulty. Then with a thud he stopped breathing. Dead he died. Oh heavens, who is this little girl? She actually killed the merman in one go. The one who died was a rank 3 goo master. The entire place went into an uproar. The goo masters were shocked. Xiaolin was also surprised at this situation. She only had rank 2 cultivation level, but the goo worms and killer moves that Fang Yuan gave her were all of extreme quality. Xiaolin used these goo worms to form a rank 2 killer move to kill a rank 3 goo master in one hit. The merman girl was also stunned. She was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The merman girl heard this and her eyes shined. She was overjoyed. Chapter 1910. Sightseeing Blessed Land. The palace was deep. There were countless buildings. The shade of the trees was dense. The summer cicadas were singing. The palace doors opened. The Featherman girls along the way knelt on the ground. They respectfully welcomed the owner of this palace, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's expression was ugly. She had a gloomy expression. After being in closed cultivation for a long time, she tried all sorts of methods, but she could not advance from rank 5 to rank 6. All methods had been used. There was only one way left: to buy the rank 6 second aperture immortal goo from Fang Yuan. As Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level, but during the battle in the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Even though she survived, her rank 8 immortal aperture was taken away by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan let Xia Cha go, he took the chance to sell second aperture goo, extorting southern borders super forces using another method. Xia Cha thus obtained the opportunity to recultivate. She was like a drowning person who saw her only hope. She grabbed onto it tightly. Xia Cha had already cultivated to rank 5, but she was stuck at the most crucial step: Immortal Ascension. Her countless attempts at Immortal Ascension had all failed. Sigh. Xia Cha sighed. She finally understood reality. Prepare clean water for me to wash up. Also spread the news that I have come out of closed cultivation. Call second and third Supreme Elder here. Xia Cha instructed the featherman maid beside her. However, after a full hour, Xia Cha still did not see the second and third Grand Elders. Instead, they sent back a message saying that they each had important matters to attend to and could not come. These two old fools. Xia Cha cursed in her heart. A chill crept into her heart. Even though she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when this day truly arrived, she still felt a chill in her heart. She had once been in charge of Xia clan, she had done all sorts of things for them, she could make decisions in all matters, but now she was only a rank 5 cripple, she had to submit to others. Once upon a time, Xia clan's second and third supreme elder had to follow Xia Cha's lead. In fact, their rise and current status were all because of Xia Cha's nurturing. It seems like these two old men are also going to establish their own sections. Xia Cha looked at the empty hall and sighed in her heart. There wasn't much anger in her heart, but more of helplessness and sorrow. Call them ungrateful? It was not accurate. In fact, Xia Cha understood the choices of these Xia clan Gu immortals. Because of her, the Xia family had been extorted by Fang Yuan too harshly. Their treasury was in a huge deficit. After painstakingly managing and accumulating the treasury for so many years, it was equivalent to letting Fang Yuan look after the treasury. Even if Xia Cha wanted to recultivate, she would have to start step by step. The resources consumed in the long process would inevitably be a huge figure. Should he give these resources to Xia Cha or keep them for himself? After the initial panic and hesitation, Xia clan's Gu immortals started to form a tacit understanding. Xia Cha's title of First Supreme Elder had completely become an empty title. Rank 5 cultivation was simply not enough to become a Gu immortal. Xia Cha thought about it for a while before taking out an information path mortal Gu and handing it to the featherman maid, asking her to bring it to Second Supreme Elder. But in the evening, Second Supreme Elder's reply made Xia Cha furious again. Even the reputation of First Supreme Elder is worthless now. Xia Cha gritted her teeth. It turned out that she was willing to complete a transaction with Second Supreme Elder in the information path mortal Gu. In this transaction, Xia Cha was willing to give up her title of First Supreme Elder and hand over her position to Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder could rightfully ascend to the highest position of authority in Xia clan. The price he had to pay was a sum of cultivation resources. But Xia clan's Second Supreme Elder did not accept it. He rejected it politely. Evidently, he had already reached an agreement with Third Supreme Elder. They were prepared to make Xia Cha a mere figurehead and let her continue to be the First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's situation was different from Ba clan. Ba clan's Ba Shirba had the same experience as Xia Cha. He had already stepped down from his position as First Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 Gu immortal Bada took over. Meanwhile, Xia clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, these two Supreme Elders, only had rank 7 cultivation level, and they cultivated Earth Path. Many years ago, when Xia Cha first gained authority, she was not a rank 8 Gu immortal yet. To control Xia clan, she nurtured Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, using them to resist Xia clan's old forces. Right now, Xia Cha's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan had high authority. They had different thoughts. But in the righteous path, they did not dare to touch Xia Cha, who they were indebted to. They would rather place the title of the First Supreme Elder on Xia Cha than let their own reputation be tarnished. Xia Cha knew that her influence in Xia clan had fallen to a dangerous level, and it was falling faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise she would be completely ostracized by Xia clan's higher-ups. However, she could not break free from this predicament, because she did not have the capital to negotiate or make transactions. Xia Cha's situation was not an exception, it was the norm. The direction of Southern Border's righteous path had changed. The person who played the most important role here was Wu clan's Wu Yong. He used the Celestial Court while using his own methods to raise his reputation and influence in Southern Border's righteous path. The fall of veteran rank 8s like Xia Cha and Ba Shirba gave him a rare opportunity. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared, the virtue paradise behind him did not just consist of humans, it also included a large number of mushroom men. This was a natural political shortcoming in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong made full use of it. Lu Wei-yin could not obstruct Wu Yong. Wu Yong's influence in the Southern Alliance was growing day by day. There was already a voice in the Southern Alliance that was getting louder and louder. Wu Yong was the main advocate. He advocated for the Southern Alliance to resist Fang Yuan and not accept his extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. Southern Border's righteous path forces had almost all taken back their hostages. They were also hurt by Fang Yuan's extortion. Southern Border's Gu Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with a more active attitude. Wu Yong was making use of the righteous path Gu Immortals' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body and Qi Chuyu moved side by side. A secret transaction regarding dream realms had just ended. Lord Qi, let's stop here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone created from a dream realm. He had Gu Immortal cultivation level and would self-detonate into a lump of dream realms after the time limit was reached. Qi Chuyu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, I am not trying to make things difficult, but the risk of this transaction has increased. The situation is so tense now, once this matter is exposed, our Qi clan's reputation will be ruined. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone snorted coldly in his heart. Qi Chuyu raised the price. He was no longer satisfied with the previous price. The reason was that Southern Border's righteous path was putting more and more effort into dealing with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong was uniting more and more Southern Border righteous path members. This reason was bullshit. The true reason was that Qi Chuyu was using this opportunity to increase his appetite. He wanted to obtain more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted the dream realms, but extorting Southern Border's righteous path was getting harder. Qi clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction had become the main channel. Qi clan controlled the dream realm formation. They were the only clan in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by cooperating with Qi clan. I will explain this to my main body. The dream path clone said this before flying away. Qi Chuyu stayed on the spot, watching as Fang Yuan's dream path clone vanished into the horizon. His expression turned cold as he snorted and left. He had thought of attacking the dream path clone, but he did not have dream path methods to deal with dream path Gu Immortals. Furthermore, he was wary that Fang Yuan's main body might be lying in ambush nearby. Fang Yuan's main body was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wuxia was already nearby with Dragon Palace. If Qi Chuyu attacked, he would not be able to gain anything. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone quickly returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation level, but after the time limit was up, it would break apart and turn into a lump of dream realms. Qi clan's old man's transaction is over, unless we raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out several Dream Path clones. This batch of dream realms is probably the last batch we can get. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu did not have any alliance agreement between them. Qi Chuyu raised the price at the last minute. He even used Southern Border's situation. A great enemy lies ahead. Once we get past this hurdle, the Qi clan is nothing, Wuxia said. Right now he could not attack casually. If he attacked too many times, the Celestial Court might notice the true relationship between Wuxia's clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be left for the Celestial Court. Using it on Qi Chuyu was like using a sledgehammer on a chicken. Rather than dealing with Qi clan, it was more efficient to attack the formation. In fact, if Fang Yuan's main body stayed in Eastern Sea with just Wuxia's strength, they could deal with Qi clan. But exposing these trump cards in advance, the Celestial Court would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Moreover, if Southern Border preserved its strength, it would cause more trouble for the Celestial Court in the future. Directly killing the enemy, even though it was efficient, could not gain the greatest benefits. For example, after Fang Yuan released Xia Cha Ba Shi Ba, and the rest, these people were already being ostracized and neglected by their clans. Fang Yuan would secretly help them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. But without Fang Yuan they could not rely on others. And Fang Yuan needed these people to be his eyes and ears, to be placed among Southern Border's righteous path forces, so that he could maintain a certain amount of influence in Southern Border. But currently Fang Yuan lacked some methods to restrain them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already deducing it day and night. Boom boom boom. With a series of dull sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that merged into one. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Chapter 1911. The world was dark and gloomy, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled. Scarlet lightning flashed within the rumbling dark clouds. The dark clouds created a whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool lightning balls fell. These lightning balls had a strange shape, they were like porcelain, they were as large as water tanks and shined with red light. Grand Tribulation. Red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. The lightning balls landed and exploded with a crisp sound. On the ground, an immortal goo house was silently enduring the damage from the lightning balls. Large amounts of debris flew in the air, turning back into countless goo worm corpses. Inside the immortal goo house, Wuxia endured the rumbling thunder as he inspected himself. He found that he was now an Earth Path Rank 8 goo immortal. His fingers were wide and his body was muscular, his battle robe was covered in injuries. Not far away from him, a female immortal was lying on the ground, her face was pale, her aura was not only weak but also strange. She was activating a certain light path healing killer move, her body was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs and feet, there were lines of dark Dao marks that looked like ink lines. These dark path Dao marks were so dense, they were at the level of rank 9 immortal materials, they formed a halo of Dao marks that goo immortals could see with their naked eyes. The female immortal's cultivation level was clearly rank 8. A rank 8 light path goo immortal actually had such a large number of dark path Dao marks. Wuxia was truly surprised. Even more strangely, the dark path Dao marks on the female immortal were still changing. Not only were their numbers increasing, their positions and arrangement were also changing rapidly. The female immortal grunted, the killer move's activation had ended. The halo on her body stabilized, the dark path Dao marks changes were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was covered in sweat, she opened her weak eyes and looked at Wuxia, smiling bitterly. I am beyond saving. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress my injuries. When the killer move's time limit is up, my injuries will erupt with terrifying power. O Xingyang, my true love, I cannot stay by your side anymore. You need to live on. The female immortal said as tears flowed down her face. No, there must be a way, there must be. Don't give up hope. This peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress of mine used up all of my immortal goo. Its defensive power is #1 since ancient times. We still have time. You have to continue working hard. I will always be by your side. Wuxia roared with tears in his eyes. Of course, this was the natural evolution of the dream and was not controlled by him. However, after this conversation, Wuxia truly gained control. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress? I've never heard of it before. Wuxia's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the short conversation that he had just heard, searching for clues. He inspected his immortal aperture. There was a lot of white lychee immortal essence in the immortal aperture as well as a large number of mortal goo, but no immortal goo. Like Xingyang said earlier, he used all of his immortal goo to construct this rank 8 immortal goo house peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. That is to say, I am mainly relying on this damaged immortal goo house? Wuxia immediately understood. He tried to control this immortal goo house. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used up to 100 million goo worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal goo. Wuxia had just started to interact with it, but he could not tell which one was the core immortal goo. These immortal goo were placed in an ingenious position and had a mysterious relationship. The entire immortal goo house's design was deep and profound. It was like a grand mountain range that stretched for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. There were layers of or veins in the mountain range, there were all kinds of them intertwined with each other. Wuxia was like a mortal goo master who wanted to mine in this mountain range. He had to dig out the minerals he wanted and understand the relationship between these or veins. Just understanding this immortal goo house is too difficult. And I need to rely on this immortal goo house to resist the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wuxia's heart sank, he knew that he was going to fail. As expected, the development of the dream realm went as he expected. The red porcelain lightning ball continued to explode. Wuxia tried to activate the immortal goo house and repair it. But it was no use. He had too little understanding of this immortal goo house. Even if he wanted to repair it, he did not know where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning ball destroyed the immortal goo house. Along with Wuxia and the female immortal, they became victims of the lightning tribulation. After leaving the dream realm, Wuxia immediately healed himself. This time, Feng Yuan's main body explored Dragon Whale Paradise. He had made ample preparations and arrangements before he left. Not only did he give Wuxia the Dream Path Goo worms, he also gave a large number of Guts Goo. With Guts Goo, Wuxia's injuries were no longer a problem. This dream realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace dream realm. Wuxia had many chances to redo it. The second failure, the third failure, the fourth failure, the fifth failure. After 8 attempts, Wu Shuai finally had a clear understanding of this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Even though he did not completely repair this immortal goo house, Wu Shuai's efficiency was already comparable to the red porcelain lightning ball's bombardment. Black clouds rumbled in the sky, the red porcelain lightning balls became sparser and sparser, until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was brewing. The female immortal sighed, "Sigh, it is all my fault for not listening to your advice. I went to search for reckless savage demon venerable's burial ground, causing this curse to happen continuously." "Serves me right. Xingyang, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you." The light on the female immortal's body had clearly dimmed. And those dark path Dao marks were closely arranged, they were like pieces of black thread sewing wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened greatly. Her aura was even stranger. Not only were light and dark paths intertwined, an Adam's apple was growing on her neck. Before Wu Shuai could analyze the female immortal's situation, light rain started to fall from the sky. Even though the rain was small, it was bone-chilling. It had a coldness that could freeze one's soul. The heat and violence from the lightning ball's bombardment disappeared without a trace. Howl, howl, howl. Mournful ghostly howls grew louder and louder. They quickly soared into the sky. Numerous gray threads descended from the dark clouds in the sky and rapidly extended towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is a grand tribulation. Ghost spirit ice silkworm tribulation. One grand tribulation after another, it seems like it will not stop. Wu Shuai had no choice but to resist the silk. The red porcelain lightning balls exploded fiercely, while the ghost spirit silk was soft and crafty. Wu Shuai had no offensive methods. He did not know much about the immortal goo house peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. At least he had not found any offensive methods yet. Thus, Wu Shuai could only watch as the silk stretched towards him, entering through the immortal goo house's cracks and gaps. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was already completely penetrated by the silk. It lasted for a while before collapsing. The silk wrapped around the female immortal. It also attacked Wu Shuai, wrapping the two of them into a solid white cocoon. At the next moment, Wu Shuai was expelled from the dream realm. This time he suffered heavy injuries. His vision turned black. He gulped as he retched. He almost fainted. "I failed the ghost spirit silk tribulation. My injuries are 10 times more severe than before." Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. With such injuries he could only rest and recover. He had to postpone his plans. These injuries were only light injuries to Fang Yuan's main body. They were not severe. He could even continue exploring dream realms. But it was different for Wu Shuai's clone. Wu Shuai's clone soul foundation was at 30 million man soul. Even though he cultivated an Eastern Sea, it could not compare to the main body. Wu Shuai was a dragon man. He cultivated enslavement path. His soul path cultivation was only supplementary. If his soul foundation was too strong, he would have too many soul path Dao marks. It would restrict his enslavement path development. And Fang Yuan's main body had the sovereign immortal body. He had non-conflicting Dao marks. His soul path and other paths were not restricted. Wu Shuai rested for a long time before moving out again. After repeated failures and challenges, Wu Shuai's situation was very difficult. He did not have a time path clone to deduce. Even though he had Dragon Palace, dreamy light smoke had no use in exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the recovery ability of Guts Goo. As he progressed, Wu Shuai finally had some progress. He roughly investigated peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Wu Shuai finally grasped the 3 killer moves of this immortal goo house. The first was called Accumulating Soil Mountain, the second was called Resting in the Ground, and the last was called Making a Comeback. What broadened Wu Shuai's horizons was the first killer move, Accumulating Soil Mountain. This killer move was very unique. It was not used for offense, movement, healing, or other abilities. It was an earth path killer move that had formation path effects. Using this killer move, the goo immortal could stack earth path goo worms and make them form an immortal goo house. Even if the goo immortal using this killer move had no formation path attainment level. Because of this killer move, this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was created. Grasping this killer move meant grasping the foundation of this immortal goo house, peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. No wonder Wu Shuai could not find the core immortal goo. The core of this immortal goo house was not an immortal goo, but this immortal killer move, Accumulating Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and scatter Earth Path Goo worms into the Immortal Goo House to repair it. After understanding this, Wuxia endured the Ghost Spirit Silk Tribulation and repaired Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Boom. The moment he repaired it, the female immortal self-detonated. The power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the Grand Tribulation. Not only did it destroy Wuxia, the entire Immortal Goo House was also torn into countless pieces. Thus, I need to take care of this female immortal. After understanding this, Wuxia entered the dream realm again. Immortal killer move, peaceful burial. Using this method, the female immortal suffered a benign seal. Her injuries were suppressed and she was continuously healed by the Immortal Goo House. When Wuxia finished repairing the Immortal Goo House, the third Grand Tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was the combination of Poison Path and Star Path Tribulation, Corrosive Purple Star Tribulation. The purple stars continued to fall, landing on the Immortal Goo House and creating holes from corrosion. Wuxia tried his best to repair it, but he failed again and again. This Grand Tribulation did not stop. The third Grand Tribulation seems to be endless. This is not normal. Could it be? After many failures, Wuxia had a flash of inspiration. He tried to undo the female immortal's seal. Without the suppression of peaceful burial, the female immortal was on the verge of self-detonation again. Jianghu, if there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. Goodbye, my Tao companion. While Wuxia was resisting the Grand Tribulation with difficulty, she suddenly flew out of the Immortal Goo House's hole. Boom. She self-detonated, turning into a lump of pitch-black fire that burned intensely with a terrifying aura. The heavenly Tao seemed to be enraged. At once, countless purple stars shot down. The black fire was not huge, but after being attacked by these poison stars, it became extremely tough. Even though it was shrinking, the extent was minuscule. Seeing that this Grand Tribulation was not going to work, the black clouds in the sky changed again. Countless lightning snakes shot down. The black fire was instantly bombarded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The black fire, however, seemed to have taken a huge tonic. Its body expanded to the size of a small mountain. But the black fire's form had completely changed. It turned into a white gold mist. The Grand Tribulation in the sky continued to change, attacking the white gold mist. The mist also continued to change, turning into wind at times, rocks at times, flowers, birds and beasts at times. What is this female immortal hiding in her body? So many Grand Tribulations are actually unable to do anything to her. Wuxia was shocked. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm recorded a certain secret. This secret was likely related to the Venerable's cause of death. It was related to the deepest mystery of heaven and earth. The female immortal died, but Wuxia's dream realm continued. He had to survive this terrifying shockwave. He could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Eventually, after countless Grand Tribulations descended, that strange black fire was finally extinguished bit by bit. Even the last bit of residue lasted for an hour under the suppression of the Grand Tribulation. What in the world is this thing? The dream realm dissipated, but Wuxia was still in shock. He had invested so much, but his gains were also shocking. Almost at the same time as the dream realm dissipated, Feng Yuan's main body in Dragon Whale Paradise's eyes brightened. Chapter 1912. Island Golden Jade House. Little girl, why did you invite us here? Speak quickly, I still have things to do. That's right, the sea market only opens for this period of time every year. Wasting time is a waste of wealth. Many Gu masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled girl, Xiaolin, speaking one after another. They were getting impatient from waiting. Xiaolin looked around and smiled. Everyone here is a reputable person, I will make it short. From today onwards, this island is my territory and is under my control. If you want to do business here, I welcome you, but you need to pay taxes and cannot stay on the island for long. As for who can stay here for long, that is to join me and become my subordinates. The house immediately went silent. Shortly after, the Gu masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The several rank 3 Gu masters who were leading the group had unhappy expressions. Little girl, you're too daring. Juniors nowadays, TSK, they really don't know their limits. Do you really think you can shoot your mouth off just because you killed a rank 3 Gu master? Don't forget, you are only a rank 2 Gu master. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Xiaolin was anxious, but remembering that it was Master Chu's order, she forced a smile and said, Everyone, you don't have to worry too much, you will know what I am relying on next. What is it? Someone immediately asked. Xiaolin was still smiling because even if she said that, she did not know what it was. But right at this time the ground started shaking. What's going on? Someone screamed because the shaking was getting stronger. An earthquake. The Gu masters were bewildered and panicked. Fortunately, this golden jade house was a Gu house. It had some defensive properties. But the outside world was already in chaos. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. No, I need to go back and defend my shop. I am leaving too. The Gu masters ran out of the house, but a thick yellow light suddenly rose from the ground. The yellow light covered the whole island. It also blocked the entrance of the Gu house. No matter what method the Gu masters used, they could not break through the yellow light. They were shocked. What is going on? This is no ordinary tremor. Xiaolin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xiaolin was still smiling. An idea flashed in his mind as he screamed. Thus, all the Gu masters in the room focused their gazes on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was also shocked, but at this moment Fang Yuan's voice could be heard, guiding her to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic, this change is beneficial to all of you. There's no point in talking too much. Everyone just watch carefully. This change won't last long. Xiaolin was still keeping them in suspense, but the Gu masters did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This was obviously not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. What kind of person could do this? Of course he wasn't immortal. A name appeared in the Gu masters' minds at the same time. Immortal. This was indeed the work of an immortal. To be precise, Fang Yuan was repairing the immortal array at the bottom of the sea. He took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them into the formation, activating killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged on the island and spread in all directions. New pieces of land around the island appeared in the yellow light. The ships that were surrounding the island started to run aground. The people on the ships screamed, but they were locked in place by the yellow light, unable to move. As the yellow light faded, the entire island's area expanded by more than double. At the edge of the new island, huge waves surged, countless fishes, prawns and sea beasts appeared. This was the part where Fang Yuan started to adjust the water path after repairing the earth path formation. Finally, when he finished repairing this immortal formation, the huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. But Fang Yuan did not stop. Then he added a small and exquisite subsidiary immortal array on top of the foundation of this great array. After the small formation was set up, he waved his hand and lent the small formation to Xiaolin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xiaolin. Next, the white light fused into Xiaolin's body. Xiaolin did not have formation path attainment, but this small formation that Fang Yuan designed was very approachable. Xiaolin immediately felt that she had gained many instincts. This instinct was as natural as breathing or moving her legs. She could move the land and the surrounding seawater with her thoughts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a muffled sound, the entire golden jade house started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned from a small house into a beautiful palace. This was naturally Fang Yuan's doing. He expanded golden jade house and turned it into a formation core, secretly connecting with the formation in the depths of the sea. This series of shocking changes made all the Gu masters present dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Xiaolin had a smile on her face, but in truth she was also extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's words entered her ears again. She spoke according to the script. Everyone, you have seen it with your own eyes. I will not hide it from you. I was favored by Master Immortal and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Master Immortal has just set up an immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of the mortal affairs. Saying so, Xiaolin willed. Yellow light surged and engulfed all the Gu masters present. Xiaolin willed again. The Gu masters cried out in shock. They were suppressed by the yellow light and could not move. They were lifted into the air without any ability to retaliate. Xiaolin smiled. The yellow light dissipated and these Gu masters were put down. This immortal world, this is an immortal world. So there really are immortals in this world. May I be so bold to ask Lady Xiaolin, why did Master Immortal set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what his thoughts are? Xiaolin only smiled. She had also just found out that Master Chu was an immortal. The shock in her heart was no less than the others. Now, does anyone have anything to say about my previous suggestion? Xiaolin looked around and asked warmly. How could the Gu masters dare to question her again? They lowered their heads and some even knelt on the ground, expressing that they wanted to submit to Xiaolin. while some wanted to become Fang Yuan's disciple. Xiaolin could only appease them one by one. Fang Yuan's divine sense only circled around Xiaolin once. After giving some instructions, he left her alone. Although there were immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it in his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan had not seen a single native immortal. Legends about immortals had always been circulating in the mortal world, but they were just rumors. This time, Fang Yuan displayed the immortal world and set up an immortal formation, leaving behind many things for Xiaolin. Soon, countless people heard the news and rushed over. Some of them were here to admire the immortals, while others were here to join Xiaolin. In the previous life, Fang Yuan helped Xiaolin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he directly made a move in advance and supported Xiaolin's force first. In the following period of time, Xiaolin would deal with various forces and Gu master experts. She would establish her own force according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Even if she did something wrong, there was still a will left behind by Fang Yuan in the formation to guide her and help her fill in the gaps. Regarding Xiaolin's investment, it was not even a drop in the ocean. What truly made Fang Yuan pay a price was repairing the underwater formation. Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level had increased, it made up for his shortcomings and he quickly found a good method to repair it. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he could not use natural Dao marks yet, so he used immortal materials. These immortal materials that were placed here were his greatest expenditure. Mid-sized missions not only had higher difficulty, they also needed the Gu immortal to pay a price. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points, this was the highest reward for a mid-sized mission. His performance in setting up the formation was perfect. Thus, he completely occupied the first place on the merit board. The sudden increase of 100 merit points made others feel discouraged. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He started to study the merit board. His earth path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal Gu house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, could he create a loophole in the merit obelisk and refine this immortal Gu house? Earlier, Fang Yuan followed the rules, but that could not be helped. Deep down, he had never given up on the merit obelisk. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. The merit obelisk had the profundity of earth path, but it also included sound path, human path, and heaven path. In terms of composition, earth path and sound path were only supplementary. The true core was human path and heaven path. If I want to comprehend it thoroughly, I would need to be at least great grandmaster in each of these 4 paths to have any hope. After realizing this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Refining the merit obelisk in a short period of time was an unrealistic hope. But it made sense. Before Fang Yuan, who knew how many Gu immortals had come here. These predecessors definitely had their own strengths, but they could not do anything to this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not strong. How could he easily refine this rank 8 immortal Gu house? There was no breakthrough in this aspect, so Fang Yuan could only follow the usual routine and continue to accept and complete missions according to the rules. When his merit points reached over 900, Xin Xiao shouted excitedly under the merit obelisk, "I finally found it, so it was this is the title of this good person." At this moment, Xin Xiao's eyes were brimming with tears. He could not wait to report this discovery to Xin Songxing. Soon, Xin Clan's Gu immortals experienced a surge in merit points. Following them were Rin Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and the rest. 4 echelons appeared on the merit list. The first group was Fang Yuan, he was the only one in the lead. The second group was led by Xin Songxing, Xin Clan's Gu immortals were chasing after him. The third group was Rin Xiaoping and Tong Hua, as Xin Clan's subordinates. Xin Clan's Gu immortals only told them this secret after some time. The fourth group was led by Miao Mingxin and the rest. They had not discovered anything yet. After completing another mission, Fang Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board and smiled internally. They finally found the title of good person? These people are really unlucky. Maybe it is because of my luck suppression. He came to the obelisk and started to exchange for his reward. After spending 1,000 merit points, Fang Yuan obtained the title of very good person. Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 Gu immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Mingxin's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beast shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it. Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red threads shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow Euro bees. Feng Jiang's immortal aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow Euro bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's immortal aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his immortal aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow Euro bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow Euro bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow Euro bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, the yellow Euro bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. It was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake. Large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers, or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. Moreover, there were many sea beasts in this sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting, I did not reach 100 merit points, it seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island, I did not touch the surrounding sea area, this was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Feng Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingshen's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title, he could take on mid-sized missions. Right now he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content, more importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points he could not take back the yellow Euro bees. Of course this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal goo after accumulating 10,000 merit points. This transaction was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees, this mission is suitable for me, but I only gained 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation, Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast, Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Feng Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Feng Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him, he would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed, Feng Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chuing. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Feng Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merit suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once. Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title so I can take on higher ranked missions. Feng Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again, he bowed deeply, thank you Lord for your guidance. Feng Yuan nodded, he walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the 3rd good person title. His merit points fell by 500, he was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth, he was very curious about Feng Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful, Feng Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Feng Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time they should be back by now. Feng Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side, he did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded, he knew that the Feng Yuan was referring to Miao Mingshen and the rest, he replied, should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Mingshen's group, he had already completed his mission and the other 3 would be back soon. Feng Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Mingshen and the rest returned soon and saw Feng Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen had a thought, The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions, the good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same, knowing the good person title, the secret of the good person title is actually not a secret, you can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingxin was still very grateful to Fang Yuan. Because before this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Xin family, Ren Xiaoping and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Xin Songxing. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Xin Songxing and the rest, the distance is enough for us to leave safely. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Mingxin and the rest were shocked. Gui Qiyi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded, he did not know about it. Miao Mingxin and the rest believed him. What? Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Xin Songxing, he was courting death. He was so fearless, he definitely had something to rely on. Fang Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone, I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingxin and the rest. Miao Mingxin and the rest were shaken, they received the mission information at the same time, their expressions changed. There was such a thing. In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingxin himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult, if they had help it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased in the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingxin could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingxin only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission, he felt the same as Feng Jiang. Fang Yuan cultivated all paths, that was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingxin and the rest were normal Gu Immortals, they only cultivated one path most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Fang Yuan, Miao Mingxin, and the rest from the merit obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission, they looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Mingxin and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Mingxin and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent, thousands of waves were set off, countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island, there were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island, there were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island, it was faintly discernible, it seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island, there were 3 tornadoes on the island, they did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island, the island was in the shape of a crescent moon, the island was always shrouded in darkness, every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current, it was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger, the pillars under the island were already damaged. After a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable, it had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of this sea area, and restoring the 5-island chain of the past, this was the content of this large-scale mission. Fang Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the 5-island chain as the core, it formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fang Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingxin and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission? The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Hua Dai's heart sank. Feng Zhang's expression was ugly, he thought to himself. I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the 5 islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without wisdom path Gu Immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gui Qiyi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingshen was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission. I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingshen and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fang Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingshen could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fang Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingshen. Brother Miao, I have a plan. Follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingshen was stunned. Even though he did not believe it, he did not retort. He nodded. Brother Chu, please instruct us. We will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. We will work together to complete this mission. It will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingshen sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence. He could only pin his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shin Songxing. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gui Qiyi, please station yourself on Sword Wind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Hua Dai, please guard Jade Island and White Bone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshen's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the 4 immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated. It no longer drifted with the current. Its drifting speed decreased sharply. It was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fang Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the 4 immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology. It is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chuing want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist. Dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the 5 islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out. His speed was so fast that Miao Mingshen and the rest were surprised. Fang Yuan entered White Bone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's subformation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock. She could not close it. Chuing can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path Gu Immortal, he is a formation path Gu Immortal. No, that's not right. Back then he defeated Gu Wen and saved us. He clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates 2 paths? It was rare for Gu Immortals to cultivate 2 paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. White Bone Island subformation was set up. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention, so he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful. The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us, because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. But Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method. But the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The goo formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the goo formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Ming Shen and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal goo like carrier pigeon goo. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Ming Shen and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Ming Shen and the rest had no good ideas. Boom. At this time, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, activating the goo formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The goo formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Ming Shen and the rest's expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fang Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands during this period. If there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Ming Shen and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed, the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Ming Shen, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure. He became nervous. He was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom. The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave as tall as 100 feet crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Ming Shen immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was Immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Ming Shen and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Fang Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Ming Shen and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't chewing a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Fang Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second-last island. Thus, the Gu immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone, they almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly, the immortal formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 Gu immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their hearts. They never expected Fang Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands while helping the immortal formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Ming-shen and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback, instead making full use of the impact currents. The disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Ming-shen and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, even water path Gu immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the immortal formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the immortal formation. Chapter 1915. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Fang Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Fang Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Fang Yuan negotiated with Miao Ming-shen, Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan, Miao Ming-shen and Gui Qiyi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths. He had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiaoping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought, why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping with a smile. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. He did not know how to respond to Fang Yuan's unexpected attitude. Fang Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Fang Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Ming-shen and Gui Qiyi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping witnessed the entire process. His expression turned grim. The mission that Chu-Ying took is completely different from mine. It is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title. He can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions. Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that Gu immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult. Large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiaoping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Ming-shen and Gui Qiyi working together with Chu-Ying? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiaoping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult, but if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chu-Ying is doing? Ren Xiaoping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Ming-shen's group could be fought over, why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? The hatred from before? Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiaoping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the merit obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the Gu Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the merit obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Fang Yuan obtained more than 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshen's group had varying amounts of merit points. They were all around 80. Fang Yuan looked at the changes on the merit board and calculated, this large-sized mission had a total of 973 merit points. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest split the 900 merit points. Fang Yuan, who was the leader, had the majority. 500 merit points was about the same as when he completed the large-sized mission alone. However, the amount of time and effort that Fang Yuan spent was greatly reduced. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission they first helped Fang Yuan resist the waves, then took care of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. They only had to spend some immortal essence, time and effort, but they could obtain more than 80 merit points. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission that he completed alone. He used a group of bees including the desolate beast yellow Euro bees, but he only obtained 80 merit points. Comparing the two, it was much easier to complete the large-sized mission with Fang Yuan. The rewards were much greater. Go and meet up with Miao Mingshen and the rest, we will complete the second mission together. I suggest that we take a team title together. With a team title we can communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A team title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai did not hesitate, they listened to Fang Yuan's suggestion and took the title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai teleported out to meet up with Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi. Fang Yuan then took the third large-sized mission and left first. Miao Mingshen and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the receiving island. The four immortals' merit points on the merit board increased slightly. Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi also spent their merit points to take the team title. The four immortals could communicate with Fang Yuan at any time. Fang Yuan happened to open up the situation on the other side, so he shared the mission with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest placed their hands on the obelisk and took the mission that Fang Yuan shared with them. Miao Mingshen and the rest teleported to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan gave them some pointers before returning to the merit obelisk to look at the next mission. Fang Yuan's advantage of cultivating all paths was fully displayed here. Many of the missions were difficult to complete even for Shen Songxing, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, most of the missions had a solution. What he needed to do was to filter these missions and prioritize the missions with the highest rewards. With the cooperation of Miao Mingshen and the rest, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and energy. Miao Mingshen and the rest also hugged onto Fang Yuan's thick thighs. Their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Songxing, Ren Xiaoping and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Mingshen and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the immortals. Such a huge realization made the immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal Gu can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for Chuing it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange, how can Chuing complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Mingshen and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know Chuing? The immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Songxing sighed. He had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Songxing's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a grand rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he could not compare to 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person, but what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shen Songxing and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shen Clan's Gu Immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chuing? Shen Songxing was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on Gu Immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shen Songxing became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shen Songxing wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shen clan lacked. Shen Songxing was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Ming Shen and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the Immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then, but now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shen Songxing. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Ming Shen and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shen Songxing learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miao Ming Shen and Chuing. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shen clan's side. When Fang Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in Regret Crying Sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret Crying Sea appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times, but the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan could collect Regret Gu in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the Regret Crying Sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone, I hid the immortal Gu, I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtain the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the Regret Crying Sea region. Miao Mingshen and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingshen and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, How could they compare to a living venerable one? Red Lotus will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Gu and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Feng Yuan. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the Paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Gu mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Feng Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Feng Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Gu in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Gu did not activate. Feng Yuan was happy to see the situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Feng Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Mingshen and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal, it had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the fiend immortal. Miao Mingshen and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the fiend immortal. Just think about it, this mysterious fiend immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this fiend immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the fiend immortal inside the formation. Feng Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this fiend immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Mingshen and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the fiend immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method? According to the Celestial Quartz lifespan extension method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sai, how can we estimate a venerable's methods? Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Mingshen, saying solemnly, "But I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a Gu Immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores." Miao Mingshen and the rest stopped sighing. Including Feng Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Feng Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange. Because even with Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua, there was still one vacancy. As for the other Gu Immortals, other than Shin Clan's group, there were Rin Xiaoping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Mingshen's group. Shin Clan had bullied them, Rin Xiaoping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gui Qiyi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression. "Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it. What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tua can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shin Clan's Gu Immortals can come, it will be safer." Saying so, Miao Mingshen added, "Of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu." Gui Qiyi and the other immortals' expressions changed. Some wanted to say something, but since Miao Mingshen said so, they had nothing to say. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshen was indeed Miao Mingshen. Feng Yuan said warmly, "Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded, I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the 4 of you to guard 1 formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other Gu Immortals to join us." Miao Mingshen continued, "I am friends with Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision." Feng Yuan nodded, "That would be for the best. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained several information path mortal goo from Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen not only wrote letters to Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, he also wrote letters to his enemies Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua and Xin Clan, to help Fang Yuan invite them. Fang Yuan read the contents of the letters several times. He did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshen expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshen in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshen's letters were just icing on the cake. There was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fang Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshen objected, Fang Yuan would invite other Gu immortals. Miao Mingshen clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable. He chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. He was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua was extremely smooth. Fang Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuan supported Miao Mingshen's group on the merit board. Even Shin Songxing was suppressed by them. Everyone saw that. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua. She was hesitant. She said that she needed to consider it. Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking. He was much faster than Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fang Yuan. Xin Clan's Gu immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Xin Clan's Gu immortals was the rank 8 Gu immortal Shen Songxing. Without his permission, the other Xin Clan Gu immortals would not dare to side with Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan soon met with Shen Songxing. Fellow immortal Chuing. This time, Shen Songxing's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chuing as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chuing has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Guiyue Fangjing. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this Dragon Whale Paradise, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu Echo Worm. This Gu is extremely useful to me, Shin Songxing and even Xin Clan. I have been searching for it for many years but to no avail. Xin Clan is willing to cooperate with Chuing. If you see this Gu in the Merit Obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this Gu during a mission, my Xin Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this Gu. Xin Clan will reward you handsomely. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Echo Worm? This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical Gu list. It can make a sound and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 Echo Worm can already enslave rank 8 Gu immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this Dragon Whale Paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Shin Songxing laughed loudly. Chuing, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Xin clan's reputation. You can use Gu worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Xin clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chuing. Saying so, Shin Songxing took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fang Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Gu was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Gu on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Shin Songxing could fill the gap. It was something that Fang Yuan urgently needed. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Shin Songxing continued. I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a super Gu formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you, maybe the Echo Worm is inside. Even if it is not, Xin Clan's Gu immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission. Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sea Area. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Mingshen and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged. He was still at rank 7 level. His body was covered in a layer of green light. His eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal Gu flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fang Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The Gu immortals had complex expressions, even Shen Songxing was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path Gu immortals need to use immortal Gu to set up an immortal formation. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster. He only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The Gu immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Mingxin and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shen family after this mission was over and rely on Fang Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Mingxin's group by his side. Even Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi's relationship with Fang Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fang Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones. Even though it was set up in the air, once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited Gu immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between Gu immortals. Fang Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3. As Gu immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind Flow, Dark Ink Stone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal Gu on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Fang Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Fang Yuan could afford them. Thus, Fang Yuan's behavior in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu immortals was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shen Songxing and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Fang Yuan according to the characteristics of the Gu Immortals. For example, Miao Mingxin's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Fang Yuan placed weaker Gu Immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. Anshin Songxing's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move? Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chewing cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu Immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingxin, and these elite Gu Immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu Immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Songxing's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chewing. Shen Songxing had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to Southern Border and used this killer move to refine Chi Chuyu's formation, capturing many Gu Immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Songxing could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Gu and the other Immortal Gu in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other Gu Immortals. But now, even Shen Songxing was invited. Fang Yuan was not afraid of the other Gu Immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fang Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path rank 7 Immortal Gu. Its body was flat like a disc. It was yellowish-brown in color. It had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is Territory Gu. When a Gu Immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu. Territory Gu was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 territory Gu. The village would plant this Gu underground, and a Gu master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory Gu was a practical Gu worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual Gu masters did not pursue this Gu. Territory Immortal Gu was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This Gu was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this Gu worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fang Yuan could use Territory Immortal Gu to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome, I need to make some deductions. Everyone rest for now. Fang Yuan said. The obstacle of Territory Gu was not just a problem for Fang Yuan, it was also a problem for the other Gu Immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The Gu Immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chu Ying would be able to continue refining it. What a joke, this is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself? How can Chu Ying possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right, even though Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The Gu Immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan encountered a problem, they let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was stuck, their benefits were affected too. The Gu Immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The Immortals were surprised, this was too fast. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly, the supplementary formation started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Ming Shen's supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fang Yuan said to the two of them, "Next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist." Miao Ming Shen and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate Refinement Rain. Instead, he controlled the Immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fang Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fang Yuan continued to activate Refinement Rain. A moment later he successfully refined the Territory Gu. After passing through this checkpoint, the Immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shin Tsong Sheng and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing. I didn't expect Chu Ying to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary, it can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation but a type of changing formation. Fang Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu were successfully refined by Fang Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation and myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fang Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. A moment later, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart. The Gu immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry, I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chuing could do this. It far surpassed their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation. Thus, during this process, Gu worms were destroyed from time to time. But the immortal Gu inside were well protected by Fang Yuan. He successfully kept them. As for the mortal Gu, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Xiaoping and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation, they could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Fang Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes. They could see what Gu worms Fang Yuan obtained. So many Gu worms. I saw many lost Earth Path mortal Gu. They were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a Gu master. There are also immortal Gu. Oh heavens, there are 8 immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu are rank 7, there are very few rank 6 immortal Gu. They were all taken by Chuing. That's right, he did not give us any. The Gu immortals watched as Fang Yuan took the immortal Gu with dazed gazes. Some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal Gu were Earth Path immortal Gu. They were not suitable for them. But immortal Gu were unique, they could be exchanged in the future. Tuo's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path Gu immortal. Seeing the Earth Path immortal Gu being kept by Fang Yuan, his mouth was dry, his heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved. He wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them. But his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shen Songxing could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually Tua could only sigh. He swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity and so on. His mind worked rapidly, he wanted to obtain these immortal Gu. He knew that he was not indispensable, he had to cooperate closely with Chuing and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chuing, he would be able to transact immortal Gu with Chuing in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chuing cultivated transformation path and formation path. He did not cultivate earth path. Thus Chuing had a high desire to sell the immortal Gu. The pitiful Tua did not know that Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level was already at Grandmaster. It was even higher than his. Fang Yuan dismantled the formation. The first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chuing, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal Gu. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you, my saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chuing, I am Tua, I am very interested in the Earth Path immortal Gu that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me, I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one, his mood was very calm. He had too many immortal Gu. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal Gu that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal Gu were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal Gu left. For example, the core immortal Gu of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Gu Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2-time path cores of Moment Stages 1 Instant and that time, the immortal Gu of Eternal Yachts immortal Gu Hang, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn and Late Autumn, the immortal Gu of Sun and Moon Temples immortal Gu Day and Moonchild. Most of these immortal Gu were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's Immortal Goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special. It was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fang Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell. Its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many Goo Immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the Goo Immortals to attack while he and a few Goo Immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left. Now that it was being attacked by the Immortals, including a rank 8 Goo Immortal like Shin Tsongxing, its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The Immortals stopped attacking one after another, their morale fell, they were all affected by regret goo. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved, his eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret goo, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shin Tsongxing shouted, temporarily suppressing regret goo's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move, grand explosion. Boom. With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the immortals. Shin Tsongxing got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Shin Shang. Shin Tsongxing said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Shin Shang. Shin Shang was the most outstanding Goo immortal in Shin clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 Goo immortal, a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Shin Shang cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Sea's Goo immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a venerable. However, Shin Shang chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent. Even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Shin Shang continued to commit crimes. He became more and more unrestrained. He was a righteous path Goo immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world was kept in the dark. He and Shin clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shin clan did not dare to announce it. They could only announce that Shin Shang had died from tribulation. After Shin Tsongxing captured Guyue Fangjing, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Shin Shang and ransoming Guyue Fangjing. Shin Tsongxing thus learned that Shin Shang was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shin Tsongxing mobilized all of Shin clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Ming Shin's group and leaked some clues about the Blue Dragon Whale. Shin clan obtained this information and sent Shin Tsongxing personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Ming Shin could find the location of the Blue Dragon Whale. Miao Ming-shin gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shen Songxing came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Xin Shang's location. After several missions, Shen Clan's Gu immortal Shen Qi found the clue of regret Crying Sea. Shen Songxing guessed that the devil immortal in the Crying Sea of Regret was most likely Xin Shang. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Chuing had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Xin Shang. This shocked Shen Songxing and he hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. He pretended to tell Fang Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fang Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fang Yuan also brought Shen Songxing to the Sea of Regret. Shen Songxing had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Xin Shang. Other than Shen Clan's Gu immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miao Ming-shen and the rest had grim expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 Gu immortal to begin with and now he had Xin Shang as well. Xin Shang was also a rank 8, back then Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him, he definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Xin Shang, Shen Clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path, Shen Clan became the only super force that had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Shen Clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge, it brought countless benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songxing was moved. He immediately released Fang Jing, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qi-Si ancestors' hint to hand Fang Jing to him. You are a descendant of my Shen Clan? Xin Shang floated in the air, looking at Shen Songxing, his eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. That's right, you are a member of my Shen Clan. What year is it now? Xin Shang's voice was hoarse, it was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body, it was extremely powerful. Shen Songxing answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Shen Shang sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end. Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Xin Shang sighed, he looked at Fang Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. Good, it seems that my Shen Clan has many geniuses. Next, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan, he said in a gentle tone, Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot, you have made great contributions to my Shen Clan. Are you willing to join Shen Clan and become an external Supreme Elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a Formation Path Grandmaster was what Shen Clan needed. And from his Formation Path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a Formation Path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songxing cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, he added, Chuing, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving Ancestor Xin Shang is extremely important to my Shen Clan, I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded, he had a calm expression, there was even a hint of a smile on his lips. Of course I understand, if I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen Clan is recruiting me? Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songxing said coldly, Chuing, what do you mean by that smile? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. What ability does your Shen Clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy. Shen Songxing's gaze turned cold. His Shen Clan was an Eastern Sea superforce, it had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas, it even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you? Humph, Chuing, don't be arrogant. My Shen Clan is recruiting you because Ancestor Xin Shang is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself. Xin Shao, Xin Qi and the rest spoke, they flew out of the supplementary formation and met up with Xin Shang and Shen Songxing. Xin Shang's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent, he stared at Fang Yuan and said coldly, Chuing, right? I need to remind you, you were brought here by the merit obelisk, you are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods, you cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years, I am not restricted by the merit obelisk, any one of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingshen and the rest changed, their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Fang Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Fang Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Mingshen and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light. He lowered his voice and said furiously, "You are courting death, go and die." Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Fang Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast. At the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom. The supplementary formation crumbled instantly, it could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky, it was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings. Miao Mingshen and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath. Miao Mingshen and the rest had ashen expressions, they were extremely unsightly. Shen Shang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level, it was extremely powerful. In their eyes there was little hope of Chuing surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chuing, they were more worried about themselves. Because Shen Shang had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Mingshen and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive. Shen Zongxing squinted, he knew the inside story. Shen Shang's main cultivation path was not sound path. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chuing is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead, I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise, he does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8, this person really does not know how to write the word death. Xin Shao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chu Ying stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back. He still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk, he could not help but exclaim, "Rank 8 Immortal Gu House?" The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, who in the current Gu Immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who is he? Xin Shao was tongue-tied. The Immortals' gazes were fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the Immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock, "It is Fang Yuan." She was too shocked, she had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them, but such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu Immortals gritted their teeth, some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingshen gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance. He was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shen Zongxing's expression was pale, he gritted his teeth in just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shen Zongxing's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the Celestial Court, he even dared to kill them, what could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan, I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Zongxing sighed inwardly, his clan's luck was terrible, why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Zongxing feel confident, he was panicking internally. At this time Shen Zongxing heard Xin Shang's question. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songxing looked at Xin Shang. Xin Shang had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level, it was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Xin Shang also looked at Shen Songxing, his gaze carried some reproach as if he was saying, "You are a grand rank 8, you are actually afraid of a rank 7, what are you afraid of?" Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura, he was still concealing it. Shen Songxing blinked his eyes, his heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person, how could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court, he had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses, he was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 Gu immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shen Songxing handed an information path Mortal Gu to Xin Shang, it contained all the information he knew about Fang Yuan. Xin Shang received the Mortal Gu and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a completely different expression when he looked at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you, haha, interesting. Xin Shang's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world, this is great, this way? I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fang Yuan's information not only did not make Xin Shang wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Xin Shang's performance, Shen Songxing suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Xin Shang here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songxing's eyes. Damn it. The alarm in Shen Songxing's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shen Songxing had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of immortal Gu houses. Activating immortal killer moves would waste time, but directly mobilizing the immortal Gu house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad year flying warship flew over again. Fang Yuan dispatched the myriad year flying warship and ignored Shen Songxing, only looking for trouble with Xin Shang. Of course, Xin Shang did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad year flying warship. For a moment he was chased around by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing and the Xin clan Gu immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it. Shen Songxing gritted his teeth. In this way the advantage that the Xin family had in numbers could not be brought into play and could only sit and watch as Fang Yuan and Xin Shang fought. As for Miao Mingxin and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shen Huai, as an ancestor of the Xin family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fang Yuan entered the myriad year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had many subordinates but he could not let them out. Myriad year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Xin clan. Humph, Junior, you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fang Yuan's words, he stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high and he was extremely fast, he could directly circle around myriad year flying warship. While he was escaping he had been preparing his killer move, he finally used it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm, it was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither, it was simple yet sorrowful. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang who were at the edge of the battlefield heard it and started crying. Miao Mingxin, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest also had sorrowful expressions, they could not control their emotions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, myriad-year flying warship shined brightly as it blocked the power of Night Song for him. But Shen Shang had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song not to deal with the Gu immortals in the battlefield, but to create an environment for the battlefield. The song enveloped the sea and sky, traces of dusk mist spread out from the sound waves and spread throughout the battlefield. After a few breaths of time, the entire regret-crying sea area turned pitch black. The Gu immortals were trapped here, they could not even see their own fingers, their ears were filled with the mournful night song, their morale plummeted. If they continued to listen they would be slaughtered. Even though Fang Yuan was not affected much, the surroundings were pitch black, he lost his target. Fang Yuan immediately used investigative methods to sense Shen Shang's location. Shen Shang seemed to have sensed it, he laughed loudly, "Fang Yuan, you fell for it." Saying so, he activated another killer move, Sentimental Sorrow. Fang Yuan grunted, he was actually hit by the move. He could not help but feel shocked, he quickly recognized, this is a human path killer move. No wonder my myriad-year flying warship could not defend against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense, they could give the Gu immortal strong defense and were very safe. But this defense was not without shortcomings. When Fang Yuan designed myriad-year flying warship, he considered most paths, but human path was his shortcoming, he did not have human path grandmaster attainment level back then. By the time he reached this attainment level, myriad-year flying warship had already been constructed. The situation was already set, he could only make minor adjustments and could not improve it greatly. One of the main reasons was that Fang Yuan lacked a human path immortal Gu that specialized in defense. Shen Shang definitely has a high-rank human path immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan was hit, he immediately understood a portion of the enemy's details. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He did not know much about Shen Shang, but Shen Shang was familiar with Fang Yuan's information. Fang Yuan had trump cards of course like rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light qi and so on. But he planned to hide these methods, he did not want to expose them now. In this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Shen Songxing, Miao Mingxin and Ren Xiaoping. If they learned of these secrets once they left this paradise, they would easily spread outside. Thus, Fang Yuan wanted to use the methods that he had already exposed to fight the enemy. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying towards Shen Shang. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Shen Shang laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords, he did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Shen Shang's body surged with a mystical aura, his life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing. The clan's records were not wrong, ancestor Shen Shang was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songxing saw this and sighed inwardly. When Shen Shang was young he was a healer. When he was a Gu master he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees, he was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts, but Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds, they were hard to heal. But Shen Shang had human path methods, he healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, Mutual Destruction. Shen Shang saw that the time was ripe, he activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body, they burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks, these Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck, if they increased in scale Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks, all sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Xin Shang's method is strange, he can actually bypass myriad-year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine, he is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right, the Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand, the fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Huan tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Huan's situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Xin Shang used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan, it was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling myriad-year flying warship to retreat while dispersing the Daybreak flying swords. At the same time he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Xin Shang was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fang Yuan, you think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Aha, watch carefully. Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move, light injury. Xin Shang grunted, he was hit by his own killer move, his expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Tao Marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw, it was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now Xin Shang's killer move was too strange, it was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Xin Shang was being chased by myriad-year flying warship, it was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Xin Shang hide in the darkness, his attacks would stagnate. The human path Tao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Xin Shang also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan because of the non-conflicting Tao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself, Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xin Shang laughed sinisterly, he started to mutilate himself again, he used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely, his vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Xin Shang, I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xin Shang continued to mutilate himself, he gradually went crazy, he laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had ugly expressions, they were very worried. Shen clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own, myriad-year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Xin Shang actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing. Shen Tsongxing was extremely excited, he could already see the rise of Shen clan. Miao Ming Shen's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Xin Shang's attack seemed to be able to bypass this immortal Gu house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Xin Shang is a genuine rank 8. Gui Qiyi Tutua and the rest were very confused. This Xin Shang was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then, it is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his Gu worms? Ah. At this moment, Xin Shang's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal gu and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Shen Shang's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Xin Shang. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Xin Shang. Xin Shang squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, the gray stone giant only captured Xin Shang and did not attack him. The gray stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Xin Shang. It made Xin Shang retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Xin Shang dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad-year flying warship and the gray stone giant cooperated, chasing and intercepting Xin Shang. Xin Shang was already having a hard time dodging myriad-year flying warship. Now that there was a gray stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Xin Shang would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shockwaves affected Miao Ming Shen and the rest, as well as the Shen clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tutu Tua Gui Qi and the rest. After them were the Shen clan immortals, Miao Ming Shen and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shin Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shin Songxing's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Xin Shang's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment. He has many thoughts in his mind. He is multitasking. In this aspect I am too far behind. Xin Shang gritted his teeth at this point. He felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Xin Shang and unleashed a time path killer move. Xin Shang was caught off guard. He could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down. His time flow was slowed down by half. The gray stone giant took the chance to grab Xin Shang and slowly retracted its hand. Xin Shang laughed loudly. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were red but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the gray stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Xin Shang tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Xin Shang's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him, it was harmless to him. Xin Shang struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Shin Songxing saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Xin Shang lived up to his status. He was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally. He was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable. They were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle. All of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Oh! Xin Shang screamed. His expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Xin Shang's current state was a little strange. He was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black. The darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Xinshang's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy. Saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Xinshang's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the gray stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire. They were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder. The black fire was strange and powerful. It was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The gray stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire. They rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Shen Songxing frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange. They could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat. This sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire. They screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat. Xinshang, who was no longer restrained by the gray stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Shen Songxing called out to his ancestor a few times, but Xinshang turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Shen Songxing also began to wisely retreat. Just as the 2 immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the 2 immemorial year beasts and raising them up. The remaining 40% of the underwater formation let out an unprecedented roar, operating at full power. The platinum pillar of light fiercely expanded, enveloping Xinshang. The black fire continued to burn on Xinshang and the 2 immemorial year beasts, but the platinum pillar of light firmly imprisoned them. Such a change stunned Shen Songxing. Fang Yuan suddenly made a move. The daybreak swords flew out again, piercing through the platinum pillar of light and stabbing Xinshang. Stop! Seeing his ancestor being attacked by Fang Yuan, Shen Songxing shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan sneered. The flying swords became even more ferocious. This strange black fire was clearly extremely dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that the underwater formation took the initiative to attack, as if it was afraid of the sea water touching the black fire. Shen Songxing could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan had a thought. The flying swords flew out in 2 groups, attacking his immemorial year beasts. The black fire continued to burn under the attack of the daybreak swords. Its momentum decreased by a very small amount. Daybreak swords was a rank 8 killer move, but it was actually almost ineffective. Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water chi still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white water chi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Xinshang was still going crazy under it. The 2 immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fang Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water chi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fang Yuan immediately changed his attack style and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water chi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water chi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Xinshang and the 2 immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fang Yuan stopped after a while. He wisely started to change his methods. If it were other Gu immortals, they would have given up already, but Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. He had an astonishing number of immortal Gu. He had many attainment levels and different paths. He could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fang Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The two immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fang Yuan soon only had Xinshang as his target. Wait. Fang Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Shen Songxing could not watch it anymore, he shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shen Songxing with a smile. Shen clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state, he is insane like a beast, his mind is not clear, it is the same as described on the Merit Obelisk. You still want to save him? Shen Songxing was silent, he took a deep look at Xinshang who was trapped in the light pillar and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Xinshang fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fang Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Shen Songxing took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with veined patterns. These veined patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. So it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kongju. Old Immortal Kongju was one of the 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters, comparable to Longhair Ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a Gu immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took this stomach pouch from Shen Songxing's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fang Yuan inspected it and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shen Songxing. Next he smiled. What else is there? Shen Songxing breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty. And this, catch it. He tossed the black rod to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shen Songxing, who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan by a head. It was as thick as a goose egg and had a rough surface. It was not light and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fang Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant. But it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks. Some had 5 corners while others had 2. They were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. Falling star rod tree. Fang Yuan said. Shen Songxing nodded, praising. Fang Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable. This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery. It was extremely rare since ancient times. There were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Shen Songxing almost had an illusion. It was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. What else? Fang Yuan smiled. These alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Songxing gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you. This time he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump, it continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water, even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison, they advanced at one moment and retreated at the next, they advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Feng Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, advancing and retreating tidal water. That's right, this was one of the 3 waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure Blue Fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water, I can give them all to you. Shin Songxing stated his price. Feng Yuan could not help but sigh. Shin clan is indeed worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea, your assets are truly impressive. Shin Songxing smiled, thank you for your praise. But at the next moment Feng Yuan said, but this is not enough. Not enough. Shin Songxing's pupils shrunk, his expression was unsightly. Feng Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Xinshang. Xinshang was still roaring crazily. Shin Songxing looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy, he is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal, we both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Feng Yuan was still sneering. Feng Yuan. Shin Songxing shouted. What? Feng Yuan waved his hand, a large number of daybreak flying swords shot toward Xinshang. Shin Songxing almost crushed his teeth. Alright, what other requests do you have, Immortal Gu? I'm not so greedy. Feng Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high, I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials, the more the better, and the larger the scale, the better. Shin clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea, it controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas, it is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shin Songxing's expression was grim. Then what can our Shin clan get? A crazy rank 8? And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shin Songxing was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Xinshang's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shin clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality they could not differentiate between friend and foe, these rank 8s were only a burden, they were the laughing stock of others, they might even cause Shin clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Xinshang's hidden danger, Shin Songxing was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Xinshang, his sincerity was evident. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Xinshang. He is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so he paused, of course what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Shin Songxing immediately showed an expression of interest. What do you mean? In the current world, earth veins are constantly moving, the 5 regions are united, it will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shin clan is an Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources, its wealth moves people's hearts. Even when the 5 regional walls existed, Gu immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Feng Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shin clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources while I have more freedom. Central continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions. When they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shin clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea super forces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is paradise, Earth's true inheritance, and Xinjiang. Far away is Central Continent's Eastern Sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Zongxing silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, he floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the super forces. Shen clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shen Zongxing was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included super forces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless super forces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, super forces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every Gu immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shen Zongxing was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shen clan. In fact, Shen Shang was a little worried that Shen clan did not have the qualifications, because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Shen Shang and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shen clan's immortal Gu house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shen Zongxing would have confidence. Shen Zongxing knew, Shen clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Shen clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shen Zongxing was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shen clan had to deal with a super force of the same level? For example, Xia clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. The Shen family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shen family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on Celestial Court time and time again. Not only was the Shen family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shen family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shen family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk, but was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary, the benefits were the most important. Shen Zongxing was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shen Zongxing would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefits. And what Shen Zongxing admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miao Mingshen and himself. From this, Shen Zongxing could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shen Zongxing nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. Alright, why not take a gamble? In the future we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Shen Shang regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shen Zongxing showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore. He retreated slowly. All right. Shin, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fang Yuan stabbed Shin Shang. Even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him, Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the light pillar and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left. After Shin Shang broke out of it, there was a huge flaw in it. When Fang Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued before Shin Shang died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal goo inside might be implicated. As for which immortal goo would be damaged or destroyed, Fang Yuan could not decide. If regret goo was destroyed, Fang Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shin Tsongxing cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan, the platinum light pillar dissipated, Shin Shang regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shin Tsongxing shouted as he retreated. Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship as he retreated cautiously. Shin Shang was still screaming. He was in a frenzied state. There was no sign of him waking up. Shin Tsongxing, do you need help? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shin Tsongxing stared at Shin Shang. The other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. All right. Fang Yuan said as he moved myriad year flying warship even further away. Right at this time, Shin Shang suddenly moved. His body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shin Tsongxing shouted as he chased. Fang Yuan also controlled myriad year flying warship to chase. But Shin Shang was extremely fast. Myriad year flying warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use myriad year flying warship to block Shin Shang. Using this gap, Shin Shang flew out of regret crying sea area completely. Shin Tsongxing and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shin Tsongxing's expression was ashen. He almost cursed it out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. He had already experienced it before. It was to prevent foreign goo immortals from roaming around. Thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Shin Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shin Tsongxing. The two could only watch as Shin Shang flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shin Tsongxing's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled. Brother Shin, don't worry too much. Although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions like this time, to eliminate your ancestor Shin Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shin Tsongxing nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Ming Shen and the rest, including Zheng Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua. The other group was Shin Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again. He is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with ancestor Shin Shang, Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh. Shin Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Ming Shin's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk. They were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed. Fang Yuan and Shin Tsongxing appeared. We are back. Why don't I see Ancestor Shin Shang? Fang Yuan is still alive. Oh no. The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. Hee Fang Yuan, thank you for your information, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shin Tsongxing sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand. This is my sincerity. I said it before, if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The two of you were fighting earlier, why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Xinshang? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Songxing laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, we will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Songxing nodded, emphasizing, this is the agreement I made, hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder this. The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songxing's expression turned solemn as he said, this is an order. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Shen Clan Gu immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials, but it did not matter, Fang Yuan's Gu refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen Clan Gu immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Songxing looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too? Ren Xiaoping could not believe it, his expression was dark. Shen Songxing's gaze was cold as he nodded, Shen Clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shen Clan agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuan? What does that have to do with me? I am relying on you but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Songxing saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled. Do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen Clan's reputation is not worth your trust? Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1924. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared, they had to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest became nervous. If Fang Yuan extorted them, what would they do? Reject him? I'm afraid it won't work. Miao Mingshen and the rest could not stay in this dragon whale paradise forever, they still had to cultivate in Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to demand immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion. For the sake of the future, Miao Mingshen and the rest would still lower their heads. In this world, strength came first before reason. Right when Miao Mingshen and the rest were mentally prepared, Fang Yuan did not look at them. He turned around and looked at the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing also seemed to have forgotten about Miao Mingshen's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked at Miao Mingshen's group. The former had hatred in his eyes while the latter had complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk surface. Undeniably, the mission to eliminate demonic immortal Xinshang that he had accepted earlier had completely failed. On the merit obelisk, this mission had disappeared. Not just that, Fang Yuan found that his merit points had been deducted by a large amount. The others were not spared either, they all had their merit points deducted. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shen Clan's Gu immortals cried out in shock. Shen Songxing's expression was dark and solemn. His merit points were the most heavily deducted, much more than Fang Yuan's. Even though Fang Yuan fell from first to last, his merit points were still in single digits. Shen Songxing's merit points, however, were in the negatives. This situation made Fang Yuan very surprised. After all, in the previous life, such a strange phenomenon did not occur. Brother Shen, it seems that because you destroyed the underwater formation and released Xinshang, the merit obelisk punished you severely. As for me, I slacked off and even took away the underwater array, so my merit was severely deducted, Fang Yuan analyzed. At this time, Shen Songxing's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. I just received a message from the merit monument. I have to return my merit to above 0 within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll be kicked out of the dragon whale paradise, and won't have the qualifications to enter again. But Fang Yuan's heart moved, he had wisdom path attainment, he immediately analyzed the information behind these words. Looks like the dragon whale paradise can still be explored many times. Will we ever have a chance to come in again? But how do I get in? The biggest problem was finding the location of the dragon whale paradise in time. Fang Yuan glanced at Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen can sense the blue dragon whale's location. Is this the qualification and opportunity that I have? Before this, Fang Yuan had already made some deductions. Miao Mingxin's method to sense the blue dragon whale was very mystical. Fang Yuan could not see anything wrong with it. After all, Fang Yuan had broad horizons, he cultivated many paths and had high attainment levels in many paths, while Miao Mingxin cultivated space path, his sensing method was different. This was very strange. Because it was too strange, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. He did not interrogate Miao Mingxin about this sensing method. But now, all the clues showed that this sensing method was not his own ability, it came from the dragon whale paradise itself, from the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing looked at his merit points as he frowned, the numbers were too glaring. He walked towards the merit obelisk first. Fang Yuan, my time is limited, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yuan nodded, Brother Shen, please go ahead. If you need help, leave an information path Gu worm under the obelisk, I will help you with all my strength. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the two getting along so well. Shen Songxing was the leader of the righteous path, while Fang Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship and be so open and aboveboard? Shen Songxing heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he also believed that the price to ask for Fang Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shen Songxing quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shen Songxing, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale immortal Gu recycling mission. At the next moment he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the immortal Gu. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich, it listed the price of each immortal Gu in detail. Fang Yuan counted the quantity, it was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully and found that this mission was simply made for him by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the immortal Gu he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fang Yuan learned from this that among the immortal Gu he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu, most rank 7 immortal Gu were rank 6 immortal Gu, followed by rank 6 immortal Gu. The price of each immortal Gu was very high, even the lowest rank 6 immortal Gu was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions, some were filled with envy and jealousy, they could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fang Yuan only needed to hand over 1 rank 6 immortal Gu and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated in the past. Alright. They had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shock waves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed, they did not gain anything at all. But look at Fang Yuan. His gains were a large number of immortal Gu, if he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. The immortals felt stifled in their hearts, they were indignant and even resentful, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of this demon, Fang Yuan. Miao Mingxin and the rest were still fine, but Shen Clan's Gu immortals, Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua felt like they were wronged. You only lost some immortal essence, what about us? We even handed over most of our immortal materials. What the hell was this? There were no gains and we had to pay for it, this was a terrible experience. Fang Yuan did not want to hand over a single immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, there would be no other opportunities like this. If he wanted merit points he could continue earning them, why was there a need to give up precious immortal Gu for instant benefits? These immortal Gu were mostly earth path, for ordinary Gu immortals, they did not fit their path, they needed resources to raise them, they would naturally want to give them away. But Fang Yuan was different. Chapter 1925. Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 immortal Gu houses. Right now he had already built myriad year flying warship and cooking luck pot, only the final immortal Gu house was left. Even though he obtained immortal Gu houses like Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace during this process. But these immortal goo houses were placed in the hands of the clone. They were crucial to Fang Yuan's plans. They were either used to suppress the situation or to change the overall situation. And most importantly, Divine Bean Palace and Dragon Palace were not suitable for Fang Yuan's plans. In Fang Yuan's original plan, he needed an immortal goo house to focus on defense. Myriad-year flying warship specialized in speed, it made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It also took care of the strategic location of the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was supplementary. Qin Dingling had yet to be born when he designed it. Fang Yuan wanted to use it to bully the weak celestial court and expand his advantage. As for the third immortal goo house, Fang Yuan used it for defense and healing. The battle to repair fate was extremely intense. It would be hard to find time to rest after the battle. Fang Yuan needed an immortal goo house that could defend effectively on the battlefield and give him precious time to rest when necessary. This immortal goo house could even defend against venerables to a certain extent. Earth Path is thick, it is good for defense. I will use these Earth Path immortal goo to build the third immortal goo house. It is perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan did not know that Wu Shuai's clone already had the method to build an Earth Path immortal goo house through the Dream Realm exploration. This immortal goo house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was suitable for his current needs. It was just that even though Fang Yuan and the clone had the same attainment level, they needed to communicate their memories to learn from each other. Eventually, Fang Yuan received a large-scale mission to combine two sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingxin was the first to react. He walked forward. Gui Qiyi and the others who were behind him naturally followed suit. What about you? Fang Yuan asked the Shen Clan Gu immortals. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. They had fallen out with Fang Yuan before, so it was hard for them to change their mindset in such a short time. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were not like Miao Mingxin's group. The latter had tasted the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. However, their first mission with Fang Yuan had already gone wrong. Shen Xiao shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Let's take a look first. Shen Xiao tactfully rejected Fang Yuan. The other Shen Clan Gu immortals did not object to this. Fang Yuan didn't mind. He smiled at the other two and said, Fellow Taoist Ren Xiuping? Immortal friend Tong Hua? What do you think? Ren Xiuping's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything and just shook his head. Tong Hua, on the other hand, seemed to be startled and had no intention of moving. Regarding their attitude, Fang Yuan had expected it. After all, he had just taken their immortal material inventory. From this, Shen Songxing's methods could be seen. Shen Songxing ordered Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua to hand over their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed like he was making their relationship awkward, but the truth was that these two had no choice but to rely on Shen Clan. After all, they were still hoping that after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Clan would fulfill their agreement and compensate for their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was also a method for Shen Songxing to teach Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua a lesson. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shen Clan. You need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shen Clan's boat, you want to leave? It won't be so easy. Fang Yuan naturally knew about Shen Songxing's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua were taken by Shen Songxing, they were not Fang Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fang Clan took an old ghost by June and Eagle concubine. What was wrong with Shen Clan taking in Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It directly unified Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Using Huang Jin's super forces as the main theme, it wanted to take in all the Northern Plains lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court. They had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Gu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects. They were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Mingxin and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw 2 sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The 2 seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the two sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects, life was rare, it was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fang Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the two sea areas, we need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingshen nodded. That makes sense. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingshen and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingshen actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continue to follow Fang Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around investigating on their own. Only Fang Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time it was not so troublesome. Fang Yuan annexed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. He had the outstanding long hair refinement path formation. What he needed to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation needed to be adjusted, but Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. Right now, he only needed to stay here and place Regret Gu in the empty core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a demon of the present age, aren't we too close to him? While investigating, Gui Qiyi flew to Miao Mingshen's side with a worried expression. Miao Mingshen patted Gui Qiyi's shoulder. Old Gui, you want to ask me why I treat Fang Yuan with such an attitude, almost like I am his subordinate, right? Gui Qiyi smiled embarrassedly. Lord is wise. Miao Mingshen's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I have no choice. This is the first time I entered Dragon Whale Paradise, but an accident occurred. Now that Shin clan has discovered this place, do you think they will let go of this treasure land and allow us to explore it again in the future? According to the nature of a super clan, of course they will take it for themselves. Gui Qiyi said without hesitation. That's right. Bright light flashed in Miao Mingshen's eyes. If we go out this time, we will definitely be suppressed by Shin clan and forced to surrender. If we can't, we will be killed. But now, other than submitting to Shin clan, we have another choice. Lord is referring to Fang Yuan? I understand Lord is thinking far ahead. I am slow-witted. Gui Qiyi realized at once. As a lone immortal, he knew that Dragon Whale Paradise was a treasure land that Shin clan would definitely attack in the future. One Ren Xiaoping was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shin clan. Miao Mingshen chose to submit to Fang Yuan because he wanted to use his reputation to protect himself, to preserve his freedom as a lone immortal. In the future, if Shin clan wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider Fang Yuan's feelings. In the worst case, he would give up on his lone immortal status and submit to Shin clan or Fang Yuan. This would give him some space to maneuver. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who submitted to Shin clan so early. Without any external pressure, Shin clan would be able to completely suppress them. If Shin Tsongxing asked them to hand over the immortal materials, could they refuse? Would they dare to refuse? When the immortals gathered around Fang Yuan had already placed Regret Gu in place. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals had already gathered. They were sharpening their blades and had high morale. They were planning to refine it. Fang Yuan's time path clone was organizing the immortal material inventory. He was modifying the immortal Gu recipe according to the current immortal materials. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had to do it himself, but now, with the help of the entire Langya sect, he did not need to interfere. Thus, he saved a lot of time. Chapter 1926. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation buzzed. Fire surged into the sky inside the formation. Waves of heat spread everywhere. A rank 6 immortal Gu was bathed in the fire, floating in the air. Its surface was melting like wax. Stabilize. Land Spirit of Langya was in charge of the formation. He called out, "Open the door, put in the immortal materials." The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of the other formation cores immediately opened the door. Thus, balls of dog poop slowly flew out from the warehouse door. These dog feces were all immortal materials. Some were shining with starlight, like blue diamonds. They were the feces of the star desolate hound. Some had sharp spikes on the surface. They were the feces of the remnant heavenly hound. Some were white and flawless like white jade. they were the feces of the jade statue White Hound. The star desolate hound was a desolate beast. The remnant heavenly hound and the jade statue White Hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog feces flew into the fire, melting rapidly. Some turned into smoke, some into liquid. The formation activated. The three hairy Mangu immortals worked together to deal with these dog feces immortal materials. First, smoke spread, attaching to the surroundings of the rank 6 immortal goo. Next, liquid flowed and gathered into one. Land Spirit of Langya took action at the later stage of the goo refinement. It was terrifyingly stable. However, right when it was about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material was fused, something unexpected happened. The fire changed color. The rank 7 incomplete immortal goo inside quickly crumbled. Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly activated the formation. Regret goo worked. The color of the fire in the formation changed back to normal. Not just that, the rank 7 incomplete immortal goo also returned to normal. All that was lost was that final portion of immortal material. The hairy men quickly stabilized their emotions, continuing to refine goo. After 15 minutes, the fire in the formation dissipated. The rank 6 immortal goo successfully advanced to rank 7. Rank 7, dog feces luck. The hairy man goo immortals were very excited. Land Spirit of Langya was also filled with emotions. Their refinement path strength was already unparalleled in the world. Now that they had regret goo, they were like dragons flying in the sky. Their advantage was unstoppable. At the same time in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan sat on the clouds watching Miao Mingshin fly up and down with Feng Jiang and the rest. The ecology of the two seas had more or less been adjusted. The final obstacle was that between the two great sea regions, there was still a shattered space. Miao Mingshin was trying his best to get rid of this void. As long as he could get rid of it, the two sea regions would be able to unite harmoniously. Miao Mingshin was a space path goo immortal. Dealing with this shattered space was his specialty. Feng Yuan and the others were happy to be free. Oh, dogshit luck immortal goo also succeeded. Good progress. Feng Yuan sensed the movements in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. While his main body was doing the merit mission, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already refined 3 immortal goo. The progress could be said to be very fast. Ordinary goo immortals used years to refine goo. They had to be careful and cautious during the process. The risks were huge. Feng Yuan's current situation was completely different. Land Spirit of Langya, hairy man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, regret goo, and abundant immortal materials allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that were successfully refined were Luck Path. They were obtained by Feng Yuan after he dismantled Cooking Luck Pot. Luck Path was the focus now. The newly refined dog shit luck immortal goo was once Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6. It could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Feng Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now. He had higher requirements for immortal goo. He needed suitable high rank immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low, rank 7 was barely enough, rank 8 was the most suitable. But Feng Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 immortal goo. The investment was too huge, the risk was too high. It was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely. The external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate goo, his situation would only worsen. Right now he could barely use rank 7 immortal goo. Furthermore, these rank 7 Luck Path immortal goo needed to be refined into Cooking Luck Pot again. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot could also affect rank 8 immortal goo. Ha! Miao Mingshin suddenly shouted, interrupting Feng Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingshin spewed out an azure light halo. The light spread out. Everywhere it went, the shattered space was smoothed out. The space was unified. There was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods I cannot compare to you. Feng Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had Space Path Immortal Goo and many Space Path methods. He even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of Space Path. But compared to Miao Mingshin, even if Feng Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingshin. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingshin cultivated Space Path, while Feng Yuan had invested very little in Space Path. He had little progress. Miao Mingshin quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind, Mingshin is ashamed. Feng Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries. The immortals returned to the Merit Obelisk. In this mission Feng Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingshin was second. Fang Yuan's merit ranking rose again. He reached the top. Miao Mingxin and the rest were speechless. They saw that Fang Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the two positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Fang Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Gu Immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Fang Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Fang Yuan's merit points continued to rise, it was increasing steadily. Miao Mingxin and the rest were relying on him. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fang Yuan's mess. This kind of cooperation allowed Fang Yuan to maintain his position at the top. It was getting firmer and firmer. Miao Mingxin's group also benefited from this. Their merit points gradually surpassed Shen Clan's Gu Immortals. They became the second group. And the first group naturally only had Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing did not ask Fang Yuan for help. He completed many mid-sized missions within the time limit and returned to the right track. His luck was quite good. He received 1 or 2 sound path missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to imitate the power of other paths. Shen Songxing was a rank 8 after all, his cultivation level and methods were all there. When Shen Songxing's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's Calamity Luck Altar was assembled again. Rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar. This was a top-grade immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal himself. It could already affect rank 8s. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to check his luck. Boom. He heard a loud explosion. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a huge pillar of fire clouds. It was burning fiercely as it soared into the sky. It looked like it was going to prop up heaven and earth. His luck was like a huge pillar. It was burning intensely. The flames were blood red. On the surface of the pillar, there were many flames with traces of black at the end. I have rank 8 strength. My battle strength rivals Duke Long. I also have a large number of immortal Gu houses and killer moves. Thus my luck is extremely vast. The flames are blood red, it represents slaughter. The tail of the flames is black, it represents the death tribulation. The black chi of the death tribulation is spreading on the surface of the pillar, it means that the death came from the outside. It is undoubtedly the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has not repaired Fate Gu yet. Once it succeeds, the black death chi will expand by many times, it will eventually corrode my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. Inside the pillar of fire, there were all sorts of images appearing as the flames burned. At times it was a red lotus, at times it was a white crane, at times it was a beast phantom, at times it was soil. Fang Yuan was about to investigate further when his vision blurred. Immediately his body and mind shook, he felt a sweetness in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. He looked up and saw a cooking luck pot floating above him. It was filled with luck. There was a huge crack on the outside that was leaking luck out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. His luck was too strong, even the rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar could barely take a peek at it. If he peeked for too long, not only would he suffer a backlash, Calamity Luck Altar would also be damaged. The newly constructed Calamity Luck Altar had to be repaired. The crack was huge, the damage was not light. If left alone, the crack would continue to expand. He had to repair it immediately. Observing his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was excellent. This was not strange, he had a deep foundation and also had luck path attainment. He was worried that the hidden danger had already appeared. If he did not stop Fate Gu's repair, Fang Yuan's crisis would become greater. Secondly, even though the fire cloud pillar was burning intensely, it was only temporary. This kind of burning luck might be invincible for a short period of time, but it would not last long. After it was completely burned, there would be a period of low luck. But that was in the distant future. Fang Yuan deduced, at least when Central Continent repaired Fate Gu, his luck would maintain this state, it might even strengthen further. Fang Yuan continued to accept missions, while the Refinement Path Gu Immortals and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture started to refine Strength Path Immortal Gu. Missions to clear the Black Fire appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Shen Shang escaped regret-crying sea area, but he was still going crazy. He unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire. He immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the Black Fire appeared one after another. They were completed by Fang Yuan, Shen Songxing and the rest. Have you noticed, these missions are getting rarer recently? On this day Shen Songxing dealt with the Black Fire while conversing with Fang Yuan. Your ancestor Shen Shang is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Songxing had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Shen Shang? Ancestor, this is great, you finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fang Yuan, we will work together. Shen Songxing was overjoyed. He quickly went to welcome him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.